And welcome back. Hello, hello. I can't see my camera. I'm Nathan ASMR, and I am here in the evening of South Beach. I don't know. But I'm also here joined by Paul, who's in a cyberpunk fantasy land, Keith, who is in the middle of a fire, and Amy K, who's in the nice little calm hobbit land, which is probably the best place to be.
Which should be as far away from where I am as possible.
Yeah, keep your fire away from that.
Yeah,
green,
you look like you're in the House of
environment.
Avernus right now.
Yeah,
I felt like I was in House of a Furnace yesterday.
Yeah, Keith. I mean, how are we? That's the elephant in the room.
Yeah, elephant in the room.
Doing,
Agreed.
How are we, buddy?
I actually feel 100% better. In fact, I feel better than I did before I ate the pepper.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow.
That's not something
that
I was
is
expecting.
a little, yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden
They
I'm
say
like,
what doesn't
so
kill you makes you stronger. At this
Yeah,
point,
I
I
say,
should be
so.
able to bench press a tank.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so you're saying you're gonna eat another one today?
Oh.
Yeah, every day now.
Closing ceremony.
For a day.
Yeah. What would Ed Curry say if you didn't do that? You know, he'd judge you. He'd totally judge you. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're not dying, Keith. We need you for today. You know, but glad to hear you're all right.
I can die after day 3.
Yeah. Well, what about you got a fans? They need your tingles a little bit. You know, your ASMR tingles. That is.
Yeah.
So we're back for day 3. We're back for day 3. We got a pretty exciting day planned out here, and I think this would be a great time as we wait for people to sort of hop in the chat here.
Yeah.
What kind of well, you know, here we got some comments here. Keith, what have the peppers done to your home? Asked multiple strong minds.
I burned it down with my breath, and a maintenance guy came over and froze the fire, and this is the result. The flames are just suspended in the air.
I mean, that's just like the weather in August, like in the Bay Area right there. That's like
Yeah,
outside right now. Or Miami too, you know. There's more water here to make sure the flames go out, but it's like, you know, that and it's more steam. He also has, Paul, are you cold? Your skin looks a little blue.
Yeah.
I was cyberpunking it up like that with my little thing, but it's better. Boom. Nice and warm.
That was awesome. Yeah, it is another comment here from multiple strong minds about the TingleCon tradition. I think it is at this point. It's just at some point, I don't know, like he's only like 3 tiers away from the end, so I don't know if it could be an every year thing where he's gonna have to go to like 2 peppers at that point, like 2 pepper X. But I feel bad, you know.
Dangerous.
I mean, I don't want to suggest, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I just realized?
That would injure you.
Elon Musk had nothing to do with the naming of Pepper X, and that is awesome.
I hope Pepper X sues Elon Musk.
just the pepper, not even Ed Curry.
Just the actual pepper.
Pepper being the plaintiff.
Yeah.
Sounds like maybe he didn't think that through. Could be a lawsuit coming, knowing him. But you know, I don't start on the Elon Musk hate too early in the morning. But it's so easy, right?
Yeah, we don't need to get on that.
It's just too easy. Well, welcome to everyone in the chat. We see some people here. Caleb, hello. Lori, ASMR, hello. Thank you so much for yesterday, for joining us. You've got Gracie B is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back. Multiple strong minds, obviously. We've read a couple of your comments. JB Ace. We've got, who is there? Someone else there. I think I saw Whisperwind Sage in there.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Whisperwind. Looking forward to talking to you very soon.
Yeah.
Because I believe Whisperwind has joined us for the role-playing panel, and that brings us, actually, I think that would be a good transition point over to the schedule for today.
Before we get into that, I want to read a couple
Keith,
more comments. Lori says, Keith in his stomach from last night. Yep, that's what it really is. I put a camera in there and took a picture. Multiple Strong Minds says, I'm glad you're not dying, Keith, a TingleCon tradition now. It's been a TingleCon tradition for a few years now.
It has, yeah. That's true. It's gone
Somebody
through
also
different variations.
mentioned the bingo
got a little-
card there.
Yeah,
the bingo
so
card, yeah.
last night, Gracie sent me her secret bingo card that we mentioned. So after I go through the schedule, I'm gonna be reading that bingo card to y'all and point out what's been checked off and what wasn't. This card only applied to day 2, so some things on that card are based on things that happened in day 1. Some of which didn't happen in day 2, unfortunately, and didn't get checked off. But we'll get into that later. But first, let me pull up the schedule here, and let's go over it, shall we? So this is all in Eastern Standard Time. 1 p.m., we have a one-on-one interview with the legend that is Carol ASMR, who is a co-founder of the con and my predecessor as president of the con. Role-playing ASMR with Whisperwind, who is in the chat, as well as Kat Bailey and Musing Mira. Then we have the Women ASMR Creators panel with Secret Scholar, Jeannie B, Ray Moon, and Old School ASMR Sounds. Following that, we have Neurodivergent Creators at 4 p.m. This one will be hosted by me with Lunar Blossom, Shiver Me Tingles, and Jellybean Green. Stick around for that. It's going to be epic. Speaking of epic, following that at 5 p.m., we have The Future of AI with ASMR Destiny, where he showcases
that's going to be amazing.
a lot
That's going to be an amazing
of things
one.
that are going to blow your damn minds.
Yeah.
And then at 6 p.m., we have our closing ceremony with us, the staff, which will also serve as another Q&A, sort of recap the con. And then the last ASMR video showcase at 7 p.m. featuring Ricky Rax, Ivory, Bay ASMR, Busy Bunny, James Bond 235, Birch in the Woods, Rev, Simplicity, Zona, Lisa ASMR, and Spantopia Rose. So stick around. It's going to be amazing. And of course,
Whenever I hear that name, it makes me want to have a glass of rosé.
Me
I don't
too.
know. It's just something about
Me
it.
too.
Utopia.
Yeah.
Rosé is
Yeah.
one of the best wines ever, in my
It's
humble
delish.
opinion.
It is a great
Uh,
varietal.
And of course,
stuff.
after that ends and we close out the con, go over to ASMR Destiny's YouTube channel for his final ASMR after party stream. They are absolutely amazing. See for yourself.
Final for this year.
Final for this year.
Final for this year. Yeah.
Yeah. ASMR Destiny normally streams on Twitch and puts out videos on YouTube, but because we're streaming TingleCon on YouTube, it just makes sense for him to do the after party on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
And I think we have a couple other videos after that, right? A little. Oh, I see. That was before. Did we read the list of the people? Oh, we did.
yeah, we did.
We did.
Well, look. I mean, I've been partying all night. You can see I'm here. I mean, so.
Technically, I was too.
Yeah, you were partying in the at home with your stomach. My stomach.
Yeah, I was partying by laying down.
Yeah, exactly. And your body thanked you for it. Well, this said, I kind of think it might be a good time to just, as we continue to wait for people to trickle in here. Sleeping Artists, great to see you as well. Sweet
Yes.
Dream, great to see you here. I think it might be a good time to just quickly chat about sort of what we've seen so far. Well, actually, before that, why don't we talk about what we're excited for today? What are we most excited for today for this event? Maybe we could start with eloquent Paul below us or above me. I'm not sure where he is. Paul, what are you excited for today for TingleCon, our final day?
Oh, it all looks good, but let's be brave and pick something out. I mean, I really do. Obviously, I do like role play, but I think I'm looking forward to the women ASMR creators. I don't think
yeah.
we've had a panel for the older before, and also just be unique to see Secret Scholar do interviews. That's just a very unique one. I think that should be quite fun.
Spoiler alert,
For
she did
sure.
an amazing job.
She's the only one more eloquent than you, Paul. That's she only
I don't
only
know
she
where
can
people
challenge
get
the
this
throne.
eloquent from, because I don't know.
I mean,
very flattering.
yeah,
Thank
it
you.
could be
very much,
worse.
but
I
think
mean, you could sound like
pretty
me. I
rough,
mean,
frankly. But
Oh, take it, bro. Take your wins. That's good. But yeah,
It's very
I think,
nice coming from a radio guy like you, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. You could do a proper BBC. I could see it. I'd listen. But that's awesome. Totally agreed, Paul. What about you, Amy? What are you excited for?
He stole my answer.
that's a
I
good
mean,
one.
I'm excited
Good, you
about
go
all the
first.
panels. Yeah, exactly. Of course, I am the most excited, I think, about that panel, Women in ASMR, just because, yeah, it's a perspective that I haven't heard before, so I'm curious about what it's like for them. But I'm excited for the neurodivergent panel as well, because I think that that's something that is in our community, and we just haven't really spoken about it before.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to do it.
Sure.
So I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I too am.
Bam, what about you?
I too am excited about the neurodivergent panel. Obviously, I'm excited about all of them, but
Yeah.
one other in particular that I'm really excited about. Yes, I'm a little biased, but Carol's 1v1, because if it weren't for her, I would not be here. That's a fact.
Mhm.
And for me, that is very kind of I'm not sure if she's in the chat yet, but for me, it's gotta be the ASMR Destiny AI. I mean, that for me, I just happen to know what that's like, and it was amazing. Just kind of immediately after I did it, after I was in that interviewing him, I like went to work and I was like, boss, you're not gonna believe this. Like, holy crap, we're like, let's do this now. So because I think there's a lot of actionable, like, kind of like aha moments that are really gonna you all of a sudden sort of see, like, it's like the birth of the internet, it's like the birth of the computer. It's such a big technological innovation, and I think a lot of people don't quite know a lot, how much is possible, and what, like, once you see this, you're gonna see what's possible. And certainly as we move forward, I just saw an article, 40% of jobs will be replaced by AI. However, I think it's also like the people who know how to buy people who know how to use AI. So it's one of these things where I think it'll help your career just kind of be up on these things, and knowing how it affects ASMR and content creation, because it's like pretty mind-blowing. If you're a no-face artist, especially, it's so interesting. People who like don't always want to be on camera, like, all of a sudden there's a world of possibilities there. So that's one I'm really excited for as well. And I think it might be one other another good moment to just sort of talk about what we sort of enjoyed so far. Like, what have we how do we feel like the community do you feel like people have been enjoying it so far? How do you feel, fam?
Well, everyone is
Cam.
kind of a sadist, so it's safe to assume that everybody enjoyed it so far. No, but
what was the highlight for you? What was the highlight for you so far?
Well, not the eating the ghost pepper part, but generally speaking, just everybody has been amazing. I don't really have much to say beyond that, because my thought processes are still recovering from yesterday.
Amy, what about you? What stood out to you so far?
I had to look through, like, oh yeah, what was yesterday? So of course I enjoyed watching Keith eat that pepper, but and I had a lot of fun with our tips and tricks panel. But I think I just really enjoyed the conversation with the ASMR and pop culture crowd. I was really interested in what they had to say during that. So
yeah, that was really interesting.
I now have a proper answer.
Okay.
The amount of
the
amount of enthusiasm that came through in the cosplay panel was what really stood out to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Both on the panel and in the chat.
Absolutely. And also, we had some new artists in there. I mean, or at least a couple, and that was very interesting, because I think one particularly had a very unique workflow that Dreamscape I thought was pretty interesting.
I love to see different, when everyone had, like, every single person on that panel had a different way of doing things, and I loved seeing that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Paul, what about you?
It was interesting to hear from Dreamscape how very different her process was, for sure. I did like that a lot. They were all good. I did like the cinematic panel. It's always fascinating to hear those guys speak. They're old school and new school at the same time, aren't they? They've been around for a long time, but they're also cutting edge in terms of what they produce. Yeah, that was a good one. It was all good, if I'm honest with you. I liked the cosplay one certainly a lot. Of course, the ambiences were really cool. I mean, I could just go through every single one of them, but
Yeah, really.
yeah, hard question.
For me, I would say that the part that I really enjoyed was my 1v1 with Nick. I just love
Yeah.
Nick. I love Like
Yeah.
I want to hang out with him more. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm just too far
Don't
away.
we
But
all?
I had a lot of Nick time yesterday. It was like hours with Nick. I enjoyed talking with him. And then ultimately, like, I felt like there was a philosophical conversation that really kind of continued throughout the con about, just content creation and what ASMR is. And, I think a more distinct line is being drawn about ASMR as it enters the mainstream and you see it so many different niches. And I think it's just a conversation that there's no real answer, but it's something we definitely should discuss. And I just keep thinking about all the different other, like, there's rock music and there's country music, and they all have their respective conventions, and they're asking these same questions, like, what is rock music? What does it mean to be country? What does it mean to be the electronic music? What's that like? I mean, so I think there's really no actual answer, but I think it is sort of one of these things that we're sort of defining as a really ASMR community. So that's really cool. And yeah, I would say that was one that I really enjoyed. And the AMA, of course, but we didn't have quite enough time. And one other one I should add here, I just really enjoyed the cross-platform because it was just a very relaxing, chill, and it's just fun to talk about TikTok because it's so absurd sometimes. So I just like talking about it, and Lori was great, and Shiver Tingles is always a blast as well.
I learned a lot from that panel, actually, because I don't post on TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever. So it was, I learned a lot from them, from what they were saying and everything, and like how much they film and all the work they post like daily on TikTok. I mean, they film in chunks, but it does take effort to have to like make sure that you're filming daily. Or I think one of them said that
Especially
at some point they were posting
full-time.
3 times a day. Yeah, especially
Lori
if you
said that,
film.
The average is
Wow.
the consensus was 4 times a day. That was like in the beginning. So it is like one of those things where it's a full-time gig in that regard.
And then TikTok doesn't even really compensate them. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you make pittance. You can't.
TikTok,
it's hard to.
TikTok is the unpaid internship of content creation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Instagram, I feel, is that way too. It's really good for brand deals. If like that's its one strength. There's a lot of brands on there, but yeah, it is one of the. But I still think TikTok changed the game. So
absolutely. Not saying
look at
that
shorts and
just because they don't get paid that it's not worth it, because of course they spoke about all the good things. But just being able to post early on, being able to post that much and have the motivation to keep doing it without like seeing results. I think that's amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, the one just getting them out, like having to schedule these things like that.
Yeah.
To me, putting 3 out a day, that's like a full-time job if I didn't record them. I'm like always switched on, trying to like work out when they're gonna go. And it's admirable.
Absolutely.
It's a shame TikTok don't actually do the right thing and pay people some of the revenue that they are generating.
I think they're trying to. But it's not easy. It's I think it's their audience, and also like how you get an ad to play with short form content. But who knows if it'll even be legal in the United States? You know what I mean? It's at the rate it's going, we may not be using TikTok pretty soon.
Yeah.
I think originally it was
Certainly,
supposed to be banned in July, but it's still here. So
it's still here. Well, they got money to pay some lobbyists. A lot of lobbyists. But there's pressure on politically on both sides. Yeah. We won't get into it. It might have been a good conversation actually yesterday. That's sort of what I was enjoying there. I wanted to just quickly talk. We have about maybe 20 minutes left. So if you have any questions,
I also want to get to the bingo card.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
come
why
on
don't we
then,
talk about the
let's do
bingo card? Go ahead.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Why
so
don't we talk about the bingo card?
as I mentioned earlier, Gracie B had the what's the word I'm looking for? Well, it had the courtesy to create a bingo card for us. The contents were secret, so it doesn't sway the activity, obviously. But after the end of the day 2 podcast, she emailed it to me. So I'm going to read it to y'all. The goal is to get 4 squares in a row, either across, down, or diagonally. Rules: cross out a square when the phrase or action occurs during either a live stream panel or pre-recorded panel. Does not include chat. Asking the panel to say the phrase or perform the action or hinting at them to do so does not count. Okay, so here's some of the things that were crossed out. Video games, Zelda, any of them. Amy K video mentioned. Live stream microphone goes bunk. That happened. Technical difficulties, of course. The first one being screens melded with Josh and Jadi 17.
Technical difficulty. We didn't have any of those.
Smooth.
What are you guys talking about, Tech? Come on.
This next one is obviously a freebie. Famcam mentions Ghost Pepper.
Mhm.
Video game Skyrim mentioned. Random trigger
Nick?
tapping. Nick tapped on a keyboard. That is true. That happened. Intentional background sounds of rain or thunder. Tips and tricks panel adding rain noise. Wait, that happened?
It did, yeah.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, that happened. Someone was saying you add background noise to like, I think that was in our AMA actually. I want to say it was Amy who said
Tips
that.
and tricks, the AMA.
Pretty sure. Or was Paul? Paul or Amy said it. I know that.
And game Dungeons and Dragons mentioned. Those are the ones that were crossed out. Here's the ones that were not crossed out. Tinglesmith mentions meeting a celebrity. Pineapple on pizza.
I didn't mention that, did I?
You
I ever
mentioned
tell you
on
about the
day
time that I
one.
met,
You mentioned on day one,
Barack
and that's why
Obama.
she put it in for day 2.
Okay, very
but
well.
It did not happen.
I mean, no, wait. I want to hear that story. Wait, wow.
No, that's
It
for
was-
another day.
it was
Yeah,
while
for
we-
another bingo
Yeah,
Yeah,
card,
it was.
man.
It
Next
was
year,
while
next
we
year,
were.
next season.
It happened on day 1 when we were playing Pass the Buck, and you were on your way.
Oh,
That's how
they
we
were
missed
on
it.
the fly as well. They were not prepped.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I was just thinking, did I meet anybody cool? And I'm like, oh, I met, when I used to go outside in London, I met some people.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
Trigger words: toasted coconut. That did not happen. Live stream airplane, lawnmower, or noisy neighbor makes an appearance. If Josh didn't have noise suppression on, that would have been marked off because there was a lawnmower going outside where he
Oh,
was.
nice.
He told me before the panels. Random trigger bubble wrap. That did not happen. Video game Mario. Any of them? Mario was not mentioned. Wow. Random trigger microphone brushing. And trigger word lollipop. Were people mentioning lollipop a lot in day 1?
I don't think I've ever heard I've never even heard that word before. What's that? What is that? No, I don't think anyone said lollipop. I'm pretty sure. Is that like a common trigger word or?
I guess so.
Okay, I didn't know. Yeah, I never heard that.
Lollipop.
I mean, I'm gonna steal it now. I'm making a
Yeah.
lollipop video now. That's it.
Everybody in chat who does ASMR is now required to use lollipop as a trigger word in their next video.
I like that song, like from the '50s, Lollipop. It's a good song. Don't make me sing it.
Mhm.
Don't make me sing it.
Lollipop, lollipop. lollipop.
It's a classic.
Remember Potter Puppet Pals?
Otter Puppet Pals? Do I remember
No.
Voldemort
What's this?
appeared and he
I will
was
have
like,
to say yes. Yeah.
Voldemort, Voldemort, oh, Voldemort.
that? Oh, there you go.
It's all right. We'll culture them.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's my revenge for Nathan pressuring me to be on the pop culture panel.
That's it.
That's it.
So is that the bingo card? I think
That was- yeah.
that does it for the bingo card.
That
Man,
does
that was
it for
pretty
the
good.
bingo
It's a pretty
card.
good lineup right there.
Yeah,
Do
thank
we
you,
have a
Gracie.
visual of that bingo card or?
I have not prepared to load it in OBS, but I
Next
can
time.
always post it on Instagram, or Gracie can post it on Instagram and tag TingleCon. We can share it.
Yeah. Next year, I feel like we should have the bingo card, like we did the last year, I think it was, right?
Yeah, so last year I had the bingo card in a Google Doc, as Gracie does in this case, and I was checking things off while we were streaming, and I was copy pasting the checks to mark across each square, but I had the hotkeys wrong in OBS, so that every time I hit the control key, it would mute my mic on the stream. So frequently, y'all were hearing me, but the audience was not.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was frustrating.
Oops.
Yeah. Dumbledore. Snipe.
I'm getting a lot of Harry
Samuel
Potter love in
Snape.
here right now. We're getting a lot of Harry Potter.
Ron,
We should just have a
Ron,
Harry
Ron
Potter
Weasley.
panel, I feel like. Led by Hendril. Hendril leads that panel for
Hendra,
sure.
does he like Harry Potter?
I
I
like
don't think he's
this.
ever done a Harry Potter video ever.
Oh, what
I
are you
don't think.
talking about? I don't like Harry Potter.
That was an okay
That was
Hendril. Yeah.
okay.
That was literally
okay.
my
Alright,
first
yeah,
attempt.
yeah. The
Need a
accent
little
is
practice.
not
Bit a little more
I-
Brazilian in there,
Yeah,
but you're close. You're getting there.
I
You're getting
haven't got
there.
the accent down
A little
yet.
Portuguese. All right, so I have another question here. This might be a couple more moments, because we're getting close to popping into this panel, I think here. So what? Let's just get into the nitty gritty here. Like, what was the biggest challenge you feel like so far, putting this together? Because I don't think a lot of people know how hard it is.
That's
to
a
actually,
dangerous question.
you don't have to name names, but I mean,
No,
what's
it's
some
not, it
things
doesn't involve any people. It doesn't involve any
Oh.
people. It's
Darn.
it's working late prepping the reels and the segues and all that. That was the most challenging.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's really hard. Paul, what about you? What's one of the hardest things you found for the preparing for
I
this?
think it's there's a lot of pressure for certain on you guys in terms of the editing and things like that. And I'm amazed how smooth it went with
Yeah.
pulling so many different people together. And
Yeah.
that's a lot of moving parts. That's having people come to live events on the right time, being there a little bit earlier, sooner, and all that sort of stuff. That's an impressive feat. Yeah, and brave. I would have been a bit more pre-recorded, I think, because a bit more paranoid about those things. But it's smooth so far. Lovely. Don't want to try to jinx it, but I think whatever was difficult was massively outweighed by what was fun. So
I agree. 100%.
Indeed. And Amy, what about you? What'd you find difficult? It's your
Well,
It's your first-ish.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that I had
Interesting.
enough put on me to say that anything was difficult. So I guess like the most difficult was, I guess, trying to reach out to people sometimes. Not in a way like it was difficult. It's just like some people aren't on this social, some people aren't on that social, or like
Yeah.
they're active on this one but not on that one. So it was really hard sometimes to get to people, or So that
That's
was
for
the hardest
sure.
thing, which wasn't even that difficult compared to everything, So
Well, we're really proud of how you handled all that, especially when we little behind the scenes fact, we had to last minute Hail Mary to get Nick to come on a one-on-one. And Amy
couldn't believe it, yeah.
just went for it and it worked. And so I thank you so much for that. And
I mean,
That's cool.
it's all him. He gets all the praise for that.
Yeah.
Because I said it as a joke. I was like, well, you could do the one-on-one. He was like, yeah, I can. And I was like, what? Wait, say that again?
but like I said, that's
That's cool.
the best way to ask Nick things.
Yeah.
Perfect. I think for me, the hardest thing so far really is the scheduling stuff. I don't think people realize how difficult it is to get. I feel like this is just with content creation in general. It's like extra hard to get people because they're already filming and being on camera all day. Like it's to get them to do it again and not on their schedule is very tough.
Oh yeah.
And we had some last minutes. I think we had a couple last minute switches this year, but nothing. I don't think anything that was like malicious, but we certainly had some like last minute.
There were
changes
nothing
and,
malicious and nothing too jarring.
yeah, nothing too jarring. But that was probably you know what I think it is? It's that X,
I still call it Twitter.
Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I think that used to be sort of the central hub for communicating with people, you know, the ASMR community specifically, and now it's sort of spread out. So we had to do a little Instagram outreach. It was
I actually
a little bit of
it was like 90% Instagram for me because the majority of people have left X.
Yeah,
exactly. They're not active.
Rightly so. Let's be honest.
Yeah, rightly so.
It became a toxic hellscape. So that's good.
You know, it's sad. I logged in there to go post something, and literally the first thing I see is a picture of Hitler. I was like, I logged in just now. I was like, let me go on there to Hitler. Oh, there's Hitler. All right, this is horrible. So I get it. Yeah, that's a whole other conversation though. But that's horrendous. So we have some new people here in the chat. We have ASMR Rosea, Lunar Blossom ASMR. Welcome. We're going to be starting in just a couple minutes here. I have one more question we have time for here. But I think this might be interesting. Did anyone's perspectives or did any of the presentations sort of change your opinion about things or introduce you with maybe some fresh ideas? Amy K, do you want to take us off with that one?
I think, I did mention that I gained a new perspective on what it's like to be a cross-platform creator. So that one, definitely. But also cinematic, I'd say it was inspiring. I mean, they were inspired. I was inspired. Yeah. I think fresh perspective would be cross-platform, though. Yeah.
Oh, what about you?
You've nicked my answer. I hate going second. But yeah, I'm going to dig in on the second one as well, which is cinematic. You know, the way Phoenician Sailor does his lights and he has the different layer of things. And it's just like, wow, that's so cool. And then Atlas and Blue, all of them were talking about some stuff that I'm certainly going to half inch. Steel in the Cockney Rhyme.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to be half inching a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Bamcam?
Like Amy, it was from cross-platform because one of my biggest problems in content creation is burnout. It happens to me a lot. Yeah. And Shiver made a really good point. It's something that I already knew, but always have it leave my mind because I'm a chronic overthinker and I'm thinking of all these different things I can do to keep myself organized so that it's easier to tackle the issue and be more consistent. But I was doing all the things except for that one tip that she gave that I've done before and I know works, and that is bulk film. Don't spread them all out because then you have to constantly worry about them all the time. My routine was pick a day after work, I get home and film, and then later in the week record, or later in the week edit rather, and then later in the week upload it. That's taking 3 evenings out of my week every week, and that's not good. So bulk filming and bulk editing is a much better way to go. I could just dedicate a whole day doing it and then relax for a couple weeks and interact with comments to keep it going.
Absolutely. For me, I think the thing is I realized in the cosplay panel, I think I actually put on my first full suit of armor for this role play I'm doing. It was 1,000 pounds and I almost died, but that's a whole other thing. But I realized my makeup game, I had bought a couple little makeup. You almost died for something else. But I was almost collapsed in metal. It was a little different kind of death.
I was collapsed in something that is said to be metal. Anyway, I'm going to stop interrupting you.
No, I just want to say that I realized somebody, I forget who, I think it was Agilia, said they'd spend 3 hours on their makeup. And then I was realizing, because, you see some of these costumes, and you're like, how is this so good? And it's because they put in a lot of time to make it look that good. And you know what? My game is like not there yet. So I definitely need to up my costuming like abilities. And you know, that was one thing I learned a lot was yeah, you don't just look that good by spending 30 minutes on it. You know what I mean? You really it's a lot of work. So a lot of respect there, and certainly something to think about. And you think about movies and stuff, you're like, yeah, they were spending all day doing that, like getting the right face makeup, and it makes the details make a huge difference. Like that last 10%, that last half an hour that you'd spend doing it, that really makes a big difference. So,
Yeah.
I think that was.
I saw
probably
your suit of armor, by the way.
Oh, you saw
It's
it? You saw it?
magnificent
Yeah.
to wear. You know, I think at least 3 of us here have worn suits of armor, and yeah, it
It
was
hurts.
really
Not
impressive.
me.
It pinches, doesn't it? You know, if
Yeah,
you haven't got a
pinch.
gambeson on,
Oh yeah.
menus
Yeah.
like this, and
Yeah.
I hear it's like
Yeah.
dangerous. I think I could see like half of the knights in old days dying of an infection.
I know. I
From
would
just,
I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I told my fiance, I was like, there's a reason they kneel because that's the only way you can bend over. It's like
Yeah.
you cannot like if you squat, you're done. You're falling
Oh.
over
Yeah.
in that suit.
I would
Yeah,
not.
you-
I would
you-
not be able to handle it. The only armor I've ever worn my entire life was chainmail.
Chainmail was heavy.
Chainmail's
That's
heavy.
heady too, though.
That
It
I mean,
is,
some of
heavy,
the pricey
yeah.
ones
Yeah.
would
Not
wear
as
both
heavy as
as
like
well.
full
Yeah,
blown
I had both on.
plated armor.
I had both
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, you had the headpiece and the gambeson protection. I mean,
But you see
that
why they
really
needed a
rips your hair
squire.
out. Yeah.
You see- yeah, you figure out.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like
Yeah.
that's why they had the squire in the
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
Like they needed it. You could not have one because you can't put that on by yourself. There's no way.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
That's it. Especially when
Hard to
they had
take
the
off.
full suit on and they had the weapons and everything. I'm sure it was also heavier back then too, with
Mm.
Yeah.
whatever
of
metal they
course.
were using.
Yeah.
So we got some comments here, and then I think we're gonna go ahead and transition into our first panel
Mhm.
of the day. That is, we got Niley. Welcome, Niley, saying it's day 3. Yes, day 3 hype.
Mhm.
Let's go. We have some nostalgia for old Twitter from Julie, aka Sleeping Artist ASMR.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
feel that.
Got yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah.
Almost, it's sad because I feel like all the social media apps, it's like kind of an inflection point. They're all kind of not what they once were in a lot of ways.
They say that,
Um,
that absence makes the heart grow fonder. That does not apply to social media.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. MySpace though, I'm starting to get a little hankering for
Well,
some
MySpace is
MIDI
the
music
exception.
that you go. Yeah.
I do miss that about MySpace, but I don't miss the fact that it was slow and buggy. But then again, what wasn't in those days?
Yeah,
I
but
really miss being able to like customize your page.
Yeah.
I
That's
what I was
loved
gonna
doing
say.
that.
was
Yeah,
the
that
best.
was cool. Wasn't it?
and you
Skins.
force people to
Yeah.
listen to your shitty MIDI song. You're
Yeah.
like, yeah, you better listen to like terrible Metallica MIDI. That's it.
Yeah,
I always,
God.
I usually had Foo Fighters on my page, obviously.
Everybody, yeah. Well, they were good
cannot
though.
remember. Yeah.
They were good though. Let's see. We got some other ones. Oh, we got let's see here.
Nine
Squire
times out of eight,
appreciation.
when I try to 9 times out of 8 when I try to approve a comment held for review on YouTube, it says another moderator just handled this.
Yeah, I
was
just saw
so
that.
slow.
Yeah, I was gonna.
It's interesting what it flagged as well. The message was, "Hey, Yaloma." And it's like,
I think it
ooh,
was
this
flagging the
is-
emoji.
Oh,
which is
right. Okay.
so
maybe.
dumb.
Ah, yes. The hugging.
Yaloma
emoji.
also in the chat as well. Welcome to Yaloma.
Emo
Good to
music
see
for the win,
you.
yes. I haven't listened to AFI in forever. I was really into AFI back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. We got some Lunar Blossom says, I'm starting to wear costumes, and when it comes to putting makeup for symbols or scars or anything, either look at the picture or makeup tutorials or try to picture the character's looks in my head. That's the only way. I mean, for me, I couldn't even picture it in my head. I have to look like, I gotta go
Yeah.
find experts.
Oh
That's
yeah.
it. Okay, my fiance. It's one or the other. She can help me, but I'm clueless on my own. Emo music for the win, says Whisper Wind ASMR. I don't know. Is it emo or those oldies now? I feel like Foo Fighters might be hitting the
Don't say that.
oldies.
Don't say that.
Yeah, like the rap I listened to when I was a kid, like Tupac. That's
Dude.
like on the oldie station now. Like
Kids
It's
today
just-
are calling Blink 182 classic rock.
Yeah,
and I
oldies.
don't know how
That's
I
it.
feel
Stop.
about that.
that's it.
I don't want to hear that.
Well, I had to hear it, so now you have to.
That's it.
But I duetted a TikTok a while ago where somebody who actually looks kind of similar to me and people who saw my duet thought that we were the same person, but he was just standing there like this. And the music was like this pop punk song going, being a punk and going to school, riding skateboard after school. Sometimes it's really hard to be a kid. Whoa, hey girl.
Oh gosh.
It's the worst.
That sounds pretty emo.
But
Sounds
that's
pretty emo to me.
That's how music was in the early 2000s, and we thought
true.
it was cool for some
That's
reason.
true. And yeah.
Maybe we were young enough to think it was cool. I think that might be
That could be it.
that could be it.
The good
I
stuff
feel like,
survives, though, doesn't it? It continues on. I think something
Yeah.
becomes classic because it's not surrounded by noise anymore. Not surrounded by the
100%.
rubbish. So it's like,
100%.
oh, it's a classic. No, it's just the other stuff went away.
the good stuff rose to the top.
Yeah.
You know, after enough time, it's like, yeah, you got Bob Dylan and the Beatles. All the bad ones are gone. No one remembers those people.
I used ChatGTP a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, I'm old, turned out of touch. Tell me some cool music, recent cool music that
Oh
is
my
iconic
God.
and
That is a
culturally
dangerous
relevant that I
question.
should listen to.
That is
And
a
it was like,
dangerous
hey, have you
question.
tried Miley Cyrus's Flowers? And I'm like,
Oh.
I should try.
No,
And then I had
she's,
like
like,
the
old
list
now.
of these
I think
things.
she's,
And I was
like,
like, I'm
considered
just
old.
going through all
Yeah,
Nathan,
she's not even.
Stop.
Not
I
even
did
in
the
the
new
top,
ones. Yeah. I did the newish
I
ones,
did
so.
speak with it. Must have been maybe it was a 9-year-old kid from my boss, and she's like, I was like, what's your favorite music? Guitar Hero. It's like not
What?
even
Well,
a
that's
band.
adorable,
Guitar
though.
Hero.
Yeah, it's like a game. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm saying. It's
How does she
I
know
like
about
Guitar
Guitar
Heroes.
Hero?
yeah, it's
I
like
mean,
a game, like a video
I
game.
did see that there
Is it
has been
still
a
a
Guitar
thing?
Hero resurgence.
Yeah.
Drew Gooden put out a video recently, and he mentioned that there's a resurgence of Guitar Hero, which
Huh.
I'm okay with. You know,
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I was obsessed with it when I was younger, obsessed. But
A lot of classic songs
I was
on
also
Guitar
obsessed
Hero.
with it when I was younger.
Yeah.
The part is the key part of it, because the first time I played it was at my high school grad night. I think that was when it first came out.
I was that person. I had to get this is me bragging, but I could do the hardest.
Shred? You could shred on
Yeah,
that?
I could shred, and I
Were you able
completed
to shred
I
on-
completed every
Were
song.
you able to shred
like-
Dragon Force?
Okay. That was the one. The one was like. That's the only one I
Yeah.
couldn't do, but I think I actually may have completed it just by like mashing the keys, because like there's just so much going on that you just mash the keys.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think I
Sounds about
completed
right.
it.
That's
Yeah.
probably what it's like to just play it for reals, you know, almost like that, you know, just like
Yeah.
pretty much. Well, all right, guys. Well, I think we're getting some nostalgia in here for sure.
Yeah.
MySpace,
MySpace, Guitar
My
Hero,
Chemical Romance. That's
Blink-182.
another one.
My Chemical Romance. Oh,
Yeah.
Got some. I'm 29 soon. How did this happen? Well, let me tell you, as
That's
somebody who's
young.
a lot older than that.
That is,
that,
yeah.
I just turned
it'll happen, and
36
you're gonna see that
last week.
at 3 on there and a 4 on there pretty soon. And you're gonna wonder the same question.
Yeah.
So be happy. You should be happy at 29.
Yeah.
But
honestly,
yes.
30 is the best age to turn to, because a lot of people think that your life is going to be over and it's going to be dull and mundane when you get to 30. It's actually the exact opposite. It becomes
Yeah.
a lot more enjoyable. My 20s,
like my life finally begun.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what I always say. Like I
Wait till you
hated
hit 40.
my 20s.
That's the real good
I
time.
hated my
40.
20s
You know what I'm
so
saying?
much.
I'm talking about those 40s, guys. Come on, don't do me like that.
I'm
Let's-
looking.
Oh, no,
for
they say life begins at 40, but also.
yeah, let's use
they
it
say-
40, guys. Come
They
on,
say
everyone knows
30 is
that.
the new 20. So,
Yeah.
does
So
life
true.
begin
If
at
40
Okay.
is the new
Then I
20,
think-
I want out.
So,
Oh,
well,
no.
it's all to do as well with your biological age as well.
That's
so,
it. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, Paul. We're on the same page there. All right, so it looks like we're out of time here. Wait until you discover the magic of 40. Exactly, Yaloma.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying over here. No one believes us, but that's
I'm looking forward to it.
yeah, exactly.
I got
It's funny when you're like in
4
your
years.
teens, you're like 20. When you're 21, that's when you're really an adult. You're like,
No, that's
You're
when
21,
Oh my
you're like,
gosh.
I'm a
That's just
kid.
Such
that's
an
when you can
20-year-olds are
legally
children.
drink.
Oh.
That doesn't mean you're an adult.
Yeah.
Think about it. So many people think you become an adult because you can legally drink. Most of those same
Yeah.
people drink before that anyway. So
Very
how does
true,
that make
yeah.
sense?
Well, in Britain, it's legal when you're 18, and then
Yeah.
times 15.
In Canada,
And
I think it's
Oh.
19.
drinking culture is when you realize that alcohol is not the adult drink, then you become an
not.
adult.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so true. Once
Well,
you like are
first
like,
of
no,
all-
I don't really drink anymore. That was the old me.
That
That's
was
when you're like,
transcended.
adulthood.
okay, now you're an adult.
Here's my opinion
when
that absolutely
when you're young, you think alcohol is the adult's drink,
Yeah.
and then you get a
Yeah.
bit older and you think coffee is the
Yeah.
adult's drink, and then you get a bit older and you say water is the adult's
Yeah,
drink.
water.
know-
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Here's
that's
what
so
I think is
true.
the here's what I
Economists.
think is the adult drink that absolutely nobody will agree with, but I will die on
Mountain
this
Dew,
hill.
I'm gonna guess.
Not Mountain Dew, celery juice.
Okay, yak's milk. What was sorry? What was the
Cranberry
answer?
Celery juice.
And celery juice. Oh
I
my
love
god,
that shit.
gross.
That's yeah. I don't have to be
That's the
an adult
retiree drink. I don't know.
to to disagree.
It's why I
I'm
was
being-
able to go for a
I've
run
never-
the day after having a ghost pepper, y'all.
No.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't think
plot
you're gonna
twist, the
turn me
adult
on
drink
to
was
celery
water the whole
juice.
time.
No.
Yeah, he was
That
water
was
the
It's
it.
whole
amazing.
time.
100% agreed.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So with that all said, I think we're gonna have to head out and leave you with a couple minutes of fun stuff, and then we're gonna be starting our 1v1 with Carol ASMR, and be talking about a legend of ASMR. I mean, I think that's
Mhm.
For
she
sure.
fits that category at this
Absolute
point. So with that said, y'all, we hope you have a great one. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All right.
Since I helped it created in 2018, 2019 actually, was it February, January, something like that.
A little over a year now.
I believe 2020 was the first time that I heard about it, and then the first time I was in it too.
I've known TingleCon has been a thing since I started my channel, so 3 years now. Shout out to TingleCon for doing cool stuff and having a platform for content creators to be able to sort of be niche in the ASMR category and shed light on new guys as well, because I think that's every bit as important.
Probably about 3.5 years, I think.
Considering I'm a co-founder of TingleCon, I would hope from the beginning.
This is my second TingleCon. I think I knew about it the year beforehand. Or I found out about it like just before or just after it had been. So 3 years?
I think I know about TingleCon for about 2 years, maybe 3, but the time flies, so I completely lost track of time.
Ever since the very first TingleCon.
For about 4 years now, and I'm very glad I found out about it.
I've known TingleCon has been a thing since the first TingleCon, and I think I've been a part of every TingleCon, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's true, and I look forward to it every year.
Since the beginning of time.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I had to give one whisper. You know, I haven't whispered this entire time. I'm here and I'm joined for a awesome one-on-one legendary legend panel interview with the great Carol ASMR, who you may have known from some previous TingleCons. Welcome, Carol. Welcome, Carol. We're excited to have you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. We're gonna be talking about. I think we'll be talking about a lot of things here, but specifically, I kind of want to talk about Spanish-speaking YouTube. I want to talk about your English channel, your Spanish channel, what you've been up to, and maybe just ASMR in general. And if any of you have a question for Carol, please go ahead and put it in the chat. And I'm gonna go ahead and actually load up my I'm gonna grab it from over here on this club, and I'm gonna get my cell phone. I'm gonna load up some questions here. So if you do have questions, we are just leave them in the chat, and we'll be sure to get to them in the last half an hour of this interview. So thank you so much. And I'm gonna just load this here. So why don't we dive into this? Because I think I feel like I haven't really asked you this question, maybe we talked about it, but like maybe not as formally. But
yeah,
how did you first discover ASMR, and sort of what inspired you to become an ASMR creator?
So I was going through a very rough patch, like we all do at some point in life. And I got depression and I couldn't sleep. And my brother recommended me these videos on YouTube of people whispering, and they are very relaxing and they help me sleep. And I was like, what? They do what? And I thought it was very weird in the beginning, but then I was like, oh, this is actually working. I like this.
Awesome. And so how did that transition into creating videos?
Well, I had this channel. It wasn't a channel. One day in 2008, I was very bored, and I used to really like, and I still like, karaoke and like having the songs with the lyrics so I can sing along. And I did this one with The Way You Look Tonight by Tony Bennett, which I love because it's in my best friend's wedding, which is a film that me and my siblings really like. And I just put this song with the lyrics on it, and then the video hit like 1 million views.
I've never heard this story. Oh my gosh,
yeah.
what?
So
that's
I was
amazing.
like, oh, I should totally do like something with this channel. And for years I didn't know what to do, and my very toxic ex-boyfriend was not supportive at all. Funny story, he has now a YouTube channel, which is very hypocrite.
I mean, he's toxic, so it does sound par for the course.
Yeah. So and then obviously having now a very supportive partner, he was like, yeah, you should do something. And I was like, yeah, but I don't know what. And he was like, well, you really like this thing that you listen to help you sleep. And I was like, actually, yeah. And one day I was watching Sophie Michelle, and I was like, oh my God, I think I can do this. I think I can try to do this. So I'm going to give it a go. And I did.
Wow. I don't think we ever have asked you this question, because I'd remember that answer. That was really cool. And Sophie Michelle, of course, is awesome. Is she creating I think she took a break there for a period of time.
For a period of time, but she's back. Yeah. She's doing so much content.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm a fan as well.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's really nice. I think we were gonna meet sometime this year, but because she's pregnant, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Oh wow. Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations to her. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I think maybe then now I'm curious. Maybe I haven't asked you a lot of these questions. All of a sudden I'm like going back to my basic ASMR questions here. So then what's the story behind okay, well, it's funny because I remember the name of your other channel. So maybe like what about your channel name? I mean, does that have, besides it's like self-entitled, but it wasn't always that way. Like what's the story there?
It's a very Spanish speaking thing. All the Spanish speaking channels, like 70-80% of them, they have their name.
That's
And
interesting.
and that's not normally the rule for the
I was going to
English
say,
ones.
I happen to be an exception here.
Yeah, you're an
but,
exception, actually. I was just thinking about that. You're completely the
It's
exception.
random.
But
Yeah,
people don't normally use their name. They use like a
Yeah, that's
nickname or
interesting.
something.
Wow. Oh my
Um,
gosh. Like my mom, I'm like, why? She's totally right.
yeah.
That's the thing. Thing.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I used to be actually Sleepy Kitty ASMR for like 2 years, I think, from
Yeah.
2018 to 2020. And it was really cool because I changed it just before I reach 100K. So I have the plaque with my name in it. So it's nice.
That's awesome. So a question. I mean, I think that's, I really was kind of going for the Sleepy Kitty, and then hopefully you could show us why you chose the Sleepy guy. Is there a fluffy somebody around there? Maybe.
My firstborn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's because I have 2 cats.
Okay.
And I always thought like my viewers were these kitties that like the sleepy kitties that I was trying to help sleep, right? Like I was the one helping them. But the problem is that people were calling me Sleepy Kitty, and I was like, oh no, for me the sleepy kitties are my viewers. So how do we call you? And I was like, I'm Carol. So maybe I should be Carol ASMR. So I changed it.
I mean, Luisito fits that model too. It definitely has to be a thing. I mean, maybe that'd be a good point to just kind of, I mean, because you're kind of straddling 2 worlds with English and Spanish. And that's actually funny. We haven't had anyone on who actually does that. So, I mean, is there a difference, do you find, between your 2 audiences, or what's the difference between Spanish speaking YouTube and English speaking YouTube? Do you feel like there is one?
Yeah, they are very much more intense. The Spanish public, the audience, very much more intense, but also very committed. Like they comment more, they like more. If you do something that they enjoy, they're gonna be there all the time. They really want you to say hello to them. So if it's a live streaming, you spend like 80% of the time saying hello to people because they really like it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something else. Oh, and they prefer, specifically to ASMR, they prefer normally faster ASMR.
Do you think that has something to do with just the general? I wouldn't want to generalize, but I do think in Latin culture there's definitely that passion and energy that I think is very distinct. Do you think that might be part of it? Is that?
Yeah, totally. I think that now the fast ASMR is getting obviously so much traction because we're getting used to getting things quickly. So when things take too long, we get bored and we change the video. So yeah,
that's a really great connection. I never made that connection, but I think you're right. That definitely makes a lot of sense why the fast ASMR is kind of, because that's the content that's also being created. You look at short form, like shorts and TikTok and stuff.
Exactly.
That makes a lot of sense.
So we make 20 long videos, and it's like maybe not.
Yeah, if only those shorts paid a little better. It's the money. It's hard. The shorts is very inconsistent.
It really is.
Well, do you prefer to make videos in Spanish or English? Actually, which one do you like doing it in more?
I think English. It depends, because if it's for example a cranial nerve exam or kind of like a medical role play, I feel like I don't know all the words. Like I want to sound technical, and I'm not sounding technical at all. So I need to study it. So I need to dedicate more time to those videos. But I do enjoy more the English ones than the Spanish ones, because I watch ASMR in English, not in Spanish. I don't watch ASMR in Spanish at all.
Oh,
no.
Wow.
No.
Why is that? Do you have do you think it's just what sounds good, or?
Since from the beginning, I always was watching.
From the beginning, even.
From the beginning, yeah. I never watched Spanish ASMR. Like I tried it. I have many friends that do ASMR, but I am always there to support them. But to sleep, I can't. I really can't. It's not. I don't know.
I have to ask, do you feel like that's common? Like, are the other Spanish speaking creators, do they tend to be the same way? Or do
Not
they like
really. Not really. I think they do prefer Spanish one. Obviously, you have everything. Everyone is different, but
Yeah.
I think it's more normal that they watch Spanish ASMR.
It is one of those things with ASMR, and maybe it's an elephant in the room, but an accent, I do think, of course, like everyone has an accent to somebody else, right? But I do think there's something there. And maybe that's part of it where, like, for example, if you're speaking English with an accent versus, you know what I'm saying? In Spanish, you sound like a native. That's your native tongue. And
Well,
I think people do
I do sound
appreciate
like it's strange to them as well, because mostly
that. Oh, that's true.
my audience is from Latin America, so they're like, oh, Spanish accent.
Yeah. With a little bit of Argentine, something else, you know, like another difficult accent in there too. Yeah.
If I want to, yes, I can do both. So yeah.
Yeah. Ja. That's all you're like. Yeah. I forget the
sha.
Yeah. Oh, no, Nation mentioning the elephant in the room should be out. That's a good bingo card. Yeah. Thank you, Fam Kim. I agree. So what? So then I guess that's interesting. Do you like, how do you come up with your video ideas? Do you do the same thing on both channels, or like do you film one in English and then one in Spanish? Like, how do you
do that
just
a
in
lot.
general do it?
I do the one in English, one in Spanish a lot, but obviously I feel like sometimes there are videos that I know they're going to work in Spanish, but they're not going to work in English, and the other way around.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Like, why is, like, which one do you think that is it just the fast thing that you're saying, or is it something like,
Yeah, for example, I wouldn't do fast ASMR in my English channel because of the audience that I have there.
Yeah.
They are not the same. They just don't like the same stuff.
Yeah.
So it's really weird because as soon as you think that you know what your audience wants, then it changes. And you're like, why is this video not working, not getting traction? It should be, because the other one got it. So why?
That is so interesting. Do you ever subtitle your videos? Do you ever?
No. I will never sleep if I had to do that. I mean, I would love to. I would love to, because I'm all for accessibility, and that's something that I would really like to put on my videos. So that's why I really like TikTok, because it literally takes the speech from you automatically, and then you just have to like tidy it up, and that's it. I would love if YouTube could do that.
Yeah.
I don't think it can, right?
Not yet. Not quite yet.
Okay.
Not like that. Well, now that you're bringing up
amazing.
TikTok, I think we should talk a minute about that, because are you using short form content, and what's your experience with that so far?
Actually, since recently, like I started last winter because I didn't want to.
Yeah, I can relate.
Because I'm not into short form ASMR at all. I need long form ASMR.
Yes.
But I was like, this is really helping channels get discovered, because people have like a taste of you and they're like, I like Nathan's style, I want more, and then they go to the channel. So I was like, I'm missing an opportunity here to broadcast my content. So that's what I've been doing it. And lately, since the past month, I've been uploading a lot, and it helps. It really helps.
Sorry. There's a little feedback there for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry about
I thought that I had the video with the audio.
Yeah, no, that was weird. So I mean, I guess. So you said you're on TikTok, or you said you're on? Are you doing YouTube Shorts as well on your?
Yes, I am.
What's your experience with it? How do you feel about them so far? Do you like that on your YouTube channel?
I uploaded one like a year ago, and now has like 900,000 views.
Oh wow, that's fantastic.
And I'm like, oh, I wish that all of them will get 900,000. That will be
absolutely
dream. I uploaded one last night, and it's doing well. So hopefully.
So you've had a mixed review on that. I mean, obviously, I don't think the payout is great, because it's a shared. Like, I think it's like, if they watch 10 shorts, I think you and the 10 creators that they watch, you share a fund, I believe is what the payout is. But that is really great for growth, it sounds like, in terms of just.
So you need to think in like an investment.
Yeah.
You're not going to get money from that.
I'm guessing, I haven't seen, but I wonder there might be some YouTube Shorts only ASM artists out there, because you do see sometimes these big channels that just blew up from shorts, and they only post shorts. So that is interesting that there seems to be, you know, something there.
Yeah.
But it seems like with ASMR, it's like I don't know. It doesn't seem like any ASMR artist is quite comfortable the same way, in the sense that it doesn't seem to translate very well, you know, from long form. Like ASMR seems to be naturally long form, but what do you think about
Yeah.
that? Do you think a ASMR video should be long?
I think it depends on the preference of the person. What you prefer the most? I prefer long form. Like I need something that can be there, because it takes me a long time to fall asleep. So, and then imagine trying to find the type of content that I enjoy in short form. It would take me so much time and work. Like, please no, it already takes me long enough to find a video that I enjoy. And then I normally go back to the old ones that I know that work.
Absolutely. Well, I kind of want to ask you a question about, because again, I actually don't know if I've asked this question of you. But what's your equipment like when you're filming a video? Like, what do you, like, if you don't have to get too specific, but if you could share, like, how do you film a video? Just like, do you have one camera? Do you have two mics? Like, sort of, how do you set up for a video?
So I have my Sony Alpha 6400.
A classic.
Yeah, because I like it because the screen can be turned up instead of on the side. So that's basically why I bought it. Because if I want to look at myself, I just look a little bit up, like I'm looking at your forehead. So it doesn't look that strange. Like when you're watching a video and you see the ASMR artist looking to the side, you're like, oh my God, stop looking at yourself. Because they're trying to see that they are, you know, in the right space, that you can see what they're doing. Obviously, you're just trying to make the video better. But it's very obvious, at least for people that do ASMR especially. But yeah, I have two Rodes, MT1. I only use my Blue Yeti now for live streams. My poor thing is old; it's 5 years old. And then I have my soft boxes. I have 3 soft boxes and a little light that I use it as a backlight to shine from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you use that for every video? Do you feel like? I guess you said it's different between the live and the ones that you're posting.
For the live streams now. For the live streams, I'll use a Blue Yeti instead of the Rodes. I would love to get how's it called? Camlink?
Yes, the Camlink.
I would love to use El Gato. Yeah, I would love to use the cat. I would love to use the Camlink and be able to connect my camera, because that quality of video will make me so happy compared to this that you can see right now. I would really enjoy it, but long term, hopefully at some point I'll get that.
One of these days. Well, you know, I think I feel like they might be coming out with a new one at some point here. It's like some 8K cam link or something, you know. So by the time you buy one, it'll already be obsolete. That's how I felt when I bought one like a while ago. I was like, oh, well, this is already obsolete like a month later. So can you share some insights? We do have some like comments and stuff here that I want to get to. Again, if you do have comments for Carol, please
I'm reading now.
Go ahead and leave them in the chat, and we'll talk about them in just a little bit. But I do have about 2 more questions or 3 more questions here. Okay. If you could just talk about how do you make video? I mean, I'm like thinking about your Coraline role play, for example. I mean, how do you create a video, like your creative process? How do you plan it? Like maybe just take us with, like, maybe that could be a good video or one you like take us from the beginning to the end. How does that look?
Well, so I normally will watch a film or a TV show, and I'll be like, I can do something related to this. So obviously then I have to check what's doing well in my channel, which is something that we all should do. And sometimes we get too excited with the creative process, and then we're like, oh, no one wants to watch this. What am I doing? So I don't know. For example, I wanted to do a Barbie video. So I did a Weird Barbie Does Cranial Nerve Exam on You.
Oh, that's awesome.
So so it's more like, okay, I'm gonna get something that is, I know people would like to watch, but I'm gonna do it with this character because I'm gonna enjoy that. I do it for myself. I'm really gonna enjoy that, and I did. So more or less like that. If not, I would just go to my most watched videos and be like, okay, it's time to repeat one of my most watched videos. It's that time of the month. So I just like try to recreate it, but try to be obviously creative about it, not make the same content again. And there are just themes that I keep going back because they do well. Like I always do this devil, demon angel thing for Halloween. Or I used to do some medical exams to an astronaut, and that did really well. And I connected it to my Men in Black videos. So it was like an alien.
Awesome.
I don't know. And the Coraline ones, it was like, I need to do this because it's one of my favorite films ever. And I really need to. And they did really well. So I was very proud because normally when you get very excited about a character, a type of video, those are the types of videos that never do well. So when that one did really well, I was like, finally.
That's awesome.
I've made it. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Do you feel like there's any particular, I mean, it seems like to me it's interesting because I feel like I've talked to a lot of creators in this TingleCon, and it just feels like no one quite articulates it exactly this way, but when you hear about the inspiration that people have, it seems that it's usually something they enjoy. You know, I've been thinking about like people analytics, you know, and how people do use them, but it does seem more than anything that the joy of creating the video is the important thing. And I think a lot of creators who are new are probably, you know, they're like, shoot, how can I go viral? And it is part of one of those things where it's like, yeah, do things that you kind of enjoy. I'm wondering if you have any advice for new creators that you think might, you know, that you felt was pretty useful for starting up, or maybe a struggle you went through when you were just starting out.
Well, my struggle was that I was not paying attention to my analytics, for example, and I took it out with quite a big YouTuber, ASMR YouTuber, here, Sleepy Tingles. He's Argentinian. And we were talking, and I told him that I was very frustrated with the channel because every time I feel like I know what I'm doing, then it doesn't work. And he told me some things about analytics, like you're uploading your videos at 11 p.m. English time, but your biggest audience is from Mexico. Why don't you upload it at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. your time? You know, and I was like, oh, this is a tough decision because I used to love premiering my videos.
Yeah.
And I think that helped my channel, especially because you create a connection. It's like doing live streams. You're talking to people in real time. So I used to love having those moments with my longtime followers and be there talking to them while we were watching the video and commenting on it. So I think that's why I came back to live streaming, because I stopped premiering my videos and I was like, oh my God, I missed them. Like, oh, I want to be talking to them again. So you need to pay attention to analytics, the videos that do well, pay attention to that and try to be creative, how to recreate the same type of video. And things like what I said, your audience is from Mexico and you're uploading them like 3-4 p.m. Don't do that. Like, that's silly. Yeah.
It is one of those things you have to balance your audience and what you love. But also, I think you said something interesting, just that you watch movies and you want to recreate it. And that is one thing that also, it's like, you want to choose something you feel passionate about as a topic, not necessarily trend chasing where you're like, all right, I have to make a Mr. Beast ASMR. Like, that's it. I better jump on this train. So that's definitely something interesting that I think, you know, but I think another interesting thing would be how do you deal, like build, I mean, I see a lot of Carol love here in the chat, but how about your community? I mean, how do you engage your viewers? How do you create a connection with your audience?
I normally tell them in a very rude way that they need to like and comment, but in character. Like, I don't know, they're coming to a hairdresser's or to a tailor fitting, And I'm like, oh, well, remember that you need to pay with a like and comment. Thank you very much before leaving. Something like that. Or if I'm like, it's like if I do a follow my instructions video, I'm like, have you comment? Yeah, you're not doing it. Where's supposed to be commenting? So I do like I break the fourth wall a lot. Like I do in a fun way because they know that they're helping you. They like the video, they comment. So if you do it in a nice way, they're going to say, "Why wouldn't I?" She's being fun about it. So it takes a second.
Absolutely.
So I just try to make fun. I don't want to be all the time like, please like and subscribe, like, it gets boring.
The grind, that's the grind set, the entrepreneurial grind set thing on YouTube. I think it's interesting. It's almost like public radio here in the United States, where at least people, they expect better from you in some way. They don't want you to sell too hard because they trust you, in that interesting way. I haven't asked anybody this question. I feel like you're a good person to talk to about it. Collaboration is pretty common amongst YouTubers, but I feel like ASMR artists is almost even more so. Have you ever done any collaborations? And sort of how do you approach that?
I've done dozens of collaborations. I tend to get a bit nervous about it because I want to do this content. I want to do a good content, and if it's like for an English creator, I'm like thinking my accent is not good enough all the time, so I get very anxious about it. But I really enjoy it when I have the final product. And for a long time I wasn't doing collaborations, but this year started again because there's this big YouTuber in Spanish that he's such a nice guy. Called Mola ASMR,
who has been in TingleCon.
He was in TingleCon with me last summer around this time.
Oh,
I was sweating so much that day. My goodness, it was like 40 degrees.
And those subtitles didn't help. Doing all this stuff.
I had to subtitle it. I remember.
Yeah, you did. That
was
it's good you forgot that pain.
Because it was a lot of work.
2 hours.
I decided to forget about that. I'm proud that we did that. It was really good. So cool. He will just ask you to do like 5 minutes, and he will do like women of ASMR. So I'm putting in his channel. So I don't know. I started with that again, and I was like, okay, I'm doing collabs again, I suppose. Okay.
Is there one that you really, really liked, like your favorite one?
Oh my god.
Yeah, putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
I think I might know my favorite of the ones.
I mean, I really like the one of the
So the
what
Princess
was the
Bride,
name?
I think it was, or was it the one you're like
oh
a
god. I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about that one.
Yeah, that's an amazing.
I was Diego Montoya.
Yeah.
You killed my father.
I mean, you were an incredible Diego. You were a better Diego Montoya than I could ever be. I was impressed. Stuck with me. It stuck with me.
Oh yeah, but I like the one with you with Hendry and Tingle Smith.
Murder on the Orient Express.
Yes, thank you. I keep saying Death on the Nile, and it's not that one.
It's close enough.
No, the other one. Murder on the Orient Express.
Yeah, Murder on the Orient Express.
On the Orient Express. Yeah,
that was an incredible
one. I really liked the one because I really liked that story, that book, and it was really good. I really liked it.
And everyone did an incredible job. I think that's one beautiful thing about ASMR.
It's so cinematic. It's so cinematic. I was like, oh my god, I'm an actress.
Yeah. I showed friends that one. I was like, you know what?
I'm proud of that one. I'm so proud of that one.
Like,
the
normies can see this. That was a good one. Well, that is one of the cool things about ASMR is I think people are pretty open to collaborations. Usually, like for the most part, if you just ask them, I feel like people are pretty open to it. It's not I think in a lot of other niches, like,
but I think it's harder. I know how people are like, you need to go and be like, hi, play?
Yeah.
Would you mind, dude? You don't have to. We have 2 months in advance.
Yeah. Yeah, we're giving you 3 years of advance notice, please. Just like if you had just 5 minutes
And then you
to
have
do
4
that.
days, and you're like, I haven't recorded the video, and the deadline is in 4 days.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're doing one for Skyrim, and
Hendril, don't kill me. Hendril, it's coming.
yeah,
I swear my part is going to be there soon.
yeah. So for that one, they told me like at the beginning of June, I think it was, and it was for the ending of July, but because I went to Spain twice in a month, and then I got engaged, and we were buying a house. Thank you.
Oh no, and the house. Congratulations.
I'm buying a house. Yeah, so
Amazing.
it's been chaotic. Like I don't recommend it. It's all good news, but all together is too much for the brain.
Yes.
And yeah, so I was like, oh my god, that video. But I recorded it. So
I think it's gonna be one for the ages. I really feel good about that one. So I want to ask, I think, one more question, then I'm gonna ask some of these ones here in the chat. But how has your approach to ASMR changed over time? I mean, I guess we didn't really ask that, but how did it start off in the beginning, and where is it now today? Like, because were you always role plays? I feel like that's sort of more what you're doing these days, right?
Yeah, I used to do more sounds and stuff. I think I started to notice what was getting more traction, so I started doing more of those.
Yeah.
But it was more community based. We were closer together, but then all this drama drop out from left and right month after month, and I just got so fed up and burnt. I was like, okay, I have like these friends and these people that I like, and I'm gonna disconnect. And now that I'm not on Twitter, it's been even better. Like Twitter is so toxic.
Are you sure you didn't mean X?
Oh god, don't start. Oh god,
yeah.
Awful.
Seems to be a theme on this in this TingleCon.
Yeah. Oh god. But
how do you? Oh yeah, go ahead.
No. I'm just gonna say it was more community based because obviously it wasn't so big. So
yeah.
But then drama left and right, and pedophiles and rude people and stuff, and it was like, oh god, what is happening? We were safe and sound. What happened?
Yeah. It's interesting. A couple of different people, Jelly Bean Green, and I want to say it was ASMR Nerd, were saying, 5-10 years ago, it was probably more like 10, but that it was only like maybe 200 people. It was like everyone knew each other's names in those first 5-10 years, and now it's like,
it wasn't that far away. When I started in 2018, it was very much that way.
Similar.
I remember being a very, very small creator and talking on Twitter to GB, I don't know, Sophie Michelle, but to all these big creators. Zeitgeist has always been amazing because we enjoy talking about his cats. So it was just there. I wasn't like there wasn't like a separation, and I feel like there is.
Yeah, that is interesting how it shifted so much, but it just seems maybe that I kind of feel like that's just a reflection of YouTube in general. It's like it's just exploding at such a rapid pace. I think that's sort of, I think young people, I guess I'm not one anymore, but younger people want that's like the top profession choice. It's not like NBA player or like actor. It's like, I want to be a YouTuber, a TikToker. So it's so funny about that, how it's shifting. I think it'll probably continue in that direction with the way things are going as well. So let's see, we have some questions here. I had another question, but I want to just sort of jump in here real quick. Let me load up my little handy WhatsApp here. ASMR Rosea says, is there a concept or theme that you haven't tried that you want to try?
Thank you for the question. I would like to do more sci-fi. For example, I did kind of hinted at the end of one of my videos, but it was a Spanish one. I didn't do an English version of that one. I should. I hinted Doctor Who.
That's a good one.
So
That's a really good one.
I think I'm going to wait for the new season to drop or to be close to be dropping. And I really want to do a Doctor Who one because I'm watching it for the first time ever, and I've just got to Matt Smith, and I really, really want to try that.
That's a cool one. That's really cool. You know, I have some love here from a few of your fans. It looks like we have Belen Dorna. She says just in many different ways that you are awesome. And she's been watching a lot of your videos. She watches in both English and Spanish. Deanna says, "Oh, there you go. Give me that. Well, I'm trying to think of the delicious the parrilla, dude. Give me some carne en la parrilla. Yeah. Ooh. I was looking at some Argentinian pizza the other on a
oh my god! Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. It is godlike. Like
it looks good.
Oh my
god! It's thick. It's hearty. It's hearty.
Beautiful. It is. Yeah, you need to eat it with fork and knife because of so much cheese. You cannot lift it up.
Yeah. It looks so good though. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're making me hungry.
I mean, yeah, it's funny because I'm like lunch. I want like Argentinian food. And I want like choripan right now. So Diana says, "I love your pink background." She subscribed to you just now.
Thank you so much.
Kevin Agreo says, "I'm your number one fan."
That's my mod. He's my mod.
Number one fan. He's your mod. Oh, welcome, Kevin. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's see here. We got some other questions. Sweet Dream asked, "What is your favorite trigger you love to do for your sleepy kitties?" Oh, that's
face touching. I love doing face touching because it's my favorite trigger.
I'm sure they enjoy that. They're just like, "Please pet me."
Yes.
Pet me anywhere. That's all I ask, please.
Me too.
That's awesome.
I want all of the face touching. Like, send me face touching videos. I'm begging you.
Have you ever tried to ASMR to your cat though? Because I'm gonna be real, I've done it to my puppy, and like I just want to see like.
Chessie, the white fluffy Persian cat, he's deaf. So
he's deaf. Okay, well, not for him.
Deaf. So not for him. Maybe Pixel, the tabby one. Maybe she will do that. But
she'll react. She'll be like, She'll be like, these tingles I'm getting. All right, sorry. That's my cat. Yeah, she's just gonna look at you like, "You're weird. Why are humans so weird?"
Oh my god. You're just getting weirder and weirder, Mom.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just put the food in the bowl. What's going on here?
Feed me. Just shut up and feed me. Yeah.
ASMR Rosea asked, "Do you have this is a good question. Do you have a favorite ASMR season, like Christmas, Halloween, Valentine's Day?" Yeah, that's a good question.
I jumped.
No. That's an exciting question. I like that.
Thank you for that question. I am the biggest Halloween fan. So I'm already I got these contact lenses from a sponsor that they give me every year because they know I do really enjoy doing Halloween videos. So they just arrived and I'm like, I can start recording Halloween videos. So basically we bought this house, right? And I'm going to turn it, as I told to my partner, into our goth palace. It's going to be basically Halloween 365 days a year.
Poor guy. He's like, no.
And he loves it. No, he loves it.
He loves it. Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's a metalhead, so he'll be fine.
He's so nice. Yeah, he's such a good guy. That's how you know you found a keeper right there, right? That's how you know. You're like, baby, it's Halloween 365 days a year. Yeah. That's it. He's like, I love it. That's how you know you have a good match. Okay, Belen Dorna asks, do you ever get sleepy while recording your own videos?
If there's not noise outside, yes, I do. If I'm stressing because cars are going by, people are talking outside, my cats are meowing outside the door, then I'm like, please kill me. If not, yes. It's more when I'm editing. When I'm editing, because I'm relaxed. When I'm editing, I'm not thinking of what I need to do. Yeah. It has happened that I'm like, oh, I'm getting sleepy. I need to stop and do this tomorrow because I need to go to bed.
Yes.
Yep.
And of course your editing, which is like the most annoying yet sadly the most important part of any video. Like, ugh.
I actually enjoy editing.
You like the editing? Oh,
I think I'm the only person in the world.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Like,
you have a talent.
I'm just very particular how I edit my videos. So if I ever have an editor, I am so sorry for how annoying I'm going to be.
Yeah.
Like, if I can ever afford one, I'm going to be.
Not cheap.
Well, I mean, Keith can say how annoying I am when I need him to edit something, like, because he used to do my openings for my channel, and I am annoying. I am very particular. Like, I want things in a certain way.
Yeah. Well, that's part of being a creator, I think, is that you need to have your particular image and vision that you are trying to create. That's super important there.
Yeah.
We have a couple other comments here. It says, ASMR Rosea says, I found it slightly awkward to approach other creators for my first 2 collabs. Do you have any advice there, maybe? Like, yeah, I think it just is kind of awkward, right? It's just kind of like...
It's always awkward, I think. I think it never stops being awkward. Obviously, if you're friends,
even with friends, you're like, please, like,
no, you know, you're in a position where maybe they don't have that much time, so you just need to ask. You just need to do it. Like, there's no other way to get that done. You need to go through it.
Yeah,
it is necessary.
I think people, it is awkward in the sense that's very direct sometimes, but at the same time, people, I think, usually know their own schedules, so they'll say yes or no, and I don't think they'll be offended, certainly, like that you asked.
I mean, you cannot get offended. The worst thing they can say is no.
Right, exactly.
Like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Moving on. Hit them up next year. See, maybe they'll say yes. That you never know what people are, how busy they are, what they're dealing with. So I would just don't take it personally or anything if you can. Yeah. So we have another comment from a couple comments from FamCam. I'll read them since I was holding off here, but I think they're good ones. The guided meditation you did with Kevin MacLeod. Oh wow, Kevin MacLeod. Well, that's a nice. He's famous. Kevin MacLeod music in the background was way back in the day. Still a favorite of mine.
Is it still public? I don't know if it's still public. It might not be public.
It might be. Oh, darn.
I did put
maybe he downloaded it.
Tons of videos for my members, but I didn't want them to be public anymore because I look so different. Like, how is that person me? Like, it's so weird. Like, short hair with short blue hair. I don't know. I just look so different.
We change over the years. I feel like that's one of those things. There's phases.
Yeah, especially if you have a nose job.
Yeah, exactly. And Kevin MacLeod, for that, his YouTube audio library music, a fantastic, good. It's very good for like even non-ASMR videos. I like a lot of his stuff. He does a good job. And they're free to use. So that free being the key there. FamCam also saying, I'll be honest, given the choice of being a YouTuber or professional baseball player, I will take the latter, but only baseball. YouTuber over any professional sport. Whispering Sage says, my kids literally want to be YouTubers. Yeah, that's the thing now.
I think that people don't know how difficult it is to be a YouTuber. People think it's easy. Everybody thinks it's very easy. And it's really not. It's a lot of work and you burn out very quickly. Burnout means you get tired and you don't want to do it anymore.
Yes.
It's difficult to find that level where you're like, okay, I need to find how to marry this with my own life and my mental health.
100%. I think that's like it's a two-way thing on this where I work for a YouTuber, so you could be in YouTube and not be a YouTuber, which is a one pathway. But secondly, I think I think some YouTubers do this purposely where they're like driving in their green Lambo and they're like, check me out. Like, but I think when a lot of people think a YouTuber, they're thinking influencer, where it's like, but if you want to be a YouTuber, you have to sit and edit and like research and plan. Like, it's not like you're just get in front of the camera and then you're done. Like, that's it. You're just it's like you're putting in 12. So my know for my boss, it's like 12 hour, 14 hours. He's goes to edit at 11 p.m. like a video he has to release. People don't, and then it's like, oh, it got demonetized or this happened. There's a lot that goes into it, and it's actually almost like more work than a regular job in many ways. And I think that's people don't. A lot of kids, especially, are like, they don't know exactly what that entails, you know. So that's something that I think is important to say there. I agree with you totally there. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But if you love it, that's the key. Let's see. We have another thing here, a couple more comments here. Gracie B says, I do cold calls, emails for work as part of my job. So reaching out to folks is at this point easy. If they don't respond, if I reach out for a collab, no worries.
Yeah. You get used to it.
Yeah. Cold calling will get you hardened for about anything. Like, because people are like, die in a fire. You're like, I just called to see if you wanted this. Like, I'm sorry. I'm just doing my job. Exactly. Belen says you should definitely try Argentinian pizza and pasta.
Yeah, you should. I think it's telling you. I've
please,
eaten way too much of that.
Adios, por favor. Right? Just one day. I'm praying.
It is so good.
I need to get to Buenos Aires stat. Let's see. So, okay, here's a great question. What do you find times when you make an ASMR video for a specific day, but couldn't and had to make it another day?
Oh, constantly. Like literally this week, my fibromyalgia was awful. I had a really bad flare-up, and I am a person that I really plan things out because I'm anxious, very anxious person. So when I plan things, it calms me down a little bit. So it has no difference doing a video one day or the other, at least at this point now for me. But I really wanted to get it done because then I feel productive and then I feel good and serotonin and stuff, right? But I've been having to delay so many videos that I needed to record because just I couldn't. But I was watching on Instagram, Amy Kay. She was on full on makeup with horns and everything, and she couldn't record the video. And she was like, well, at least I got these nice pictures. And I was like, oh my God, how are you in such a good mood? I will be fuming because it happened to me once when I did, I think a collaboration that I was Princess Caroline from BoJack Horseman. And the audio was wrong and I had to redo it. And that was literally like the worst day of my life. Like having to redo a video, it really makes me mad. I don't enjoy it.
I feel like the second time is always better though, usually for at least for me, like even though I hate my life and I want to like not be alive anymore,
like please,
it usually turns out better. Yeah. Or you forget to get the audio doesn't record correctly. Like, ooh, that's the worst. That's when you like take your camera, you're like, it was so expensive. I can't.
God, yeah.
That's it. I actually have another question that you mentioned Instagram, and we literally, so we're almost out of time. I think this, unless someone has an incredible question, post it now in the chat. You've got like 3 minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to ask this question about Instagram.
Okay.
We haven't spoken. I think right now for me, it's just clear that Instagram is not getting the love on the ASMR world that it should. I'm wondering, are you on Threads? That's the first question there.
I am not on Threads.
Not on Threads.
I am.
Okay.
Should I?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's dead. But in the beginning, it was hopeful. You know, I think a few of us were hopeful.
I just want to have as little social media as possible.
Yeah.
I just cannot keep up. I can't keep up, and
it's hard. Yeah. And the thing is, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, but then if you did TikTok, like, you know what I'm saying? When it started, it's like you'd have 1 billion subscribers.
Oh, yes.
So it's hard to know when to jump
on
in.
TikTok, like in 2019, I think. And then I was like, I don't understand this app. And I just deleted it.
You're like, no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If only you had stayed on and just committed. It's hard to know when to commit, like when to choose a platform or a new thing coming out.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that. I don't feel bad about that. I'll be like, well, I didn't know that it was going to work. So I couldn't do it at that moment. But I don't know, if I see something that works, like now I'm like, Oh, okay, I'll do TikTok, I suppose.
Yeah,
And now people
yeah.
are telling me you need to do your live streams because I'm doing them on YouTube. Because I want to do them for my followers on YouTube, obviously. But people are telling me do them on TikTok. And I'm like,
Yeah, no, TikTok lives are huge. Same with Instagram lives as well. It's pretty big.
I'm gonna have to.
It just gets so overwhelming. It gets overwhelming. Are you I actually am now, I'm so curious. Are you doing any ASMR on Facebook?
No, I don't even have a Facebook account anymore for a few years.
You know, I'll tell you a secret.
I have it deactivated mine.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I only activated it when I need some pictures. And I'm like, wait, I think I have that picture on Facebook. And I reactivate the account and then deactivate it again. So no, I know people that do it, but
yeah. It's interesting because in a lot of other niches, they just repost the video onto Facebook, and there's a lot of money in that one. I think it's underrated for financial stuff, but
it really is.
But you know, no one brings it up in ASMR community Facebook. It's sort of one of those ones. How about Instagram? Are you doing any reels or any stuff on there? Do you feel like that's worth time utilizing, or?
I really don't know. I have uploaded a few ones, but I'm trying to keep my Instagram more personal. I'm trying to have TikTok for short versions of the videos I'm making. And then I feel like I want to keep my Instagram more personal. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Because it's more like, okay, so this is what I upload, like pictures of my life. And then, maybe things related to ASMR, but not videos of ASMR. Maybe I should. But for now, I'm just like keeping it on TikTok. The videos like full on ASMR.
Are your TikTok videos recuts, or do you do specifically videos for TikTok?
Both. Sometimes when I finish recording a video, I'm like, I can record now a video for TikTok. But then I turn the camera to the side and then I record, because the quality is so much better than a phone. I've done a few ones with my phone, but I just don't like it. I think it's there.
The image is not that great.
Yeah, and I did one that is doing really well compared to all of my other TikToks. And I'm like, I think that is because of the quality.
Very well.
I will recommend people to record the TikToks on their cameras and then edit them and then upload them. It's more work, but I think it goes a long way.
Yeah, and I think short form is evolving to where high effort is required in some of these as well. So that's something. Okay, so with that said, why don't we're at time. So if Carol, could you just one more time tell people where they can find you and your channel? And if you haven't already, please go subscribe and like all her videos. We'll be super duper appreciative. But yes, where can people find more of your content if they're interested?
So I have my Spanish ASMR channel. That is Carol ASMR, as my name that appears here. Then I have the English channel that is Carol ASMR score. How you call that? Score? English?
Yeah, something like that.
It's not an underscore, it's a
like a dash.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Or like,
so the Spanish one is Carol ASMR, and then is that a Spanish? Is that an American word or a British one? Is it dash? Is it dash?
I think every American word is a British word, almost, right?
Okay.
I feel like.
Okay, so Carol ASMR dash English. That's the English channel, and then I have TikTok. That is Carol Rogia. So it's Carol.Rogia, which is ROGIA. And without the dot is my Instagram. It's just Carol Rogia. ROGIA. Rogia.
Fantastic. Well, we have one last thing that says from Cesar BC. Me quedaría Carol, pero no sé inglés.
No te preocupes, César, gracias.
El próximo tiempo posible tenemos un panel de español.
Sí.
O portugués posible, o francés. Todos, en mi opinión.
That will be very nice.
Yeah,
we did it last year, though. We did have a panel with full on Spanish.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
thank you for subbing.
Carol, thank you so much. It's amazing. Thank you so much for subbing and supporting Carol as well. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And have yourself a good one. We'll We'll see you next time. That's it. That said, everyone, stay tuned. We have another panel coming right up just after this.
Since I helped it created in 2018, 2019 actually, was it February, January, something like that.
Little over a year now.
I believe 2020 was the first time that I heard about it, and then the first time I was in it too.
I've known TingleCon has been a thing since I started my channel, so 3 years now. Shout out to TingleCon for doing cool stuff and having a platform for content creators to be able to sort of be niche in the ASMR category and shed light on new guys as well, because I think that's every bit as important.
Probably about 3.5 years, I think.
Considering I'm a co-founder of TingleCon, I would hope from the beginning.
This is my second TingleCon. I think I knew about it the year beforehand, or I found out about it like just before or just after it had been. So 3 years?
I think I know about TingleCon for about 2 years, maybe 3, but the time flies, so I completely lost track of time.
Ever since the very first TingleCon.
For about 4 years now, and I'm very glad I found out about it.
I've known TingleCon has been a thing since the first TingleCon, and I think I've been a part of every TingleCon, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's true, and I look forward to it every year.
Since the beginning of time.
And hello, welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I'm Nathan ASMR, and I'm joined by Kat Bailey ASMR, Mira ASMR, and Whisperwind Sage ASMR. So we're going to be talking about role-playing today, which is, it's kind of related. It's funny, it's sort of, maybe that's will be our first question actually, but it's sort of related to cosplay and also cinematic, I think, in a lot of ways. Maybe we could start there. What do you think is like specifically unique to role playing versus say cosplay or cinematic? Is there a difference in your opinion? Do you want to Sage, do you want to start us off perhaps?
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think cosplay is mostly about the character, whereas roleplay is a little more focused on the plot and the content, like of the actual video. I mean, you can correct me if you guys think differently, but when you say role playing, I think the main thing needs to be how are you interacting with the viewer and making it a unique and really like immersive experience for them.
Yeah. Cool. Cap, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. Maybe on my end would be less set design for role play versus cinematic. I've kind of gotten away from set design a little bit because it's just been easier to maintain consistency. But yeah.
Amir, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what everyone's saying. I think for me, the difference between everything, role playing in my mind is situational. You want to make sure that your audience can be immersed into whatever situation you're portraying in that moment. Cinematic is you're creating this world around you and having that help you with that. And then I mean, it's just about really just the interaction. That's the main part of role playing. Whereas, like Cap was saying, cinematic is really set heavy. And then cosplay, I would say, is a little more like costume, makeup. Like I'm portraying this beloved character that I got to make sure I get right. But role playing has a lot more freedom to it than the other two, I feel.
Yeah. And in ways, sometimes I could say almost like it's the acting part of the, where you really, the delivery is a big part of what makes the role playing so different. Maybe we could start with maybe Cap on this one. Do you have a background in film or acting or anything that gives you some experience here?
Oh, nah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I went to school for film. And then I used to be on a country music record label. Did you know that,
Wow.
Nathan? I think
No,
you knew
I
that.
didn't know. That's
Okay.
amazing. That's awesome.
So I have some experience with like music videos and whatnot. You guys can probably hear my accent a little more when I talk loudly versus when I'm quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But that's my background, is just a little bit of everything in that regard.
That's cool. Mira, what about you?
None. I come from like healthcare administration background.
Nice.
You got to put on a nice act for the customer.
That's true. You know what?
Please them
I'm
somehow.
a professional actor. Please just don't scream at me on the phone.
Anyone in customer service is also an actor. Let's be
true.
real.
Any sort of retail experience, any sort of fast food, like anything that you have to deal with people, really.
You got to put on that smile. That's
Yes.
hard. That's
Plaster
hard.
on the customer service smile.
Sage, what about you?
Yeah, I went to school for theater. I mean, among other things, but theater was in there, so got a lot of experience from that. But then I had kids, so I don't actually have any like real world experience, I guess. I actually graduated college when I was pregnant, so I went right from college to motherhood. But then YouTube was kind of a way where I could do it and also be a mom, and not have to like be out of the house. So
awesome. What's maybe we could just quickly go over this, but we didn't really say where people can find your channel. So maybe if we could just quickly go around and tell people, well, I'm going to tag another question on this, but if you could tell people where they could find your channel, and what's one video that you really like loved as a role play that just stood out to you that you'd want them to go take a look at? Mira, do you want to start us off?
Such a rough one to start with. My content's basically only on YouTube. I don't do live streaming because it terrifies me. I think for role playing, one of the ones I'm proudest of is probably my John Wick video. 'Cause
Yes,
it
that one was so
turned
cool.
out- Thank you. That was so much work. But I was really proud of how it turned out. So
What about you, Sage?
Well, I'm here on YouTube as Whisperwind ASMR. I also have a TikTok, and I need to get back at posting more regularly there. But that's fun. I do kind of like experimenting with the short form content a little bit too. And a video that I would be really proud of. I mean, I've had a lot of fun ones, but I think there's one. It's called the Apothecary ASMR, and it's like a retired hero kind of, so almost like that D&D trope of like the retired level 20 hero that like makes you a potion and tells kind of her stories of when she used to be an adventurer. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun.
What about you, Cap?
I'm on YouTube as Cap Bailey ASMR, and I think my favorite would probably be Sniper Sounds video. It's like a sniper in a bush making noises. It's very dude-esque ASMR. Cliche.
Yeah.
So,
but it kind of fits. You know, I mean, you got to be quiet. That's for sure. I get realistic in
you're
that
sniping
regard.
folks. That's right.
That's right. That's right. You know, that's actually another like. Well, she brought up TikTok and short form content, and I do want to talk about that a little bit. But how do you sort of approach blending a character and ASMR? You know, I mean, it's like obviously, let's say you're a sniper. I mean, how do you tie in like the ASMR part to that? Is there a specific like you're like, okay, I'll just do this but whisper? Or wow, Cap, do you wanna...
Yeah, I have a little candy bar in it, and like the whole premise is like we're like on a hill and we're watching people, so you're kind of like having a conversation and like, here, take some of this candy bar because we've been sitting here for hours like watching this guy. So there's little crinkly sounds, and then like, you know, the little like tinging of the little bullet sounds. Just kind of just the sort of ambiance of that setting. You can make a lot of cool, unique ASMR sounds with it.
What about you, Sage?
Yeah, I think for me, it comes from like the video concept. First of all, like there are a lot of kind of classic ASMR videos that you can do and just do it in more of a role play kind of fun way. So just picking a character that kind of lends itself to that. And then also for me, a lot of it comes from the setting. Like if you're going to a healer's hut, there are so many different things that you could do with ASMR in there. So sometimes it just comes up to me like being in the setting and then taking things from there and kind of going with, I'm like, ooh, that's a cool sound. That's a cool sound. Sometimes I'm discovering the cool sounds and the triggers as I'm filming too. And I'm like, oh, dang, that's a good one. I'm good at this. Like it's fun.
Mira, what about you?
yeah, I think for me, a lot of it has to do with, like Sage was saying, the character creation part of it. When I'm thinking about an idea and I'm thinking, okay, how can I make that ASMR? How can I make sure this is relaxing? A lot of it has to do with, is this a character people will feel safe with? And if not, how can I make this character feel safe and trustworthy? And then what reason does this character have for being quiet and making sounds? Like I want to make sure that I've lined all those up so it's not just me in front of a camera like, and I'm randomly whispering for no good reason and this is weird now.
So I have, I should add, we do have some questions from the audience. And if you do have questions for the panel, we're going to leave about 20, 30 minutes at the end to go through those. So if you do have any other questions for our panelists, please leave them in the chat. We are writing them down and we'll make sure to ask them then. So what about emotion? Is there a way that you do try to convey emotions through your characters? Do you feel, or messages perhaps, like, doesn't have to be political or anything, but just something you're trying to, some of our other cinematic panels talking about themes of death and things of grief, like different, not always positive, but definitely like different sort of thematic stuff. Is there themes that you try to explore with your content? Sage, do you want to start us off there?
Yeah, I actually have a really good example of that one. Last year around Halloween, I did a video of a banshee, which a banshee is a Celtic mythology creature, and they basically are these like dark clad women who scream and cry when somebody dies or when they're about to die. And so they're like this really creepy like thing that people avoid at all costs. And it's like, if you see a banshee, it's such a bad omen. But in the video, it started out as somebody who was like mourning their lover who died, and they come to this banshee and they like want to take it out on the banshee, but the banshee kind of actually talks about how death is a cycle and it's part of life, and it actually turned into like a really comforting role play for grief. And that was one of those times where I got into makeup and I kind of had an idea of what I was going to film, and then it completely changed as I was filming, and it actually ended up me talking a lot about grief that I experienced, like when I lost my father and the processing of all of that. It actually turned into like one of those videos that I get a ton of comments on that are like, this is so comforting and so actually really, really meaningful. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's a way that you can deal with content in a way that like is dark but is still really real and can be really applied to like real life things too.
Cap, what about you?
Her answer was fantastic. I can't
Yeah.
follow that up very good.
Yeah, so I agree. That's
also,
sorry,
the
bro.
dog was scratching my leg when you asked the
Yeah.
question, so I didn't
Yeah.
quite get it.
Yeah, just do you ever try to convey emotion or maybe just some message that you're trying to convey to your audience about? It doesn't have to be political or anything, but just
Got you.
maybe a theme of some sort, you know?
Yeah, I end up stumbling into that sort of stuff towards the end of the videos. It seems like when I'm like, this is great that I get to do this for a living, and let me try to leave something positive in this video versus me just being a fool in front of the camera for the first 20 minutes or whatever. But so I try to like bring something in, like positive affirmations are important on my channel. I try to let people know that everything's going to be okay, and remind people to breathe almost in every video, because that's always helped me. It's just taking a deep breath and slowing things down, and everything's going to be okay. So that's kind of my whole thing on my channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Mira, what about you?
I absolutely try to do a lot of emotional storytelling, specifically with fantasy, because it lends itself to that a lot. You can create these characters around specific emotions, specific stories. And I mean, just as humankind, we tell stories and we listen to stories because they're cathartic, because we want someone to walk alongside of us in these moments, and we want to be able to watch our emotions and experience our emotions through someone else's eyes, because it's easier that way when you feel like you've got a friend that's coming along the way with you. So a lot of times if I'm doing a character that does have something like I've got one of my main characters, she's a sorceress in this fantasy land I've created, and her main kind of storyline is just this tale of grief that is woven through, and you get to see different snippets of where she was when it started, how she worked through it, what she lost, how she's able to use that to help other people, and just I think all emotions have a place in good storytelling, and I think as long as we're making sure to tell them respectfully and thoughtfully, it's perfect for ASMR.
Yeah. And I think other content too. It seems like that seems to be one of the great things that makes videos really, really good, is the storytelling, the themes that you see throughout it. Maybe that's something that people don't focus enough on, and sometimes when they want to become a creator. So I have another question here. We do have a lot of audience questions, so I think I want to ask this question first. Well, I guess a lot of people are asking about Cat Bailey's dog. And just because he sort of mentioned it, is he in like, there he is. Oh my gosh, he's so happy.
He's coming.
That's a good boy.
He's so cute. He's such a good boy. Oh my goodness.
What a
It's
good
Apache.
boy. That's it.
Oh, baby.
I mean, now let's just watch the dog. Forget the panel. Let's just chill with the dog. I mean,
Panel's canceled.
Well, what kind of breed is he, Cap? What is he?
He's a German Shepherd, but they're like all about attention. So while I've been sitting here, he's been digging his claws into my thigh, like look at me.
That's a good boy. That's a good boy.
Yep.
All right. So that was actually a multiple part question from some of our audience. So I just wanted to get it in there. But have you guys ever tried a role play that didn't resonate with your audience? Maybe something that didn't really quite work out how you intended it? Mira, do you want to maybe start us off there?
I'm trying to think. I mean, sometimes I will do characters that are just for my own sanity, of like, I did a heavy character, so I'm going to do something that is absolutely goofy and silly and just lighthearted. Sometimes those perform really well. Sometimes people hate them. I'm trying to think of one specifically. I don't have one that I've gotten a bunch of weird comments on that people are like, what is this? This is so weird, because like you're coming to an ASMR channel with a bunch of different characters on it. You kind of know what to expect at this point.
That's true. That's true.
I did a Vogue answering questions one, or like a what's in my bag kind of style, and that one was a bit different because I made it choppier. So, but that was more about the editing style. So that's a really long-winded answer of me saying, I don't think so, because people know to expect anything and everything.
Cap, what about you?
Every other roleplay video I do tanks. But it's okay. We just keep doing it.
Yeah. Sage, what about you?
I mean, it seems to really vary. Sometimes people are really into something, sometimes they're really not. Sometimes I'll have one video that does really, really well, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And then I'll do a part 2 to it, like continuing the story, and then that one takes. And I'm like, come on, everybody's asking for a part 2. It's right there. And then it like doesn't happen. There are a lot of role plays that I have where I think they're gonna turn out one way, and while filming, it turns into something completely different. And I'm like, okay. So that happens a lot, but yeah, as far as like performance wise, no, it's really random, honestly.
Okay, so I have another question here that I think I'm curious to know. Do you have any specific character or archetype that you enjoy portraying the most? Like perhaps a goblin or troll goblins, perhaps. So Sage, maybe you could start us off there with that one.
Oh yeah. I enjoy doing a lot of things, but I have a goblin character. Her name is Knob, and I think she's just like my alter ego. Like 0 F's given about what anybody thinks, and just like gets to be this weird, creepy little goblin thing in the forest, and I love her so much. So Knob is one of them, but I also love fairies. There's a lot of different things that I do with fairies, like kind of basing it on a certain aesthetic or a certain element or something like that. Those are always super fun too.
Mira, what about you?
I have a soft spot for either like the snarky friend or the mom friend that just kind of is like in your face, like, please take care of yourself for the love. Like you're here because you need love and comfort, and I'm so tired of you not taking care of yourself. Really good at that one, because I have so many like loved ones in my own life that I do that too, and it's just, if you're watching, take care of yourself, please.
Cap, what about you, man?
Oh, I got a bunch. People like the Joker videos, but I have a beard now, so we can't do those anymore. I gotta stay true to it.
Yeah.
Maybe
a tired Joker. Maybe like a tired Joker. He's retired.
What's the British guy that Fred's voice? If his Joker has like amazing. A full blown beard. But I guess I would say probably the stuff that has to do with like tactical, like, because I grew up watching action movies, so I really enjoy getting into that kind of area of it. And it's always tricky to make that ASMR, but we do our best.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really enjoy your World War II role plays. I think they have a positive message in a way too, because there's a lot of heroes in those wars. So
yeah, sure.
It's one of those things that doesn't get enough on all sides. So that's really important. So again, we do have a lot of questions here. So I do want to jump into them. But I wanted to ask you this question first, and that is, are there any role plays that you really wanted to do that you haven't had a chance to delve into yet? Cap, perhaps you want to lead us off here?
Yeah, I have a note page on my phone that's literally, I could just do that for 40 seconds and of one-liners. And the very first one on that note page is Kylo Ren from Star Wars.
That's sick.
And I just haven't done it. I even bought a lightsaber, like a $400 lightsaber, and I still haven't done it. Makes cool sounds though, like when you switch it around.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Well, I think that's, maybe if the audience is listening, give him some love, let him know
my arm a little bit might do it.
Yeah. Mira, what about you? Is there anything you really want to try out you haven't had a chance to try?
I think my nerdy little self would absolutely love to do an Elizabeth Bennet, like, full cinematic shot kind of thing. But man, you need like the costume, the setup, the every.
It's so
That's
much.
like,
Yeah.
it's not gonna happen. But she's here. She's right here.
If you ever win the lottery, that'll be
Exactly.
it right there. That's
Coming
it.
for you, Bennett.
Exactly. Sage, what about you?
Oh, I have notes on my phone. I have Google app or like Drive apps that are just full of different ideas too. A lot of times I like have shows that are kind of obscure that I'm like, I really don't know if anybody would even watch that. Like if anybody would even know what it was. Sometimes I do those and then they end up like not doing well. And I'm like, well, okay, but it's fun for me. So I'll probably do them eventually. It just depends. It might not do well at all because it's too much of a niche, like too specific. But there's a lot of fun characters out there that I would love to do.
Okay, so I wanted to ask if is there any because we got about 25 or a little bit over 25 minutes left. What is the biggest challenge you faced creating a role play character? Something that really is it getting the character just right? What's been the biggest challenge? Mira, do you want to tackle this one first?
I think, kind of like we've delved into a little bit previously, it's trying to make sure that the context for ASMR fits the character that you're trying to portray. Because a lot of the different ones that we do or the different ideas that we have, like you can role play just about anything, but can you make it comforting is the real question. So I think that's the biggest challenge, is just making sure that it still fits properly within the sphere of what we're doing.
Sage, what about you?
Yeah, part of it is I really love the character creation part of it, like actually coming up with the design of the character and the design of everything. Because I do so many things that are fantasy based and specifically like not modern day, sometimes it's really hard to find props and find the right things and find things that are not just super expensive. I would love to just have an unlimited budget and buy whatever I want off of Etsy, but that's just not in the cards for me. So a lot of times it comes to me adapting modern day things and things that I can find cheap and trying to make it look like it comes from a fantasy world, which takes a lot of time. It's not impossible, but it's that extra level of getting things ready. It takes me sometimes 2 or 3 hours just to make the props, let alone design the set, design the character, get ready, film, edit, blah, 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 blah. Like it's just that much more time.
Cap, what about you? What's been your biggest challenge?
I think probably would be achieving the mood for the role play with lighting, because I don't like you just said, I don't want to go out and have to buy a whole set every time I want to do a new role play. And I think if you can get the lighting right, you can sort of minimize your background, if that makes any sense, and kind of create the mood with the lighting. So that's been the biggest challenge, especially filming in like a tiny studio room, just trying to make it seem deep and there's more ambiance in the background and with less, if that makes any sense at all. So I would say lighting probably.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that's one of those things people don't realize how much it takes to actually get the props and like in the set design. You know, it's a money or a time thing in a lot of ways, but I think you can make do with some tricks of the trade. I think I have time for 2 of my own questions, and then I'll ask the audience questions here. Let's just see. But do you prefer to do original characters or recreate like existing characters? Maybe Cap, you want to tackle that one first?
Yeah, definitely originals, because it feels more sustainable for long-term content. And then I know personally, like doing the Joker thing, it's sometimes you get tired of hearing like, do another Joker. I'm like, I'm more than the Joker. So that's just an ego thing for sure. But yeah, I would say doing original is probably, easier for me.
Mira, what about you?
Absolutely originals. You have so much creative freedom over the character itself, the emotions you get to convey, how you're interacting, your set, your lights. It's just so much more fun.
What about you, Sage?
Yeah, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but also originals. I like doing characters that are like that people recognize sometimes, but one, I feel like you have to actually do a lot more research, especially like I do some Star Wars videos, and the Star Wars fandom will let you know if anything is wrong. I seriously research for like a month every time I do a Star Wars. I know so much about Star Wars just from like researching for every single video. And that can be kind of stressful. And also, like Mira was saying, just the freedom of, you know, people being like, oh, well, that's not how they would act. Well, this is my own character. It's a weird little fae with ears and like paint on their face. So you don't know how they would act. I know how they would act. It's me. So I get to do whatever I want. And that's fun.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so I think I have. Can I get a one-word answer? Oh, actually, no. Let's leave. We'll leave this one. But what do you think about short-form content for role-playing videos, or even just ASMR in general? Do you feel like it's something you like, or you feel like you'd want to get more into it, or maybe Cap? You seem like you have an opinion on that. What do you think?
I don't know, man. Like sometimes I'm in the mood one month to do short form content, and then other months I don't post a short video at all. So I'm super inconsistent with that. I don't quite get it, but I'm also old compared to most ASMR artists, so that's probably part of it too. But
yeah,
no, I do some. I try to chop it up and post some, but I'm just not. I don't have much of a voice on the topic, really. I hate to say it, Nathan.
No, it's all right. I think that seems to be a theme in ASMR. It's like short form content in ASMR are kind of a weird. It's in a weird place. You know, I think it's one of those mediums, art forms that's not quite totally suited in as maybe as some other ones might be. Mira, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I am an old woman at heart and have no desire to touch TikTok or shorts or anything. And it's not because they don't have their time and place. It's just because I'm old and I don't want to learn a new thing. I'm already learning YouTube. I'm already learning all these things. I have more social media right now than I ever wanted in my entire life. But yeah, I just, personal opinion, I don't feel like it's a good fit. But, you know, if you do, then do your own thing.
Sage, what about you? You mentioned TikTok earlier. What do you think?
Yeah, I have a TikTok. I felt like it was one of those, like, this is a great way to just kind of get my content out to new people. And so, but I don't focus on it a lot. Like, if I am going to do a short form video, I'm going to film it right after I filmed a long video. And I'm just going to do like a little piece of it that's just a bite size, and we'll be like, hey, if you like this, then you can check out the longer video or something like that. Personally, I kind of like short form sometimes because I get to just do these little snippets of ideas that I'm like, I don't really have a full video for this, or like this doesn't really fit into my channel, but I can just do like a minute or 2 minutes and make it work. And also, like, being on TikTok, people do ASMR and it's a little more funny based. It's a little more like based on the comedy and like weird stuff. And I'm just a weird little person, so I like doing the weird little stuff, and sometimes it's fun. So, but again, I kind of have where sometimes I'll do a bunch and then sometimes I'm like, I don't have the energy and I don't feel like it. So I don't like put a ton of effort into it, honestly.
Yeah, so far, I think only one person in the whole TingleCon has really expressed like a lot of love for the short form. But the one theme that I do seem to get it there is that it is creatively freeing in the way that you just said, where you can try out maybe some things that like you get pigeonholed into a certain niche on your main channels, and this might be a way to kind of experiment. But of course, there are shorts only ASMR artists and Instagram artists, TikTok ASMR artists. That's a whole other world. So definitely that's something to think about. So I wanted to go. Oh, actually, I have one last question, and then we're doing these audience questions. Oh my gosh, we had some funny questions coming up. So I heard something interesting. I follow this editor. His name is Taylor Smith. He's the editor for Logan Paul, who I'm not really a great fan of, but he's definitely accomplished. But his editor said, one thing that was really blew my mind is that Logan never looks at his analytics. So he drops a video and just never looks at what happens. And I think the reason he says it is more like, because he's focusing on the next big idea. And I'm wondering, do you look at your analytics? Does that ever inform the videos that you're creating? Or do you feel like, and what do you think about that? Sage, do you want to
Oh gosh, I look at my analytics probably too much. But especially when a video kind of takes off, then I think it's a good blueprint for like, okay, this is something that my audience really likes. So how can I adapt this into something new? I'm not big enough that I can just kind of post whatever I want and people are going to watch. I definitely have some ideas that don't do well. But when something does do well, then it's a good informed decision of like what I can kind of develop more. But again, like there is definitely doing too much and worrying too much about analytics. And just because a video doesn't perform as well on YouTube doesn't mean that it's a bad video, and it doesn't mean that you suck, and it doesn't mean that you don't know what you're doing. Sometimes it is just, you know, people's moods. Sometimes it's the algorithm. Sometimes it's unavoidable. So I don't know. I think it's kind of a double-edged sword because you can learn a lot from it, but you can also get hung up on it and have that affect how you think you're doing. And that's not necessarily true.
Absolutely. Mira, what about you?
I will look at overall analytics. I will very, very, very rarely touch the specific analytics on a specific video. Unless, like Sage was saying, it's something that took off. I'm like, okay, let me study that. Let me see what the audience liked the most about that, if it's something I can recreate, or if it's just something that, you know, was a one-off and great, that's good for the channel. But I have found that, kind of like we've all expressed, there are some videos that you're like, this is such a cool idea, this is great, or this is a part 2, everyone loved it, and it does not take off. And that's fine. And so I think getting too into the weeds with those analytics can really, really stifle both your creativity and just your drive to create things for an audience that follows you and loves what you do and what you create anyway.
Cap, what about you?
Yeah, I look at my analytics, but I used to look at them a lot more when I, you know, for the first 2 years probably. Over the last year or so, though, I've kind of made my rule where if there's a video that does 1 through 5, I do more of that kind of stuff. And if it does 5 to 10, I do less of that kind of stuff. And it keeps me from, you know, sort of getting caught up in all of the numbers and whatnot. Just kind of simplify it for myself that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's that toxicity of the numbers that really can get really, you know, depressing, especially because longevity on social media is so important. It's like if you're in this for more than a year, all of a sudden those things can be depressing. You get to see a 10 out of 10. You're like, no, why do I love that video?
Yeah.
I'm
a failure.
I'm a failure. No, why algorithm? Why have you cursed me? So, all right, that was really interesting. So we have a lot of questions here, so I want to get through them. So that was kind of what I had to go through today. So let's start off here with Abby Martin, who asks, this question is for everyone in the panel. This is an interesting question. What is your favorite color and why? Does it match your personality? Thank you, and I love you all. Mira, do you want to start us off?
My favorite color is the gold of a sunset. I don't know if it matches my personality or not, but it's just
I'd
like
say
whenever you're driving through the countryside right at sunset, it's just that calm, soothing, like so beautiful effect, and I love it.
Cool. Cap, what about you?
I think gold matches you well.
No.
The darkness of black.
Well, you Joker, man. That's
and white.
Just monochrome, man. All day.
Yeah.
My closet's so depressing. It's just white, gray, black.
Perfect. Sage, what about you?
My favorite is a midnight blue. Not like navy blue, a little more richness to it, almost like slightly purplish undertones, but just like a really, really dark, rich blue. I don't know if that fits my personality or not. I mean, I kind of. I'm dark and creepy. You can ask my husband. I don't look like it, but I kind of am. But also just I really love the night. I really love the stillness of the night and the stars and the moon, and that's just kind of my vibe and like where I feel the most at peace and alive.
Cool. Gracie B ASMR asks, which video of yours was the most challenging for you to film and what was the issue? Cap, why don't you start us off there?
I did a World War II one where I went in my mom's, I drove 2.5 hours to go in my mom's backyard because it was snowing, and I was like, I got to get some snow footage.
Yeah.
And I dug a foxhole in the backyard.
Wow.
I'm
is
like
not
30 years
easy.
old, and my neighbor's like, bro, like, what is going on? Like, what are you doing? Why are you digging a hole in your mom's yard? You're a grown man. So that was challenging, you know, doing that. But
that's awesome. Oh my gosh. Mira, what about you?
The John Wick video was definitely the most challenging because I wanted to make sure that the weaponry I was using was being handled properly, safely, and respectfully. So I did a lot of training beforehand. I did a lot of research beforehand. And then the video itself took 5 days to record because it like we were stuck in thunderstorms and they kept rerouting planes right overhead. So I'm in this full costume. It's hot. I'm handling these weapons, and I'm like, so yeah, that one was really challenging.
That does sound challenging. That is tough. Sage, what about you?
I filmed a video where it was like a council meeting with these like there's this kind of secret society called the Archivers, and there were 7 different characters. So I actually had a full-on script, which I don't usually do, but I did for that one, and each of them had to have like a different background and stuff. And so that one took 7 different nights to film it. And I also filmed that one, just really, really smart on my part, right around the 4th of July. And so there were so many fireworks, just and not just on the 4th of July. I know that, but this was when I lived in Georgia and there's not really restrictions on fireworks. So it was 2 weeks before and at least 2 weeks after, mostly just the whole month of July. There are fireworks everywhere. And I was like, and there weren't even like that long of segments. I originally was going to film a couple of them each night because I was like, well, it's only going to take like 5 or 10 minutes. It did not take 5 or 10 minutes. It took at least an hour every single time because I had to wait for the fireworks. Oh, yeah, that whole week. I was just not a fun person to be around. I was so mad.
As someone who lives in Florida, I can relate to that. People love their fireworks down here, that's for sure. So we got a question from Wraithwin, who is asking, what actors inspire you, if any? Maybe Sage, would you like to start us off since you ended last time?
Oh gosh. I love there's a lot of different actors that really inspire me, but I think the ones that inspire me the most are some of the like older women who have been in the industry for forever and just are true to themselves and feel like they don't give a shit about the fact that like, yes, I'm older and I'm going to play these older, mature women and can still play like these beautiful, strong women and not be like shying away from the fact that, well, yeah, I'm older. That's what happens when you don't die. There's a lot of people like Helen Mirren and a lot of people that, yeah, I love her. I love just kind of the women who are authentically themselves at different stages of their lives and stay that way. Yeah, Meryl Streep, Maggie Smith. There's a lot of just really powerhouse, wonderful women.
Mira, what about you?
I'm not picky when it comes to movies or actors. I think really, truly any actor or actress that can give themselves wholly to the role and just does a good job of portraying the nuance of different emotions and all the different backgrounds that we can come from as humans.
Cap, what about you?
I love Kevin Costner and Robert Duvall. Those two dudes, they make really good Westerns, and I like Westerns.
Yes.
Those are my two guys.
Fantastic. Okay, so we got more questions here. More questions in limited time. Oak is asking, are there any, so I think Cap did answer this, but so we're going to start with you anyway. Maybe somebody besides the Joker, but is there any characters you get tired of playing every once in a while?
Yeah, I was doing the boy in the back of the class videos for a few months, and there was like a million comments. Like there was a bunch of great comments, but as any video, there was comments. They're like, "Dude, you're like 30," and I was like, "Bro, I'm not doing these videos anymore."
Yeah.
You got me.
You're still in class?
This is
What's
Saved
up?
by the Bell. I'm an old man. Stop being mean.
That's awesome. Sage, what about you?
Not really any of my like original characters. I think for the most part, I craft them to be something that I enjoy, that I love. Every once in a while, I do videos like based off of Patreon requests or like custom videos or things like that. And sometimes people are like, do a medical role play. And I'm like, I do fantasy. I'm sorry, I don't really enjoy those. Like, to me, there needs to be a twist to it. Can we make it like a dark medical kidnapping? Can we make it like a vampire doctor? Just something. And they're like, no, just plain. And I'm like, okay. I don't know. There's just not a whole lot of excitement to me in that. So sometimes I do get a little bit tired of those. I mean, they perform decently well, but to me, it's just like, yeah, fine, whatever. I don't know. I don't really like just the plain straight.
I feel like those medical role plays are one of those ones. It's like,
I guess I'll do one. I know.
Yeah, they do so well. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the bread and butter. I feel like except there are a few actual doctors who do those, and it's like I feel like they enjoy it. They're like,
oh, sure. Oh, yeah, and there are people who are great at it, and I just. I guess I'm okay at them, but my strength is so much more in the fantasy and the whimsical and the magical that the fact that people come to me and like commission me to do these just plain characters, it just doesn't really make sense to me. I'm like, you could get this anywhere. I don't know. I
Mira,
like magical stuff.
You like Mira, what about you?
I don't take video requests or do videos that I don't enjoy doing or creating, just because I want you to be able to see that I'm enjoying myself in the process too. So I haven't created anything that I'm like sick and tired of, or like, oh, that's one other thing. But I do get requests all the time, 24/7, for freaking Kim Wexler ASMR.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I need to see it someday.
That'd be awesome.
Someday.
Kim Wexler's the woman.
Oh, so many. So that might happen one day, but that's like the running joke of my channel is Kim Wexler at this point.
Amazing. Okay, we got a yay or nay question here from Oak as well. He or she, I'm not actually sure. Oak is saying NPC ASMR, yes or no? Why don't we start with Cap here on this one?
What was it? OKC?
NPC ASMR, yes or no?
NPC ASMR.
It's actually a great idea. I feel like it's been done probably, but
I've been like seeing people on TikTok doing the NPC.
Yeah, the NPC.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. It's like a shorts for me. It just goes over my head. So no. A no for me.
Mira, what about you?
It's a no, dog. I'm not touching that. I don't.
Sage, what about you?
I mean,
yay or nay?
The trend, nay, but I feel like some of my characters are kind of NPC, but not like specifically, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm actually doing like a Skyrim guard, as I technically am. I guess I'm in the yay category and then the NPCs. But in case people don't know, there is a trend of people where they pretend to be like a video game character, and they're like, like they're in the startup screen, which is just very odd, but it's just blowing up. The other one is the edging, where they'll be like, all right, guys, I'm about to do some ASMR. I'm gonna just hit one in the chat right now, and I will do ASMR. I will do it one. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then they just keep the like edging forever. It's like a thing as well. So those are just those people are
rude. I know, rude.
Well, no, but people like it because they like the
anticipation,
the billion anticipation.
I guess.
So they end up never actually doing it, and then it's like the stream ends, and that's it. So that's kind of weird. But it's a little weird.
That's kind of weird.
No offense to anyone out there who does.
I'm
that.
so old. I don't know any of these trends.
That's why I'm saying this.
What?
It's better you don't. It's better you don't. ASMR Braylon asks, what is your favorite animal? And a second follow-up, if you were your favorite animal in a video, what would its story be? This is like a deep question. Like, what would its story be, and why would it be interacting with the viewer for the whole panel? I feel like Sage, that might be. I feel like you might have some.
Okay, I do actually have one that I've sort of done. My favorite animal, well, I guess one of my favorite animals is the raven. And I did the Raven Queen as a role play. And she's actually based off of like a D&D goddess character. But I kind of made her like my own too. And so she's like the goddess of the dead, but also the goddess of like memories. And so she was like taking away your negative memories, and like that to her is like what sustains her, but it's also good for the viewer, obviously, because they get rid of like bad things and like negative energy and stuff. So yeah, I guess I kind of did that.
Mira, what about you?
I'm like that third grade child whose favorite animal switches every other week. So I guess right now, fun fact about me, I own 5 Indian runner ducks. So runner ducks are probably my favorite animal. They're the cutest little things. But the only video concept I could think of in that short amount of time was some sort of cursed video where it's like, I'm in a freaking duck costume and I'm asking for breadcrumbs or fussing at you because you gave me the wrong kind of breadcrumbs in the duck pond. And that's is not happening.
Makes me imagine that walrus movie when that dude has to you all know that movie when he's like it's a horror movie and he becomes a walrus.
Oh no.
I do not know this movie.
Okay, maybe it's just
I don't,
me.
sorry.
I feel like I'm gonna have to go look up
someone
this
like
movie
yeah,
now.
someone like
Walrus
forces him to
horror
hang out.
movie.
Yeah, it's wild. Anyway.
Oh man.
What about you, Cap? What's your favorite animal, and would you play one?
I like tigers. Tigers are cool. I'd have to, I don't know how you'd play a tiger. I think it'd be kind of neat, a neat idea to explore like the traits of a tiger, not really the physical attributes, but like sort of their mannerisms in a way, and like call it Tiger ASMR and just be yourself, but do
That'd
like
be kind of sick.
You know what I'm saying, and kind of like angle it that way.
Tiger
That'd be
ASMR
kinda
has a ring to it for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
There's no doubt. Well, there's a guy who like wears like a Shibu Inu suit in Japan. He's like they custom made like a $15,000. So he like goes out like he's dressed like an actor. It looks like a real dog. You guys should
I've
look
seen
that up.
that guy.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
apparently
that's
got a lot of.
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. He got a lot of. I think he got a lot of like. I don't want to say crap, but I think he had a tough time after that came out in the news.
Yeah.
Oh, Jellybean Green saying, isn't that a Kevin Smith movie about the walrus?
Yeah,
Maybe that's.
Yeah, I think so. It's a horror movie. You know it if you saw a picture of the guy.
It sounds pretty distinctive. Okay, so we got another question here. We've got so we're like almost out of time here. So I think this will be either the last or the second to last question. Well, I guess I actually already asked this question about the established verse. So maybe just what's yeah, I'm trying to like reword this so that's an original. She's just asking, do you prefer original or established characters? Maybe like what's an established character you really enjoyed playing? We haven't really talked about that. Sage, how about you?
I did Mara Jade, who is a Star Wars character, but she's from like the extended universe that technically doesn't count anymore. That isn't canon because the new movies came out. Whatever. I don't care. I love Mara Jade. She's like one of my favorites. And so when I had red hair, I did a video with her and it was like an hour long and it was all these like smaller scenes that were kind of from her story. Cause like she has a really complex story. She starts out working for the Sith and then ends up as Luke Skywalker's wife and, having a child and just being this amazing, incredible woman. So that one was a lot of fun. Also a ton of research.
Yeah. You don't want to anger the Star Wars fans. That's for sure. Kat Bailey, what about you?
Yeah, probably the Joker, just because he's such a, like the Heath Ledger Joker is such a sick,
iconic.
Sick character. So that was a good one for me.
Museum Mira, what about you? Oh,
I had to look up my own videos to see what non-original characters I've even done. I think for mine, I do a Greek goddess series, and those are really fun to like kind of put my own spin on, but they're obviously, I guess, characters in their own right. And it just gives me a really good excuse to be a nerd and dig into a lot of Greek mythology, and it's super fun.
Absolutely. All right. So, I mean, this is pretty much it. Unless anyone has any last question for the chat, I'll give them a couple seconds here. Otherwise, I think that's going to be it. Yeah, I think we're at the end here, guys. You had your chance. Couldn't type fast enough. That was it. But that all said, I want to say thank you all so much. It was awesome to have you here. If just, once again, please go check out Kat Bailey ASMR on YouTube, Museum Mira ASMR on YouTube, Sage, aka Whisperwind ASMR on YouTube, or Knob the Goblin. Take your pick there. And also on TikTok, I think you said. I think Kat Bailey, you're also on TikTok, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit.
Kinda.
Yeah, a little dabble, a little bit there. But make sure you go check those out, subscribe. And once again, we want to say thank you so much for joining us for TingleCon and for our role-playing panel. So that said, stay tuned. We got something really amazing coming up in just a few minutes. And that said, Keith, do you want to take us away?
I will enjoy to be able to apparate, as they say in Harry Potter, to just travel with a click of my fingers. I would love that, because I love traveling.
This is gonna sound so lame, but some version of healing. I think the world could use more of that.
Probably the ability to stop or manipulate time so that I can take a nap.
Telekinesis. I would have telekinesis because you can go anywhere at any time. A lot of people don't know that telekinesis involves more than just moving shit. You can move yourself too. But I guess that is moving shit in a way.
I think I'd love to be able to communicate with all of the animals and creatures in the world.
Easily teleportation. I hate the fact that traveling takes a long time.
Like to make plants grow with my mind. Maybe telekinesis. Super speed. I'd like to be sped. I'd like to be like Sonic the Hedgehog. Be speedy. Super speed.
I mean, magic powers, anything would be brilliant. Magic power to just sleep exactly when you want to and wake up exactly when you want to. That would be brilliant.
It would probably have to be invisibility. I think that'd be really fun.
I'd say super strength. That way I could help people carry all kinds of things and I could, lift heavy stuff. It's definitely worth it.
It's so hard to beat invisibility because there's so many advantages to that. It would just be so fun to sneak up on people and to disappear when you don't want anyone to see you. Invisibility would be great.
Welcome to everyone watching TingleCon 2023. This is Secret Scholar, and joining me are some exceptional creators, Ray Moon, Jeannie B, and Old School ASMR, for a panel showcasing women ASMR creators, particularly those with a number of years of life experience and who, as ASMR videos themselves as well as audiences have matured since emerging over a decade ago, have seen ASMR video creation evolve. And we'll start off the conversation by asking the general question, what attracted you to ASMR and to creating a channel? Ray, would you like to start?
What attracted me to ASMR was just for relaxation. I found little, almost like shorts on ASMR on Instagram, but it was before shorts, and of just creators putting their clips on Instagram. And I couldn't sleep, and I would scroll through Instagram, and that's how I found out what ASMR was. And I was just so excited. I was like, there's a name for it, and I just fell in love with ASMR. And from Instagram, I went to YouTube because, they would tell you, go to YouTube and see the whole video. And I was like, what? So I fell in love with ASMR that way.
Yeah, very nice. I remember ASMR little shorts being on Instagram and just the sounds, falling asleep with those too. Yeah. How about you, Christina?
Mine is a little bit sad, my story. I lost my father due to cancer, and I experienced some sort of very powerful anxiety and looked for something to relax and fall asleep because I couldn't sleep and had nightmares. And I searched relaxing videos, and Gentle Whispering, Maria appeared. And back then they were called whispered videos, not ASMR. And I started listening to Maria, and she has been helping me for all these years.
I think that's wonderful. That's one of the best things about ASMR is the relaxation part.
To help people.
Mm.
And at a certain point, I just felt the need to give something back, to try do some ASMR myself. And it took me a lot of courage. It was a difficult decision because I'm a very shy and reserved person. And I tried to start a channel in 2017, made some videos, and I didn't have the courage to post them. And after COVID and all that thing, I finally decided to post something and see what happens. And I posted something without showing my face, just me and some candy. I was just sorting candies. And I started to like creating, and now it's part of my life.
That's really beautiful.
I just love the feedback, the idea that I can help someone.
Mm.
I can help someone falling asleep or dealing with the anxiety I had to deal with. And I love it.
I think it's a really welcoming community of once you start putting your videos
Wonderful people, amazing people.
Very supportive, and we're all very gentle,
kind, compassionate.
That's it.
Very wonderful people.
I love to read the comments of my videos and other people's videos. I love to see people being so supportive and sweet to each other.
Yeah,
it's
need
like a safe
more of
place
that
on
in the world.
Yes, definitely.
How about you, Jeannie?
I think I was searching for something like boring science lectures or because I remember sitting in college, with a droning professor and, wanting to nod off. And so I knew that used to put me to sleep. Music didn't do it. Talk radio didn't do it. That got too weird. And I used to listen to George Norrie, and then I'd start getting scared that there were aliens and UFOs and Bigfoots all surrounding my house. And so I looked for boring, just innocuous lectures. And of course, that just one thing led to ASMR, one thing led to another. And I just liked being able to tune out to the blah, blah, blah. I wasn't in it for the visuals. I was in it just for the sound so that I could close my eyes and just hear that monotonous or soft droning. And so that
the voice that you liked.
Yeah. And that was it, so if there were a lot of this kind of thing going on, it didn't matter because my eyes are closed. And so I needed the voice. And so that's what I thought, I can do too. And when my grandson urged me to do it, he calls me Baba Nini. He's Russian. Baba Nini, you need to do this. You need to do this. And I thought, oh, that's something I might be able to do. Drone on and blah, blah, blah. So that's what I did. So,
and you're so good at it too.
I noticed I hit the 150 videos mark.
Congratulations.
I made 150 videos.
That's
So
lot
I don't
of
know
work.
if that's a lot or a little, but
it represents a lot of work, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a body of work. It really truly is a body of work. And so, yeah.
And reaching out to a lot of people too.
Yeah, and that, like you two guys said, that's rewarding, reading the comments and reading the love and seeing the love go on between each other. When somebody says, gosh, I'm in a really dark, bad place, and then I'll say something, but watching 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 other people say something, it just touches my heart to see that kind of support and love and outreach from within a video, not coming from me, but going to and from each other.
Yeah. It's pretty powerful when you can help people and change things for the better. That's a really big draw, I think, for creators.
Yeah.
I like to think it is, but especially with the ASMR community and with us particularly, I notice a lot of the women creators really have that gentleness and that kindness that they want to give back. And yeah, with me, it was very similar. It was just a stress reduction. If there's so much going on in my head, it's blah, 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 blah. And somehow I needed to tame the squirrels, the squirrels in my head that are always doing things. And it just, I love the sounds and the gentleness of the manner. It could be visual, could be audio, both. Just, I remember watching this rock video. It was Ephemeral Rift. And there was no speaking. It was just his hands. And he was unwrapping rocks from this really thick paper with strings. And yeah, there was just something so relaxing about that.
Yeah.
And then he was drawing on paper with a pencil, and the textures were just so nice. And it just really helped me focus, kind of like mindfulness, but you're not alone. I think I like that part where you're not alone. And creating, I think, like Christine, I was a bit shy at first. I still am a bit shy, I suppose, but the big draw was trying to reach all these people and contribute, give back. And I'm glad to be part of that. It's a really great community, isn't it?
Truly.
Is there any favorite sounds you have that inspires you when you're creating your own videos? Is there any favorite thing?
Besides voice, for me, it would be just touched up. I was taking something out of a piece of plastic.
Crinkles.
Yeah, it would be crinkles or paper, like thin paper, and so that I like, or very soft tapping. I don't want to be jarred awake, and I don't want to be annoyed. So don't make annoying sounds. So it has to be soft, and that's something you all have in common, which is why I watch you all. You do that. If I start hearing this, loud, obnoxious, I that's it. Hammer comes down.
It does jar, doesn't it? If you get a sound.
Yeah.
And voice itself, someone's voice is really important, at least to me. And the vibes, that to feel someone's personality behind the voice.
Yeah.
I meet people now and I think they would be a really good ASM artist talking about their voices. I love towel folding videos. I love, have you ever watched any of Maria's towel folding videos? I love those. I love fabric sounds. I love things like that. I also like humor in ASMR. And that's, I have a couple of few favorite people that just make me laugh. And that's not always just falling asleep. That's relaxing, too.
Right. Yeah.
I think humor is really important because it helps us not take everything so seriously. Even if we're having really big problems, we can always laugh at something, and it's a huge release of stress and tension.
Yes.
Agreed.
Going back to the people being so nice to each other. I mean, if we all watch the news, we would think the world is a terrible place, But when you come into the ASMR community, you see there's really nice people. There's nice people everywhere. And I love that. I really do that. Sorry, I had to go back and say that.
No, I think
that's really interesting, Ray, because I just made a video today that actually addresses that. In one of my previous videos from the 70s, the reason I think people are drawn to that time is because of the simplicity, because there wasn't the 24/7 blasting news, and young kids are hearing this news. And we didn't back in the 60s and 70s. We just didn't. But that doesn't mean there wasn't turmoil in the world. My gosh, the 60s, civil rights movement, Manson's, Vietnam, there were a lot of things. And every decade, every era has its turbulent times, but it wasn't what we were surrounded with in terms of our everyday noise. It was you go
being bombarded with it 24/7.
Exactly. So I think being able to tune in to ASMR particularly helps us hear things, but also escape from that kind of noise in the world. And I'm afraid that so many kids are hearing the news 24/7, on these cable networks and all these things. And it just sounds so bad. So it's nice that we bring a softer, perspective to the world.
And show that there is a community of people out there that don't make these headlines.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think all the news feeds are just geared towards that, aren't they? Just geared towards upsetting things. And
that saying, if it bleeds, it leads,
Oh, dear.
It's how much wow factor in a negative way can we lead with and grab people with. And it's just, I mean, what we do in the grand scheme of things is quite boring. So, but that's a nice escape.
We need that balance.
Yes, it's a soft, nurturing escape without the drama of scary stuff.
Yeah, and I think the mind needs that space to sort things out, that quiet, patience with oneself, patience with the world. And you're not going to get that with all of this being fed at you, all the algorithms feeding you the worst things.
Yeah.
Support's very important.
And nurturing, I think as women, we probably hear in doing what we do, wow, you're the mom I wish I had, or the mom I miss, or the grandma I miss, or the aunt you remind me of my grandma, my cousin, that nurturing female figure.
Yeah.
It's so lovely to hear. I love hearing that. You remind me of my grandma. She just passed away. I miss her. Or you made me think about this memory with her. It's like, wow, that's how I'm so honored to hear that. And I'm sure you gals feel the same way. You spark a memory, a nurturing female memory, in someone's life.
Yeah, I hope so. I like to hear that from them.
Yeah.
although I'm not a mom, but
you're a pet mom.
Thanks to ASMR, I can be.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it, Christina? Yeah.
Yes, it feels nice.
Yeah.
I'm a pug mama.
But you're also the kind of sister or aunt or, female figure that so many people want and relate to and enjoy. So even though you aren't that, particularly, you still can evoke that in your viewers.
I love how, Christina, how you talk about women from the women's perspective, and that really drew me to your videos. I just love this courage that you show, this gentle, soft courage to be gentle and soft and vulnerable.
I am. I love being a woman.
Yeah, people really, women, young girls, older women can take a lot of inspiration from that. It's very powerful.
And I admit that I'm vulnerable, that I need help sometimes, that I'm a bad driver, that I need my husband to be happy. I depend on him to be happy. That I need some people in my life, and I need to know that they are happy in order for myself to achieve happiness. And I think being a woman is a beautiful thing. It's a gift, and we shouldn't try to become something that we're not. We have our place, and men have theirs.
Yeah.
And we complete each other if we want to. If not, that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's really beautiful. And there is a lot of pressure on people to be perfect, especially women. Women put a lot of pressure on themselves to be perfect or be seen as perfect. And we've seen it with young women as well. And it's okay not to be perfect. It's okay to drop the ball or forget to push record.
I'm really sensitive, as sensitive that it seems to be almost something wrong. But that's who I am. I overthink everything, analyze in my mind over and over again. It's beautiful, as I was saying, to be a woman and to be feminine and to be nice and gentle and kind. There's nothing wrong. You can be also a fighter, but from time to time, you need to stop and smell the roses.
True.
Ray, I think that's another thing I like about your videos is when you do makeup and it just, I don't know, I feel like it's really nice to be a woman and to enjoy doing the makeup.
That's my favorite. My favorite videos to do are makeup videos
because you're really super at them.
Thank you. It's relaxing. It's just fun. I really picture people there that I'm putting makeup on. So I enjoy that a lot.
I find that so relaxing when you talk about what you're doing.
Yeah. I've never done one. I should try one.
Did you do one with face creams or something?
I did a get ready with me.
All right.
But it was on me. It was never a, let me try and draw your eyebrow on.
I bought all her products she used.
Pardon me?
I bought all your products that you used. I had to quit watching.
The only one I did was the Countess. She did makeup on Bertha. And we know how super cute.
I love that video.
Poor Bertha. So the Countess is the only one who did that. So,
has everyone here done role plays? I mean, in as much as the makeup videos are role plays, but you've done some really neat role plays too, Ray.
Ray does great ones. And so
Yeah,
does Christine.
Those are my favorite.
they are.
I really like doing the UFOologist. It's not a popular one, but people ask me to do it, so I'll do them for that. But I love that because I get to talk about UFOs, which I love to talk about. So the people who like it really like it, but they don't get a lot of views.
I thought that was a good one. I liked that video.
Yeah,
UFOs.
Your mug.
It's fun. And I have to say,
Jeannie, I haven't seen any of you. Well, you kind of role play, don't you, Jeannie?
No, not really. Other than the Countess, I really don't. I did a couple way back when, but no, I don't. I just don't. And I'd like to reconsider that. I don't want to box myself in and say I don't do that because I want to leave all walls down. Who knows? I may.
I feel like you'd be very good at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Christina, I think I love that video of yours where you're the girl in study hall or in the back of the classroom, the girl in the back of the classroom, and you go through your
love that one.
I loved improvising just without any type of script. Just I put the camera in front of me.
That's my very favorite.
I improvise. Thank you. Now I try. I work harder on my videos right now, but I think it was great fun back then when I didn't care so much about the quality of the video. It was spontaneous.
And I love your true crime videos because typically as I'm going to sleep, I don't want to hear negative things. But I really like how you leave out some of the more negative aspects of a true crime, and your voice. I love listening to your soft spoken, going on and on and on and on and on and on, and it's not going to scare me or creep me out. So I love those too. And that's completely, it's done in ASMR fashion. So true crime in ASMR fashion, that's talented. Yeah. And that's a skill.
I try to avoid the wow things, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Because that's not important. There are some other things to focus on. And I've done some historical figures also, some sort of myth-busters like Vlad the Impaler.
Yes.
And Ashbet Butlery, trying to approach from other perspective, just to not to justify what she did, for example, but to tell the truth. And people liked it. But I don't know why I stopped doing true crime. I think I should do
Is
some
it something you enjoy, like a hobby?
Yes, I loved listening to true crime, and I still do while I'm doing the chores in the house.
That's what I do too.
And I loved CSI and Criminal Minds and Medium, so these kind of TV shows. And I started doing them in the ASMR way, leaving out the wow things.
Yeah.
And focusing on...
I think people have said you know, a good ASMR artist can read the phone book, you know, and it doesn't matter what the topic is. If it's delivered in our manner, you know, that's what matters, you know, is the delivery, not always the content. Yeah.
There is someone, I forgot the name, reading pages from the dictionary.
Oh.
And it's really tingly.
Now, is that in English?
Yes, in English. And her voice is really nice and pleasant and tingly.
And today we start with A. Tomorrow we'll do B.
Yes, that's what she does. She reads pages from the dictionary, A, B, and so.
And just goes on and on. There's some ASMR Arctica did. I used to love his bus travel, and he'd have the bus noise in the background, but no talking, no voices, and he would just read out the stations as they come, the stops in Sweden. You know, so you'd get these Swedish names as the bus is going, and the next stop, and the next stop, and it was in the rain, and you know, just reading out the bus stops as the bus was going on its route. It was so relaxing. So
that sounds great.
Journey voice, the same voice, and it's also something that you feel like it accompanies you, as it accompanies your brain as you relax. And I think even if you're doing something, which is a lot on my channel as well, if you're doing something, some kind of activity that part of your brain is doing, the other part can relax a little bit.
Yeah.
Down. Really helps you focus, whether it's you need to defocus and just go to sleep, or focus on this one thing without any of the noise in the background, brain noise, mental noise.
I love when I get an email or a message saying, and I just got one a couple days ago, I'm 34 weeks pregnant. I cannot sleep, and your videos are the only thing I can fall asleep to. So, what an honor. I mean, 34 weeks, you know, how hard that lasts. You know, you're just uncomfortable. And so to know that you can help somebody relax and unwind to sleep, or a baby, you know, when somebody puts a baby up to your video and you knock the baby out, it's like, yay.
So 20 years from now, there'll be babies that are quoting your
or in tune with their quieter, gentler, softer side, you know, in seeking peace.
That is a beautiful thought. And I do think this younger generation that's coming up, that's listening to the videos, I do feel a gentle vibe from them. They're a lot more in tune with that, I think, than the previous generations that have been exposed to so much turmoil.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to know, I mean, when I see somebody saying I'm 16, I'm 17, I'm 18, and I listen to you, I think, wow, that's amazing. I was listening to Led Zeppelin, you know. So it's nice to know that they're getting doses of gentleness and comfort from all of us.
Mm. And the just the slow pace.
Yeah.
The rhythm of that, of the speaking and whatever visuals there are, it's just a nice slow pace. You can slow down and you don't have to move 100 miles an hour all the time.
That's wonderful, because the world seems to be going faster and faster, even the time.
Yeah.
Time passes faster, or is it just a feeling? But
yeah.
Well, we've got a really good question here about being a woman creator and also being older. We've touched a little bit on that. We always seem to mention that influence that we have as a grandmother, motherly big sister type influence. Do you feel like there's a stigma around being an older woman on YouTube? And how do you get around that?
I think from what I've seen and heard, that people appreciate the fact that we're not 20 and sexy young things, you know, and we don't have to be. That it's, personally, I've felt that there's a comfort in that I'm older, that I've got years behind me, I've got experience behind me. I've, you help kids and other people with breakups and things like that, and they're not gonna, it's not gonna end, when your heart is broken. Sorry, Margot's gonna bark. So, I don't see a stigma for me. I see a relief. I see a welcoming relief that we're here.
Yeah.
When I first started, I was scared. I was scared because I was older, but I just kind of, there are some things some videos I wouldn't do because I was older. I didn't feel like I would fit in that situation. So I just really tried to do videos that I felt comfortable in, role plays I felt comfortable in, and that could be an older person. I was very pleasantly surprised when people were so nice, because I was worried about it, because when I first started, I felt very alone. I didn't know anyone, and so I felt alone for a while, but people were so sweet. I mean, even the other ASM artists, very, very, very sweet. I was very surprised. So, that's just the community. I don't think people go to ASMR to be mean.
Yeah.
In fact, when I get videos, when I do get rude messages, sometimes these are people who don't even know what ASMR is.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're showing them.
Clicked on something random and they're at, why are you whispering? Why are you so quiet? Speak up, so they don't know. They don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
I loved your older Sophie video from Studio Ghibli.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I love Studio Ghibli's movies, and I was watching that with my granddaughter, and I was like, I could be old Sophie. I can't be young Sophie, but I could be old Sophie. And she just really got into it. She was so excited, and so she's going to be young Sophie, and I'm going to be old Sophie for Halloween.
Oh, that's great.
Christina, I don't know how you've found. I mean, did you feel like age was an issue when you started? Or was it mainly just putting yourself out
I
there?
was thinking about this, but I felt encouraged watching Souther ASMR Sounds, who is about my age, a little bit older. And I was afraid, I must admit. I'm not in my 20s, I'm in my late 40s. And I didn't even have the courage to show my face. And then I finally did it, and the feedback helped a lot because people were so nice. And of course I got some rude comments, but there are just a few. And no, I don't feel it as a scarlet letter, as a stigma now, but back then I was afraid. But it wasn't like so. It was okay.
So once you started, you realized that it was good.
My first videos, when I had the courage to show my face, and I got all that positive feedback, and people's comments and support encouraged me to do another one and so on.
That must feel really good to get that kind of feedback.
Yes, that's what helps me go on, because as I was telling you, I'm really reserved and not the most courageous woman in the world. And I used to care a lot what other people think and say about you, because I was educated this way, very strictly. People's opinion is really important. You need to have dignity. You need to act like a lady. All these things pulled me back. And step by step, I gained my place in the ASMR community. A small place, modest one, but I'm happy with it.
Would you say that producing ASMR videos then has given you more confidence?
Oh, yes.
Generally, that's good.
Oh, yes. I used to work as a teacher also, and it's kind of difficult dealing with children, teenagers, and I had to gain my confidence step by step back then also. And creating ASMR and videos made me gain some other sort of confidence that I needed. I trust myself more.
That's golden, isn't it?
And it helped me express a part of me that I have always wanted to, the artistic part, because I love writing. I used to write little plays for my students and poetry and things like that. And when I was a little girl, I was dreaming about becoming an actress. And now I can be whoever I want. I can be a mother. I'm not a mother in my real life. I cannot have children, but this thing offers me the possibility to be a mother if I want to, and to express that nurturing side of me, the motherly side.
So you're fulfilling your dreams.
In a way, yes.
Yeah. I think that's really beautiful. So I found it really intimidating when I started because it seemed like all the creators were really young, in their 20s, barely in their 30s. And there were a few older ones, but very few older women. Mainly the older ones were men. So I found it really intimidating. And of course, I didn't show my face either. I was afraid if people found out how old I really was, they'd stop watching. But
they don't care.
No, they don't. And it shouldn't matter.
It's all about the vibes and voice.
I wanted to ask you how I love your whole coming to the library. So how do you come up with your ideas? Because I love your whole atmosphere you have set up. Even though every video is different, I still feel like we're in the same place, and it's you. So it's always welcoming and calm and familiar. So how do you come up with your different ideas for your videos?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I just love sharing the things that I enjoy doing and things that I'm interested in. And I'm always reading and, doing things and conferences and this, that, and the other. And if there's something that I hear or find that just piques an interest, I go and I do a little bit of research on that, or if I already know about it and I think this will be a great video, I'd love to share this. And then I find out some extra things that I can add to it with sounds, and it's really fun.
I can tell with all I can tell with all your videos, everything that you share with us, or you show, you've prepared for that, a lot. You've done a lot of studying, it's things, or just things that you're sharing your knowledge with us. And I love that.
That's really what I had hoped to do. And it really is nice to hear that, because that's exactly what I had hoped to have in this environment, is just a safe place for people to come and feel like it's a familiar, safe area, and they can always find something, that's interesting and relaxing at the same time. That's thanks for saying that. It's exactly what I had hoped to create here.
You did, and you did it very well.
Thanks. Our last little topic, if we have a little bit of time left, is technology. How do you deal with technology? Everybody has issues with that. Any thoughts or experiences there?
Take two. I mean, Christina was saying that she was having a bad, day or week, and it's like I think we all do, where something wasn't connected or it wasn't in tight, and you just did 50 minutes, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
or there's a weird buzz, and it's like, where do buzzes come from? Raised aliens, it's like, where did that buzz come from? Why didn't I hear that? And
it did an hour video, and it had what I called mouse raspberries going through it like that. I couldn't figure out what it was. And I had to redo the whole thing. I never found out what it was. It was something with the cable, but
yeah,
complete mystery.
But here's what's really cool is you can ask your community, hey, I've got this issue, and there is going to be someone who knows everything about everything, and they will tell you. And someone told me to get a grounding this or that, or check that your outlets, that you're not plugged into too many things and extension cords and plugged into that and extension, because I will take one outlet and run 20 things off of it. And so I've learned little things like that. But if I just say, golly guys, can you tell me what to do, somebody typically will just give me tons of great information, and I'll do screenshots of it and learn from it. So technology is
it's a collective thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it can be a barrier to entry in terms of wanting to start, particularly a woman, who doesn't have any kind of a background with technology, wanting to jump in. It's like, oh my gosh, what do I need to do? And I say, just do it. Do it until you learn it. And it may come out ugly at first, but keep doing it, because you'll learn. And I think that's where we've all been. We've all learned how to make it better. I will never be overproduced, because I just don't have that capacity. I don't have those capabilities to be the best I can do is a good, a green screen that I can turn blue.
Really need that, do you?
I don't. I don't. It would be nice, and maybe someday I'll experiment with more, but I don't need to. I just don't think the world is already high tech and overproduced. So being simple, Christina's, are I can count on that, and Ray's, yours are, I can count on what you're going to do, and you too, Stephanie, with and I like that for me. I don't need newfangled, too much high tech, and I don't feel the need personally to jump in to try to be like that. It's enough to just know to plug things in around, and turn on certain lights. That's about my capabilities.
That's the best ASMR videos anyway, in my opinion.
Yeah.
or the low tech, as they call them.
Low tech, lo-fi. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the informality that gives you familiarity, and it's like you're not alone. Well, that closes our panel for tonight. And thank you so much. You're all very beautiful creators, and
As
thank
you are.
as well. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting.
So we'll say goodbye to the audience. Goodbye, everyone.
Relaxing, and you can leave all this stress out. So if not, I don't get on the creative flow at all.
For me, it's less of a flow and more of a random sparks of inspiration that I follow either to my betterment or my detriment.
Almost anything, actually. Watching a good movie, reading a good book, listening to a good song, sometimes even just scrolling on Pinterest. I'll see a picture or I'll see something and go, that would be so cool to incorporate into a video. Yeah, pretty much anything.
Sometimes, though it's been a while since I've done a real in-depth roleplay, but sometimes just laying in bed at night with nothing on, but laying there thinking and letting your mind wander, I found that the creative muse, if you will, visits me at those times. Not to sound too weird.
Probably painting, drawing, listening to music, looking at beautiful photographs and things like that.
What I usually do is go for a walk or listen to some music that inspires me and then think about what I want to tackle and I go for it.
Emotions. Most of my ideas come from a feeling. Sometimes I'll see something or experience something, and the feeling is so intense that I need to explain it through some kind of medium, whether that be like video or art or music. But feelings, yeah, feeling my feelings.
I think that when I see creativity in other movies, series, or even other people's channels, it gets me inspired as well. Little secret, one thing that also gets me is you have something important that you need to do, like a job, and then you just want to procrastinate so much. And you suddenly get so creative trying to procrastinate, like run away from my responsibilities.
When you're trying to sleep at night as well, like at 3 a.m. or something, all of the creativity seems to appear out of thin air as well.
Really just turning on the camera. As soon as I do that, things start happening.
I would say good vibes. You know, have a good mindset, kind of figure what I'm going for, and then just kind of run with it.
I don't know if this counts, is creating. Whether it's music or ASMR or playing around with graphic design or After Effects. When I shift my brain into the creative world, it's a lot easier to do any other sort of creation. So I think maybe taking this back even further is having the drive to get creative in the first place. That's tough. If I'm not feeling creative, if the drive isn't there, and it happens to me, it can be really hard to turn on that part. But once it is on, it's hard to turn off.
And welcome back. Hey everybody, I am FamCam ASMR and I am joined by three legends here. Shiver Me Tingles is returning, JBG, Jellybean Green is returning, and we also have here the great Lunar Blossom ASMR. We are doing a panel on neurodivergent creators. All four of us are neurodivergent creators. Nathan is usually the host, as you know, but I was elected to host this panel because I myself am neurodivergent. I am autistic and ADHD. Why don't we get into a little bit of that first? Does anybody want to describe their neurodivergent disorders, if you are comfortable doing so? Starting with JBG.
Hi, so I have ADHD. I was at one point in life trying to pursue an autism evaluation as well, but as some of you may know, getting diagnosed as an adult is, in the US anyway, is incredibly challenging, and I just kind of gave up on it.
I'm actually the exact same way. I'm formally diagnosed with autism, self-diagnosed ADHD, which is valid, by the way. Think of it like this. Self-diagnosis, you recognize certain things in yourself, but also be open to the fact that it may just be something about you without being fully with that disorder, if it makes sense. But if you can get diagnosed, then great, because it makes it easier to understand what is going on with you and how you can tackle it, if that makes sense. Shiver.
Hello, kia ora. My name is Shiver Me Tingles. I'm from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I have a formal PTSD diagnosis, and I'm also in the process of determining whether or not I might be autistic, but it's very, very, very early days. So it could just be other symptoms of my pre-existing disorders, but yeah, maybe.
Well, in our hearts, you're one of us regardless.
Part of the crew.
Yes. Lunar.
I have autism. It's PDD. I think it's
PDD-NOS?
Yeah,
I have a friend who has that.
I was actually taught it was called that one before, but
yeah.
Yes, that's what it is. And
sorry.
And I've I don't know what else to say. I guess I'm just
That's okay. That's okay.
All I can say, it's my first time, and I am nervous, if you guys can't tell. But I'm happy to be here at the same time, so.
Well, we're happy to have you. And for those who don't know, PDD-NOS stands for Pervasive Developmental Disorder Not Otherwise Specified. I actually learned about it very recently. A close friend of mine has that. He's one of the sweetest dudes ever. I will not name names, but yeah. Let's see. Can you all share your journeys in discovering your neurodivergence and how it has influenced your ASMR content creation? JBG.
Sure. I discovered that I had ADHD the way I think a lot of adults of my generation did, by having children. And I have 3 children. All 3 of them are neurodivergent. My oldest has ADHD, and my 2 younger children are autistic. But it was my oldest child when he was little, and we were starting to explore the possibility of an ADHD diagnosis for him, which involved me reading a lot about ADHD. And like a lot of people at that time, I thought I knew what it was, but it turns out I didn't. One of the biggest misconceptions being, how can I have ADHD? People with ADHD can't focus on anything. That would be looking back, I can laugh, but at the time I was like, it's ridiculous. I can't have ADHD because if you sit me in front of a video game, I can focus on it for like 8 hours, no problem. So I couldn't.
We have very selective focus. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I started learning about hyperfocus and things like that. But yeah, through the process of learning about it, was just mind-blowing because I was reading about all these things originally for my son, and I was like, oh my God, this is me. So first discovering that, and there was a period of a couple of years there where I just really dove into exploring it and understanding it, and it became kind of a cornerstone for my identity for a while. And not that it's not now, but I think I'm starting to get to a place where I'm pretty well adjusted to it, and it's not at the forefront of my mind all the time. It's just kind of at the periphery of my awareness as I deal with life on a day-to-day basis, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. And friendly reminder to those in chat, if you have any questions for us, please be sure to leave in the chat and we will do our best to answer it. And if you have any questions that we don't get to, make sure to send your questions to us at info@tinglecon.org and we'll do our best to get back to you that way. So back to this question, Shiver, can you share your journey into discovering your neurodivergence and how has it influenced your ASMR content, if it has?
I think due to the nature of my diagnosis, I can't share too much information.
No problem.
Fair enough. Like,
whatever you're comfortable with.
No, thank you. It's just been a pervasive part of my life of misdiagnosing with other things for a long time. And it just got to a point where it became almost impossible to function in society. And there was just like underlining levels of fear in everything that I did. So I sought out professional help 4 years ago, and just immediately walked in and immediately received my diagnosis. And yeah, I have been in treatment for like 4 years on and off, and it's been great. My quality of life has increased. I've learned about post-traumatic growth, which is this quantifiable measure of being able to be more present and enjoy life at a more authentic level and have a much stronger appreciation for things. But yeah, you can only say so much. But in terms of ASMR, so I've been listening to ASMR for like 10 or 11 years at this point. So I guess it's kind of just been like an aid. I don't know how much of it has been like a form of like self-treatment, because I've always just kind of consumed it. So at this point, it's like I don't know what it would be like to not be under the influence of ASMR. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I definitely feel like up until quite recently, I have been kind of prioritizing a recovery mindset with my content. A lot of my videos focus on self-acceptance and finding value in life and being present. And so I would say that's probably how it affects my work and my ASMR. Yeah.
That's fantastic. And remember, folks, that take that to heart. If you're struggling out there with any kind of disorder or any kind of trauma or anything like that, just know there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. There's always a way to get there. I think Shiver has proved that.
I will add, I will not be disclosing any information as to what caused this diagnosis. So,
Right.
But
Nope.
if you are just like quite sensitive to just even the discussion of trauma,
Exactly.
please be mindful of that. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I should have said that first. But yeah, just be mindful of that and like look after yourself and decide what you need to do with that. But again, I will not be disclosing any information.
Absolutely. And I don't
for everyone
advise
else's.
anybody else do that here either.
It's for you guys,
Yeah.
by the way.
What about you, Lunar?
Growing up, I've never I think I got diagnosed years ago as a child, but my family never told me because I don't know why they never told me, but I guess even when I turned 18, they still didn't tell me. Like I was always wondering about like why people treat me so differently and all that, because I came from a life where people treated me so badly, and people with neurodivergent or trauma or any other disorders they have, it's like, like they look at us like we're not worth their time, if that makes sense.
Totally.
So when my mother finally told me, I didn't think it, like I studied it as much as I could, like to understand what to expect, if that makes sense. It's even knowing it was hard. It was hard to live with it. And I used to keep telling myself in my high school years that I was like, I don't have one, I don't have one, I don't have one. And it's true fact, because it was really hard to accept and live with it. But then when and then I decided, hold on, I was off there.
It's okay.
But I was a wise person told me to, live with it no matter how badly people treat you. And I'm trying to live with it the best I can. I still go through my struggles and I still go through my hard times, but I live with it as much as I could. And for ASMR, when I discovered it, I didn't think people with neurodivergent people can actually do ASMR. I was looking at just one specific ASMR artist. I'm not going to give a name, but when I found out, it was I figured the community was full of equality and loving and supporting each other. And then I met a few people who are just like me, and I was happy. And even before I met them, I even just I started ASMR I said it was 2 years, so I think that year would be, was it 2020 or 2021? I can't remember.
2021, I believe.
I think so, yeah. But yeah, I started doing that, and even that I'm still learning the basics. I just I'm happy to be who I am today, and just sharing my positivity, because it's so hard to get that in social media.
Oh yeah.
So
100%.
I might have been off topic about it, but
oh, you're fine. It's all good.
But overall, it's pretty much it. So I'm just living in two different worlds. It's very one is have balance between having a hard time and having a good time. ASMR's, it could be the same, but right now I haven't experienced any hard stuff yet. I do get haters, or I do get people who makes me feel uncomfortable once in a while, but it's not constantly right now for me.
Yeah, 100%. And to add to that last point, I too don't get haters or trolls that often. I do get them, but and honestly, I expected to get a lot more because I'm neurodivergent. But even that information being publicly disclosed, I still don't get it often, because when trolls do come by, they notice that I don't react very often. A lot of neurodivergent people do, but here's why I don't. I've been through so much of it in IRL for 30 years, to the point where now it just comes my way and it just doesn't feel like anything. It's like I've had multiple relationships with narcissists and had a couple of narcissistic family members. I won't get into details of that, obviously, but having dealt with that pretty much my whole life has prepared me to deal with trolls, because most of the time they're nothing compared to that. Even when they leave comments, they're absolutely vile. In the end, it's a person. In the end, it's just a stranger on the internet that has a sad life or is bored or whatever the case may be. So I have, before even starting my channel, knowing that I would have to deal with that, I took years actually to mentally prepare myself for that so that I would be able to deal with it more. But with that said, let's go on to the next question. In what ways has ASMR been a helpful tool for managing certain aspects of your neurodivergence? JBG?
It's been hugely helpful, and I think we all probably see that in our comment section. I think broadly, the ASMR video viewership has maybe a higher percentage of neurodivergent individuals than a lot of other YouTube categories.
That's why I feel like I found my tribe.
So my big kind of primary focus for sort of healing and growth, everything over the past couple of years has been, I'm gonna forget the nervous system regulation.
Yeah.
So that's learning about nervous system dysregulation and how broadly that can affect individuals. And for anyone who's listening who's not quite familiar with that, I recommend looking it up. There are a lot of great videos about it, but it's basically this concept that whether it's through trauma or neurodivergence or, you know, those things tend to go hand in hand a lot, as kind of a chicken or the egg thing. The idea that not just our brain, but our whole nervous system, when we're living in this constant state of stress or fight or flight, it can begin to just have these really significant whole body physical impacts as well as mental emotional impacts. And for me, ASMR has been, especially ASMR role plays, has been a great tool for allowing me to, you know, in an imaginative, flexible brain way, get into this imaginary safe space. You know, this, when I can find a content creator who, regardless of the premise of the video, makes me feel kind of special and cared for and like I'm the focus of their attention, you know, it just feels really good. And I think it's kind of like, it feels a little bit like a spa day for my nervous system.
I love it. Shiver.
I feel like ASMR was like my first like experience, or like it's kind of like gateway to like mindfulness and meditation and things like that. Like I started watching ASMR when I was like 17, like,
wow.
And I don't know if I would have ever, like, maybe I would have because it's like trendy now, but I don't know if I would have gone into the world of mindfulness at a younger age. Like I would have gone into it much older, I think, because I think that's for me what ASMR is. I've never used ASMR to sleep, like, ever. Can you guys hear that wind? I'm really sorry if you can hear the wind.
No.
It's very windy.
I can hear something that's a little bit like, to me, it sounds like soothing white noise.
That'll be the wind.
I can't even hear it, but that's probably because there's a lot of white noise going on in my room because my computer is so loud. I don't know if y'all could hear that.
What was I saying?
You were saying that about how ASMR got you into mindfulness.
Yeah, so I've never used ASMR to sleep, like ever. It's always been like a thing that I've kind of just gone to at some point in my day. And I think that's just like kind of set the precedent for like set aside time to just let your brain like melt for a little bit. Like set aside time to just be present for a little bit, because I don't get tingles unless I'm actually concentrating on the content. So that's essentially mindfulness, right? And I think on the other hand of that, my ASMR content creation definitely has tested my ability to tolerate a lot more, I think. like in terms of managing boundaries, especially with like consumers and people like IRL, and managing my work boundaries and making sure that I'm not trying to burn myself out unbeknownstly. So I think ASMR has been a very valuable thing for me to learn how to tolerate a lot of things.
100%. Lunar.
Oh, this is gonna be difficult to answer, but well, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, the question was, crap, where was it? Oh, in what ways has ASMR been a helpful tool for managing certain aspects of your neurodivergence? Like, is it helped you with any kind of stress? Has it helped you with managing things of that nature?
Well, it has been helping me with I've been having sleeping problems, like ever since a very personal relationship loss I had. I had a hard time sleeping and caused me to lose my job. But every time I've when I feel like I need to sleep, I actually listen to ASMR for sleeping. Either it's whispering for sleep, or like just listening to like sounds of prompts that make you fall asleep, either instantly or slowly, like, if that makes sense. Okay, I lost it.
It's all good. It's all good. That does make
But
sense.
the point being made is that ASMR have been helping me with sleeping a lot, and even my own videos, like I watch them once in a while, and they make me surprisingly, my own magic makes me fall asleep as well. So it's been very helpful. And also, like, I guess, like, when I watch a video, like, like if I see something that's the most trending videos, like roleplay, for example, like when I watch it, it would be like almost like I'm educating myself to get the right idea of it. Like, for example, the doctor ASMR, like cranial nerve exam. I've watched a few how they do it, but I've also had to study it from an actual professional doctor. So when I did the second one, it was like I learned some of the skills they did, and it's a while to adjust to find a routine for it.
I feel
But it's like getting a bright idea of what this most trending video is about, and what can you do, like what can I do with my own twist of it if I wanted to do it that way. It's gives me a lot of thinking, and I'm really glad that when I do role plays, I can actually bring myself acting, because I've always acted by myself, even in front of my family. Like, it could annoy them sometimes, but all it is worth it. So it's like, I mean, I can act like there's no tomorrow. I can even act in this chat if I had to, but
yeah.
I think I just think that's a really interesting point, and I hadn't quite thought about it in that context, that maybe neurodivergent creators, because just to survive in societal interactions, we actually have to get pretty good at like role playing as a neurotypical person.
Exactly. That's what's known as masking.
Maybe that level of improvisation is something we bring to our videos.
And it's so crazy because most people I meet never guess that I'm autistic, because I've been, from a very young age, I've been so trained to mask that it just comes naturally to me now. Like, I still stim all the time. You may find me stim on camera sometimes, especially if you come to my own streams on Twitch. Shameless plug, twitch.tv/famcamasmr. But it does happen every now and then. But the famcamians, that's what I call my audience. The famcamians are so cool and never really make a big deal about it like people I knew in real life as a kid did. Because of course it makes more sense, because in those days, Like I grew up in the 90s, and being an autistic in the 90s sucked so bad. And I was diagnosed at a very young age. Like my initial diagnosis was actually around 2 years old. Like my parents are doctors, and my mom noticed some things in me very early on and got me in for a diagnosis. But I was too young to really remember anything, of course, at 2 years old. And my mom waited until she felt I was old enough to know, and she said she took the papers and like, Keith, you have Asperger's syndrome. That was the original diagnosis, but that's no longer the DSM because it's really just an autism diagnosis, and also, fuck on Asperger. If you know why, you know why. Anyway, we have a lot of audience questions, and I would love to get to them as much as possible. So why don't we go through them? And of course, if we run out with some time left, we'll go back to the pre-planned questions. But if you have more questions, please ask away. We want to interact with y'all as much as we possibly can. That's what we're here for. It's a better way of building more understanding in the community. So. First question. The first couple questions are from I Do Random Stuff, which aren't necessarily questions that can be answered in like a certain subjective way that gets different people's perspective. Really more factual questions. They are, where do you go to get a diagnosis for autism? There are certain clinics that you can do that. Look around your local healthcare clinics and see where that can be offered. And the other one is ADHD neurodivergent? Yes, it is. Neurodivergent, in fact, I actually pulled up the definition of it. It's an adjective meaning differing in mental or neurological function from what is considered typical or normal, frequently used with reference to autistic spectrum disorders, not neurotypical. And ADHD is also in that category. In fact, it's more common to have both ADHD and autism than just one of them, which
it's been
blew my mind
interesting
when I heard
over
that.
time to see, like, they kind of existed as separate diagnoses, and then I feel like
And they're
over time
kind
as we're
of-
learning more about, they've started to merge now.
And the funny thing is, they're kind of they're seemingly antitheses of one another. So if you have both, your brain is like at a constant battle between itself. I saw a meme recently saying autism, I need a routine to function. ADHD, I can't keep a routine to save my life. ADHD, that's my life.
Yeah.
That's my life. Next question is from my dear friend Julie, Sleeping Artist ASMR. Shout out to you,
Hey,
buddy.
Julie.
How do you continue to create and put out videos on a regular basis? What sort of tricks do you use to stay consistent? JBG.
I mean, I guess the best answer is to say that I don't. And that I
understand
am on
that.
a constant quest to accept that and be okay with that and forgive myself and just, because throughout I've been making ASMR content for just under 9 years now. And I don't think I've ever, during that time, I'll go through phases where I'm putting out 1 to 2 videos a week for maybe 6 to 8 weeks at a time, and then I crash and I have to take a break. So I think somewhere along the line, this is one of those instances where I discovered that it's not about, because of course if you're a YouTuber and if you're wanting to be considered like a serious YouTuber or whatever, one of the expectations in the broader YouTube community is that you're going to put out regular content. And for me, it's kind of been this journey of identifying that my effort needs to not be about reaching that goal, because that's just not a goal for me. And that's okay. It's been about reassessing what is possible for me, just being realistic. I want to be aspirational as well. I do want to have goals and strive for things, but also just recognizing that certain things are not realistic And it hurts and it's sad because there's a whole thing with the algorithm, and it's so tempting to wonder, like, what would it be like if only, I didn't have this pulling me down or whatever. But just kind of accepting that I am who I am and I function how I function, and I just have to create a separate vision of what success looks like for me and work on that.
100%. And it's funny because society is so filled with crazy, unrealistic expectations. There's unrealistic beauty standards, there's unrealistic behavioral standards, and there's unrealistic achievement standards. And YouTube is no different. And part of being a YouTuber, especially if you're neurodivergent, like you said, is accepting that and doing what's working, what works for you.
Yeah. And real quick, sorry not to hog the question, but like, I think there's been a real cultural shift with that. And I think it's interesting if we step back and realize to what extent we've all just sort of accepted that that's normal to be able to put out that much content on that regular of a basis. I was thinking recently, I was born in 82, so I mostly grew up in the 90s as well. And I went through a period where I was a big R.L. Stein fan.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you who aren't
Those were the
familiar,
days.
he wrote like spooky horror, short horror
Goosebumps.
novels for young adults. And he was really well known for publishing a book a month. And it was a big thing. And usually when there were articles about R.L. Stein, that was the thing, like, how does he do it? How does he put out like, this content this regularly? And it was considered this really wild, special, remarkable outlier thing. And I was like, every content creator is expected to be R.L. Stein now. It's not impressive anymore. Like what used to be impressive is now considered normal. So I would just say that if you, like any of us, are finding yourself struggling with being able to match that level of input, maybe the problem isn't you. Maybe the problem is just the expectations that we're putting on ourselves.
100%. Now I want to go to my local bookstore and pick up some Goosebumps books. Shiver, what about you?
Same. I'm not consistent. I tried consistency for about a year. I set myself a model of 2 uploads a week. And it lasted a year. And I think it is possible, but I think you have to be like quite privileged. I'm like really privileged because I have a partner who has like an entirely separate form of income. So if things get disastrous, obviously not enough for 2 people to be living on, but like enough to pay rent and eat, right? And so I was able to prioritize uploading all the time, but that's it. Couldn't do anything else. Like my personal life just dissolved. I just stopped hanging out with people. Keeping my house clean just stopped happening. Like everything just kind of has to slide away. But if you have people in your life who can help with that, then that's great. But that is a privilege, right? I also have other privileges, like the way I look. Like there are so many things that I have that meant that I was able to do that. But the issue is that with things like PTSD, you don't get to pick when shit hits the fan. You don't. Like
You really don't.
you'll be minding your business and then one day something will happen and it's like, oh, cool, I remember now. That's a thing. And so it always just has to stop. So yeah, like pick your priorities. Pick what you're willing to, like if you really want to be consistent and have a plan for what you're going to do, pick your priorities, choose what you're willing to relinquish, what you're able to relinquish, pick a schedule for yourself. And also depends on your circumstance as well. Like for me, like there are certain things that I have no control over no matter what. But if you have a little bit more stability in your life, you might be able to get away with it. But inevitably, I think being kind and compassionate and forgiving to yourself, even if you can't maintain it. Because as Jellybean said, it is unrealistic. Like I think the capitalist system is very ableist. Like let's just say it. Like
ableist.
The society and achieving in society is ableist. So be compassionate on yourself. because the system is rigged against people with disabilities. That's just the way it is.
Big time. Lunar.
I agree with GB and Shiver that I don't consistently do ASMR. I try to do 2 videos a week, but I sometimes have a hard time because like when it comes to like ideas, like what to do for the next week of 2 videos, it's like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And sometimes I have like other life stuff that I have to be concerned about. Like, for example, I'm babysitting my dog right now, so he always needs my attention. Sometimes I can only release at least 1 video a week. And I try to post as much as possible. But I guess I can say that I never learned to build a routine, and I try to build a routine, like, and it's hard to like stick to it. It's been a big struggle for me, especially my PDD-NOS. And the timing with with my putting my makeup on, what if I'm going to do a trigger video, what prompt should I bring, and I try to be more creative with my content as possible. So it's like all like random stuff that I think of what I should put, if it's a role play, I try to write a script, which I fail miserably sometimes, and I try to like even when I'm busy with life, I focus on what I'm doing, but I'm also focusing on what script I'm writing in my head. So like doing a consistency is like a biggest weakness for me. And just and when like I said, I try to be more creative as possible. That's
all said. The next question is from ASMR Rosea, and very similar to what we just talked about. How do you set a schedule and attempt to keep it? If you do set a schedule, does anybody have anything to add to what we were talking about with regards to this question?
I would just say that I do try and set a schedule, in that I have, little calendar sheet print-offs, and I do make a production schedule. But perhaps the most key thing about that is everything's in pencil. And I am constantly like, I'll set something and I'm constantly moving stuff around and having to push stuff forward. And I just try to go in it with this mindset with my production goals and just in my life in general. I have these goals, these things that I would like to do. I'd like to put out 6 videos a month. I would like to do yoga every day, like things like that. I've been going through this shift where I'm trying to look at those things not as goals that I need to strive to achieve, but as sort of a barometer of wellness. Because what I've noticed is that when I'm doing well, those things just come more naturally. It's almost like, I had an acting teacher way back when who would talk about how when you're acting, emotion shouldn't be something that you're trying to make happen. It should be a byproduct. Like, someone who's exercising isn't trying to sweat. It just happens.
Yep.
And that's kind of what it feels like for me with those aspirational goals I have. They're easier. They just come more naturally when I'm doing well. And they're more difficult when I'm struggling. And it's not because I'm trying harder one time or the other. In fact, usually when I'm struggling, I'm trying much harder and putting much more effort in. So for me, just kind of that shift in, again, viewing them as sort of like a barometer of wellness. Like this is, if I'm not hitting these goals, it's not because I'm failing. That's just like a kind of symptom check that's showing me that I'm struggling a little more right now. That helps me take some of the pressure and the blame and judgment off of myself.
Absolutely, 100%. And, I relate to that a lot, particularly on the issue of wellness. I am very prone to burnout myself and struggle to keep a schedule. And oftentimes, throughout the years, I've changed my schedules like at least 3 times a year. Um, Not just because of neurodivergence, but also things outside of me changing in my life. Different obligations change constantly. But even so, um, trying to keep a schedule consistent, that often lasts like a couple months at the most, and then if I'm not taking some days off out of that schedule, I often just completely burn out and take a month or two off and then come back in, and then have a whole new audience over and over and over and over and over again. Those of you who stick around throughout all my breaks, you are amazing. I can't thank you enough. I mean, obviously, I can't thank anybody who watches my content enough, but like, y'all are extra special if you stick around despite the fact that I'm not always consistent. Because, like Shiver said, it's an ableist system. It really is. And that's not necessarily the fault of the people who are watching. Like, the algorithm stops recommending you if you're not consistent. So people who want to watch your content when you return can't, because they don't know that you came back. Even if you
Yeah,
made the announcement
it's
as
so
information.
painful. I'll come back after a long break sometimes. I'll come back after a break and I will have been consistently putting out things for like 2 or 3 months. And all of a sudden I'll get a comment from someone who's like, "Oh my gosh, you're back."
Yeah.
Like, I've been back for
I
3
get I get those a lot myself.
Yeah.
I just want to add something.
Yeah.
I found that when I posted less consistently, my channel did better.
Interesting.
And I'm thinking about Moonlight Cottage. She uploads like what, once a month? And don't get me wrong, her videos are stunning, but she got 1 million subscribers really fast. And I think it's about knowing your strengths and knowing what your capabilities are. Like, for you, whoever is listening, for you specifically, your strengths might be making something that you ponder on for a long time and spit out at the end that is like a cinematic masterpiece. Or your strength might be like spontaneous and exciting and like everyday posting. I can't think of a creator that does that off the top of my head, but just like taking an idea and just running with it, right? I think when I myself was uploading twice a week, I planned on Google Calendar what I was going to do once a month. But it didn't always go to plan, and a lot of stuff that I spat out was, in my opinion, low quality content. Like, I was not proud of a lot of stuff that I uploaded back then because it just had to be done in my mind. But that doesn't always have to be the case as a model of success. Yeah, so just think about what your preferences are, what works for you, what you want to do. Because like, while I think, yeah, YouTube wants you to pump out lots of videos all the time because YouTube wants to make lots of money off you, you know, like
lots of money off of you.
Lots of money. Like, it wants lots of opportunities to put ads on your videos. That's it. So they want you to post lots of videos, but that doesn't mean that you will get more like views, because we see that with creators who post once a month and they get like hundreds, if not millions of views. So it just depends on what you prefer to be a reflection of your work. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I would like to add that, like, anyone who like thrives to do ASMR and you want it and it's your dream, like, always remember your strengths and weaknesses, like Shiver says. And I always say to myself, great things take time. And it's always like, and even if your first video doesn't go sky high with the views or subs or whatever, it's just the beginning. It's the starting road of your new journey. So always remember that. Great things take time. And yeah.
Amen to that. All right, we got some more questions. We'll try to keep our answers short going forward because it is already 4:48. Had to convert to Eastern time in my head. I'm on the West Coast. So the next question is from Jade the Ace. How do you overcome procrastination, and what are some of your coping skills you have for procrastination? I find myself constantly putting stuff off or avoiding it because it's overwhelming. I can relate. JBG?
Yeah, I ran into this just when I was getting ready for this stream because I knew it was coming up in like minutes, and I was seeing the little notifications in our Instagram chat, and I was, sweating and getting overwhelmed. No, but I mean, like, I'm like this before everything. That's pretty typical for me. But for me, and it sounds like a simple thing, but this has been work and dedication for years on this, is just learning to objectively view my behavior in like a compassionate, non-judgmental way. Because for me, procrastination it's a coping, soothing mechanism. So I recognize that it is my brain trying to protect itself, but I also recognize that in most cases it does not serve me. So like, just as an example, before I was getting ready for the stream and I was nervous, I knew there were like things I needed to do to get ready and show up. And at one point I was making myself tea, and I grabbed my like little teacup that I was going to use, and I found myself, I wasn't conscious of it at first, but I spent like a good 3 or 4 minutes going through all my plates and coasters and things because I suddenly became stuck on the idea of having to find the perfect like plate or coaster for my tea mug that was like aesthetically pleasing with the cup. Even though I knew it wasn't going to be on screen or something, I was like, got to get this right. Got to get this right. This one. Like, I'm going around my whole apartment trying to find the right coaster. And about, 4 minutes in, I was able to step back. And I think at one point in my journey of this, as a knee-jerk reaction, I would have been very judgmental and harsh with myself. I would have been like, get it together, you idiot. Come on. But I've gotten better at not doing that as much. I was able to step back and be like, hey, look what you're doing. You're doing something that's like really not important right now. Like it's fine that you want to do this, but this probably isn't the best time. So just being able to kind of step back and take that whole like, gentle parenting myself route of identifying that, that can help me get out of that procrastination space. Again, for me, it's all about working on just being gentle and objective with myself and not angry at myself, or because any kind of judgment or harshness against myself is just going to make me more in need of some sort of coping mechanism. It's going to make it becomes this horrible negative feedback loop where I get more and more upset with myself. So yeah.
100%. Shiver.
2 things. Try to understand the difference between motivation and discipline. Motivation is fleeting, it's unsustainable, it's emotions driven. It relies on you being able to control your feelings, which is not possible. So show yourself how you can do it. That's my mindset of like discipline. It's like show myself how disciplined I can be. So that's the first thing. Second thing, remembering that your feelings are not facts. I learned this like a couple of weeks ago. Your feelings are not facts. Like, your feelings are valid, but they're not a true reflection of everything all the time. Like, some of my feelings that I experience are like 2 decades old. Like, I'm an emotional time traveler. That's my favorite way to describe PTSD.
100%.
So I'm an emotional time traveler. Like, they're not facts. You have to be mindful of your feelings and look at them objectively and go, is this actually like set in this current reality, or is this something that's happened like 20 years ago that is now still pervasing this situation? And validating that and being mindful of that so that you can move on and do what you want to do. But those are my two pieces of advice.
Well said. Lunar.
Well, for me, it's like same situation as JB was. I was nervous, and I ended up like like I was planning, like I was gonna walk the dog and then just end up coming back home and have early dinner. But when I came to the chat, I was like in short notice, I was like, shoot, I forgot dinner. And I mean, I was really nervous, so I was like I'm excited and nervous at the same time. But the nervous part of me was just like, going around in my brain, like just feeling like, oh, you don't got this, you don't got this, you don't got this. But I'm just like, the other side of me is like, you got this, you got this. And I try to keep myself positive as much as I can. And I could be a very negative person to myself. Like we all are our worst enemies. But during this, I was like the nervous part of me is like so strong, but I'm trying to fight it back and just be, just keep reminding myself that you're in a very safe space and you're with positive people and they're just like you. So what I'm trying to say is that, did I just lose it?
It's okay.
But
it's all right.
Dang, I just lost it already. I was getting
It
into
seems
a
like
very,
there's
very,
a-
very good point there.
It seems like there's a common thread here with procrastination not being something that any of us necessarily need to attack directly, but it's more about taking care of ourselves and saying what we need to say to ourselves and the self-talk and feeling safe and things like that. Does that
Exactly.
sound
100%. That's my number one way to tackle procrastination is self-care. If I'm sitting around and not doing anything for a while when I know I need to, oftentimes I'll just get up and go outside, get some fresh air, go for a walk for maybe 10 minutes, or if I have time, even go for a run. I'll come back with a fresh mind. It helps a ton. Whether you're neurodivergent or neurotypical, do not underestimate the power of just getting away from your station for a bit. It's amazing. Next question is from I Do Random Stuff. This will be a quick yes, no, or maybe kind of question, not to do with neurodivergence, but I'd like to answer it anyway. Will you ever do a stream where you guys get pots and pans and scratch them with forks? Probably not. That is an interesting idea, though.
I don't have that like on my itinerary, but I don't like to say never to anything.
Yeah.
Maybe as an art piece, like just like performance art.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say no.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that before.
My whole hang up about it is I'm wondering how it would sound in an ASMR environment, but some people might like it. The problem is you got to kind of appeal to your general audience and not just the select few if you want to grow as a creator. And that really sucks because we all want to people please. You know what I mean? ASMR Rosia says, how does being neurodivergent become an advantage in your videos?
I think it becomes an advantage in a lot of ways. I think most of us neurodivergent people tend to come at any situation from like a number of different angles. I think we have very flexible brains. I think our brains tend to follow very novel paths sometimes that don't necessarily seem like the most logical route, but can get you to a really interesting place. And I think as neurodivergents, a lot of times I'll just say I know I spend a lot of time thinking about kind of how things I'm more consciously aware of my emotions and how I receive things and how I process things. And I think spending that much time noticing and thinking about how things affect me makes me a lot more mindful and thoughtful and curious about how the things I do will affect my viewers in my videos. So I think that helps me come to my videos from a place where I'm not just thinking about like what's going to sound good or look good, but how is this going to make them feel? You know, if I phrase it this way versus this way, or like, is this maybe going to make someone feel unsafe? Is this going to maybe make someone feel uncomfortable? And how do I want to try and address that in advance?
Well said. Shiver.
I think I agree with JB, this idea that neurodivergence gives you a kind of different perspective of things. When I started, I feel like maybe like a few months now, a couple of months ago, I started engaging with my desire to be more like intimate with people. And I would say intimate, not in like a romantic way, but in like an intimate as in getting to know someone on a one-to-one level.
Right.
And that was just a craving that I discovered because I felt like I had this like lack of engagement with my content. It felt very surface level. It felt very shallow. And I wanted to find a perspective that was different to what everybody else was doing. So I was engaging a lot of the art that I like to consume, which is surrealism, like very like Lynchian kind of content. And I was like, how can I like infuse this into my ASMR without making it like a Twin Peaks video, which is not relaxing. I mean, it could be maybe for me, but so I was like, how can I take those two things that are important to me and just infuse them into my content? And started making these like kind of surreal, that's probably the best way to describe them, videos where I'm like getting really close to the camera and just kind of taking an approach that I hadn't seen yet. And I think it's created something that I don't think people have really seen before. And I think that does come from having a different perspective of life, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lunar.
So how do I say this? When I think like being a neurodivergent, like when I first started, I never thought it would have some advantages of being content creator. Oh great, my nervous side is getting to me.
It's okay.
But so when I'm sorry.
Do you want us to
maybe
come back
give
to...
me a little bit of a clarification?
So let's see. Let me look at the question again. How does has being neurodivergent become an advantage for your videos? Like, does it help? Does it help with creativity? Does having a neurosystem that's different from your average person help you come up with good ideas, or help you bring passion into your videos, things like that? Because I would say that would be my advantage.
Well, I think the most advantage thing is always I always bring positive to people. Like I said, it's hard to bring that up. Like it's hard to find those in social media. And even though it's there's some people who I guess there's a lot of people who don't appreciate so much, I do it for people who feel like they need that love and equality from someone, even if it's on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So, and even when I make videos that have like, like for example, what's a good example I could think of? Like if I do a role play involving like a vampire taking care of you, there's a dark side in it, but there's also like a little positive in like for if I'm cleaning your face and just giving you some positive comments, it just gives that little sense of positive affirmation, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And
It's a fantastic example.
And or if I bring out like a rude girl ASMR, like that's an example. I've never done one because I'm way too kind. But when I do it, I just if I do that, I do bring some positive into it. Like if I had a way to mask it a bit, like have the rude in it, but in the back burner there's positive in it.
Absolutely. And on the subject of playing rude characters, I can absolutely relate to that. I have a difficult time doing that, but I do sometimes. But that's when I use voices to do it. Like I have a character who's a Russian doctor, Dmitri, who's very chaotic and always has the most chaotic patients that will always try to bite him, and he's like, "Niet, don't bite. No, back off. No, I'm trying to work on you. Don't bite. Niet," kind of thing. But in videos that I'm just being me, I just want to be me. Sorry, not sorry. There are exceptions, but for the most part, it is that way. So next question comes from Simplicity ASMR. We got 3 more questions. The questions are from audience are closed for this panel because we're going to wrap up pretty soon. But if you have any more questions, please email them to us at info@tinglecon.org. And we'll do our best to get back to you that way. Simplicity ASMR asks, how do you keep from being distracted easily? That and procrastination are my biggest problems. Anybody got some? We'll keep this as short as possible so we can get through the questions. But anybody have a few Cliff Notes tips on how to deal with procrastination?
Hi, Amanda.
Or distractions, rather.
Good to see you. So I know we touched a little bit on procrastination earlier. As far as distractibility goes, I guess that can kind of come in 2 different contexts. It can come in the context of trying to prepare to film and get it done. And then something I run into sometimes is being easily distracted on camera. It's so important to get this practice of, like, even if you make little mistakes, to just kind of try to keep going. But sometimes I'll get in this mindset where every time I make a little mistake, I just freeze, and that's always disastrous. So I would say, for me personally, the thing that helps me the most with that is just I do have a little bit of an improv background from when I was much younger. And this whole kind of concept of making choices and then just leaning into them and really committing to them, just being willing to commit to choices. So in a video, even if I make a mistake or say something wrong or do something wrong, to just, if I drop something, make that part of the video. If I forget something, if I pronounce something wrong, make it part of the video. Just commit to everything and get in. It's a practice. It's not as much a choice you can make. It's something you get better with over time, but just get into that practice of going with stuff as that happens.
I love it. And before we continue, Ivory says your mic is a little softer than everyone else's, and I just made a simple adjustment. How do I sound now? Do I sound clearer than I did before?
Sounds good to me.
Cool.
I didn't
You're
notice it.
okay.
Cool. Shiver, how do you keep from being distracted easily?
I don't know if I would describe myself as someone who gets distracted easily.
I envy you.
If I have a new thing in my life, whether that be like a new video game or something, or a new TV series, that could be a distraction for me, in which I will find that I have to complete the game before I can get back to work.
I can relate.
Yeah,
Tears
but
of the Kingdom.
ASMR is on my mind all the time. Like it's special interest. Like it's on my mind all the time. I think for me, if I am getting distracted, it's a trigger more than a distraction. So it's something that causes a little PTSD to flare up, then that's a distraction in some ways. And then I have to manage that as is. But other than that, I don't really get distracted that easily. It also depends on my state. Like if I'm compromised is probably the best way to describe it. Like nervous system compromised. I'm currently got too much on, or there's been too many triggers in one go. I'm more likely to get distracted. But like if I compare myself from like now, from like even last year or like 4 years ago, it's something I have quite a strong grasp on now. So it doesn't really affect my life. I feel like I gave a dissatisfying answer, but I don't know what else to say.
It's perfectly fine. Appreciate it. Lunar.
Well, for me, I get distracted pretty easily, almost on anything. Like, for example, playing video games. Like, on the day I record, for example, I play like a game, and I would take like maybe almost like maybe the whole day with some lunch and dinner included. But then when I realized, like, when I look at the time, like, shoot, I'm late. It's late at night, and I didn't even do my video. I do get distracted very easily, and I'm trying to learn a lot of self-control because doing things that you love so much can be addictive sometimes. But like it's always like the back of my head just always like, you got an ASMR video to do, Lunar, do it. And then the subconscious mind is like, no, keep playing video games. Keep playing video games.
Especially when that other part of your mind is like begging you to be productive. It can be that the other part of your brain from that can see that as just being a nag, and it's fighting back.
Exactly.
Yeah, I struggle with that all the time as well. And
yeah.
I've tried every little strategy in the book. Growing up, I had teachers who gave me certain tools like time clocks and whatnot. Those didn't work at all. They worked like once or twice, but they were not long-term solutions. But if there is any one consistent solution for me, again, it's just getting away from it and doing something else, committing 10, 15 minutes to it. This is actually something my therapist recommended that I do. Go outside, move, get fresh air, get some sunlight, come back in, and then I'm ready to rock and roll. It doesn't always work, but it almost always works, if that makes sense.
Yeah, therapy never... I had therapy before, but they did advise me to go outside, and I was too stubborn to listen. But then when I finally go outside, I feel like I'm just walking by the trees, and I can feel like I'm connected to the earth, and I'm feeling like I can accomplish anything.
Yeah.
It's like when you look at the trees, it's like they're talking to you and they're rooting for you. Like they know what you're doing. If that makes sense.
100%.
I like it.
I know exactly what you mean. We got 2 more questions in the queue. This one is from Multiple Strong Minds. Do you find that ASMR helps with certain aspects of your neurodiversity? Example, anxiety, procrastination, etc. Maybe sleep problems in my case. JBG.
Yeah, I would say it helps with all of them in different ways. Not to be a downer, but one thing that I think is interesting to touch on is that it can be, it can go awry sometimes. It's about finding the right kinds of videos, because sometimes, and this sounds so weird, if a video is like too interesting, the next thing I know, I've been watching ASMR videos for 2 hours, like it completely is counterproductive, because instead of falling asleep in 15 minutes, I've been like going through this incredible, series of beautifully technically executed videos with amazing story and like, oh, how did she make that costume? How did she make that sound, et cetera, et cetera. And as a creator, that's kind of, it can be difficult sometimes to enjoy ASMR videos without my creator brain waking up and starting to ask questions and get me excited and interested. But yeah, so it helps me with soothing, it helps me with focus, it helps me with grounding. It helps my nervous system to like get that simulated feeling of safety and caring. But it's also one of those areas where, the neurodivergence can trip me up too.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Shiver?
I agree with everything that Jellybean said. I have one thing to add that is, I think it's a neurodivergence thing, but it might not be. For like 90% of my video editing process, I will have other ASMR videos going. Like, so I'll have like a split screen. I'll have the video editor and then an ASMR video because I cannot tolerate my own ASMR. It like does something to me. It's like I can't. It doesn't cause me like physical pain or anything, but like, sorry, I'm just falling. It's like I can't just stick to it for any longer than 5 to 10 minutes, and then I want to do something else. So if I want to like get like some work done, I'll put on usually like Moon Gem ASMR. She's currently my favorite, and I'll just have her on the side, and then I'll edit the whole video through, and then stop listening to another ASMR video, listen to my video once to make sure I got all like the interruptions out. And then if I have to edit again, I'll put the video back on again. So ASMR helps me stay focused on my own content, not because I'm like distracted, but because it helps me tolerate it and like regulate seeing myself.
I have a hard time tolerating it too. Yeah.
I'm in a similar boat too. I don't have much of a problem seeing myself, but I do have a big problem with being understimulated. Like a lot of neurodivergent people have a problem with being overstimulated, and I do to a degree, but more often than that, I am understimulated. I love to put many tabs of many different videos at once. None with words, all no talking, because if I'm editing a video of mine that has talking, I cannot have other talking because I cannot process 2 different tracks of words at the same time. I cannot read while I hear people talking. I cannot listen to music with lyrics and do anything else with words. I can't talk to people while I'm listening to music with lyrics, or if I am, I'm gonna completely tune out the lyrics and not register any of them so that I can focus on the conversation. Otherwise, I'm focused on the lyrics and not catching anything somebody said. So I often put on things like ASMR beats or some white noise or brown noise. That's something you mentioned in one of the 20 cues. That was brilliant.
I'm superior to white noise, brown noise.
Yeah, I actually, contrary to what I said, I do use something to fall asleep. I was incorrect in what I said about using ASMR every time. I either use ASMR or I do use brown noise. It's kind of 50-50 between the two, but ASMR is a bit closer to my heart because the community is a bit closer to my heart. But anyway, back to what I was saying. I put on all those different videos to listen to background while I edit so that I don't get bored with having so little going on in my own video, so that I'm less distracted. But I have to find a balance because too much and then I'll be distracted again. I have to find that sweet spot, and sometimes it takes a while to find it. And it varies day by day too, which sucks. Anyway, rant's over. What about you, Lunar?
I'm with JB and Shiver. When I can relate to you as well, Fan Cam, that when I do things, like, it's not like when I do a video, like if I'm doing a video, if I'm editing it, everything has to be no noise whatsoever around me. It's really hard sometimes because I have a neighbor, and on Fridays they're always chatting and screaming at nighttime through the walls, and I can actually hear them. But and I can't even do recording if I had to. But when but everything had to be noise, like no noise around me. But if I'm doing if I'm cooking, for example, if I'm doing my normal life stuff, I listen to ASMR, like either like no talking with prompts or like hearing like whispering. I will just plug my headphones on my iPod and put it in my pocket and do my thing. Like it does help me to focus on like things that I should do in my life. But I don't think I've ever really tested when I video edit ASMR, because after I record, I do have a way to forget what I said in my videos, or like remember if I made this little mistake, but I kept going, and I have to pay attention. So I don't know. I probably would test that theory out myself, but overall, it helps me a lot with focusing, and like I said, help me with sleeping. And because I have like a very negative background, I try to push it back. A positive affirmation or two, I'm back to my happy self again.
Well said. We have one more question. It is from our very own Nathan ASMR. Shout out to you, Nathan. Thank you so much for being a big part of TingleCon all these years. I could not have done this without you, buddy. He asked, what can allies of neurodivergent folks do who are not themselves neurodivergent to be more accommodating, welcome, and exclusive, and to share awareness better? That is a very good question. JBG, do you have anything?
I don't know if I have anything off the top of my head. I mean, this isn't so much a tactic, just as something to keep in mind, but I would recommend that people just keep in mind that it's such a broad spectrum, both in how it presents in an individual, as well as a really broad spectrum as far as where people are with their relationship with their own neurodivergence. You know, some people have found out more recently, some people have known since they were a kid, some people have been like actively working on integrating their knowledge of it into their everyday life. Some people are kind of want to separate themselves from it and not have it be like an important part of their identity. And it's all valid. So I would just say to keep an open and curious mind with any neurodivergent individual, you know, knowing that just because you know someone is neurodivergent, that doesn't necessarily mean that you know how their brain works or what it means to them, or what their relationship with it is. So yeah, I would just say stay curious and remember that we're all different and we're all in different places with it.
Very well said. Shiver.
Yeah, I got a couple of things. The first one is something that I experienced and I didn't realize I benefited from. I had a friend who was like quite used to being around neurodivergent people. And when I told her about my diagnosis, the first thing she said is, what can I do to support you? What are your needs? And I was like, what?
That hit me right here.
Yeah,
but I know now. I know what my needs are now. And the idea that the first thing that they say are, what can I do to support you? What are your needs? I think it's a really nice way for people to outline what their needs are without being coddled and being a rescuer for them, because I think a lot of people recover better when they feel like they have agency. So that. And speaking of agency, this is a little pet peeve of mine that I think needs to be talked about more often, is if you are going to provide a trigger warning for something, can you please outline what the trigger is?
Yes.
Just saying trigger warning is not fair on people who get triggered, because say, for example, like a minor trigger of mine is trypophobia. It's just a phobia I have, right? Don't Google that. Don't Google it. It's a fear of holes. Don't Google it, because you might find you have it. But if you say to me that trigger warning and it's something about, I don't know, a fear of clowns, I'm going to avoid it because I don't want to get triggered. I don't know what the trigger is. You're not going to trigger someone by saying what the subject is. You need to let people who have trauma decide whether or not they're ready to consume something, and they can't do that unless they know what the trigger is. Just saying trigger warning is quite exclusionary.
Yeah.
Please just give a topic. You don't have to say what's going on. Just give a topic, please, so that we can decide whether or not we want to participate or not, and whether it's like our trigger. Because like, I am kind of scared of clowns. Let's be realistic; they are creepy. But but I might be
Scouts
okay
honor.
with clowns that day, huh?
Scouts honor shiver. I actually years ago I discovered I was scared of clowns as well, and it's very strange. Like me, it's kind of different because like if I'm watching an ASMR clown, I'm okay because it's not that scary. But if I went to like a fear carnival area, that oh yeah, I will be scared. I'll scream like there's no tomorrow.
And this is just not just for ASMR. Like, yeah, excellent point, Luna. Like clowns are terrifying, but it's not just ASMR. Just if you're ever gonna give a trigger warning, please give like the content. But maybe say, actually, I do have a preference for this. Preferably say content warning, insert content rather than trigger warning, because again, you're assuming that that person's going to get triggered. Whereas content is a little less ableist, in my opinion. Other people may feel differently, but that is my like.
Trigger
I could
has
leave this
also
world with one thing,
societally,
please.
yeah.
Yes.
Trigger's also become kind of like almost like a derisive thing at this point. So yeah, I tend to prefer content warning as well. It just feels more neutral.
I agree.
Yeah, and also it gets a bit confusing because trigger is like has two meanings in this, but very specific situation here because you got ASMR trigger and then like trauma trigger, like yeah. But those are my two things.
And to piggyback off what you said, as I've proved yesterday, am a bit of a daredevil. So even though I have a good few triggers of my own, if I see trigger warning or content warning, if it's not specific, I tend to just go in anyway, try to be Mr. Tough Guy kind of bullshit. And if I go in and there's domestic abuse happening, I get so pissed.
He's out.
I want
He's gone.
I want that because I've been around domestic abuse my entire life and I hate that more than anything. So if I see that shit and I wasn't warned, I'm probably not going to trust you anymore. I got to be real. So yes, please have those warnings and please be specific so that people with triggers will know whether or not it's safe for them in particular. But Lunar, yes.
Well, as for me, I got nothing else to add. I agree with both JB and Shivers here. You know, but I think, you know, scratch that. I do have something to add, and I'll make it quick as possible. But like when you learn about your neurodivergent, never always pretend that you don't have it. Live with it. Because, you know, sometimes you may look like you don't have one, or it's obvious to some people, but just always love who you are and what you have, and just live your life. Keep following your dreams. Keep moving on the path you're going, because it's just part of us for who we are, and there's no cure to find it, so we like to get rid of it. And being neurodivergent to me is a lot. It's a lot, gives you a lot of open doors for opportunities than like feeling like it's nothing. Always keep that in mind and always think it that way.
100%. And on the topic of neurodivergence, for the most part, does not have a look. I have people tell me all the time, you don't look autistic. Nobody does. Autism, ADHD, even bipolar disorder, none of them have looks. The only neurological disorder I know to have a look is Down syndrome. It does affect your physical appearance once. That is an exception, not the rule. But that doesn't matter anyway. Who cares how you look? You're still a human being. You have needs and desires just like everybody else. And to be a good ally, you gotta respect that and support them in every way you can. And also, if you see bullying, call it out. Don't just let it go. Just don't. I can't tell you how much I was bullied in school, and the teachers just stood idly by until I finally took the advice of fighting back, and then suddenly all of us were dealt with by the teachers. It's ridiculous. We're held to a much, at least in the 90s, we were held to a much different standard. It's getting better now, but there's still a long way to go. And I think the more you treat people like us as equals, I'm not calling anyone in particular out for this, I'm just being general. The more you treat us like you're equal, the better, and the more you raise awareness about all this, I think the more people will see us all as equals, because in the end, we have different challenges, our brains operate differently, but we're still just like you in most ways. Well, with that said, we are 30 minutes over, but this was a big topic, a lot to cover, and it was well worth it. I'm very grateful for Shiver, JBG, and Lunar joining me on this panel. Y'all were absolutely incredible. And I appreciate you coming on live for a neurodivergent panel, which is something you would never think would happen. But y'all did. You came through and you freaking killed it. And I'm truly happy about that. And I'm really proud of y'all. With that said, let's move on to the next panel. Coming on up, we have the future of AI. It's a pre-recorded panel, but please stick around because you're going to learn some amazing things that you can expect from the future from our favorite ASMR artist from the future, ASMR Destiny, where he's going to show you what we have with AI and what can be what we can expect from the future of AI, and also how we as a society can adapt, because yes, AI moving forward can be scary, particularly with how it might replace jobs. But the good news is there is possible hope with that. There is there are some ways around it that we can figure out as a society. We just need to be resourceful and be open to possible needs to adapt. It sucks, but in the end, if we pull together as a society, we can we can get through this, and the world could be a better place. I'm rambling, but that's my neurodivergent brain just going on. It's natural. But anyway, that being said, thank you all so much, and we will see you in the next panel. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Storing files in the cloud, it still blows my mind to this day. Like, but where is it? You know what I mean? That still blows my mind.
VR. Current me still can't believe that's possible.
I mean, the fact that we all carry supercomputers in our pockets all the time is pretty incredible. I guess that's kind of a basic answer, but if you think about it, like, smartphones are literally amazing. I don't think that my younger self would have thought that I would have one of those.
Wireless charging, though I don't really utilize it in my day-to-day. My car has wireless charging, but wireless charging is kind of crazy. Maybe Starlink, internet, or a Tesla. Maybe a Tesla. Younger me wouldn't think an electric car was going to be a thing, probably.
I think I'd probably be most impressed by the GPS, the positioning system, and all of the applications that it has. I think it's a marvelous, marvelous tool, and you never can get lost.
Smartphones. It absolutely blows my mind that we have all the world's information within reach at our fingertips.
Friggin' those glasses, man. The glasses. Those glasses, like the VR goggles / I don't know if this is real, but the glasses that like Google glasses that like you can see through and the things come up on the screen. I saw a TikTok of like glasses that can translate things in real time. I don't know if that's actually a thing yet, but the glasses.
Oh, I think I would never have expected AI to get so good as it's getting right now. You know, images, videos, things appearing out of a few prompts. That's insane.
That would have to be AI technology and where we're at right now.
The idea that there's no optical stuff anymore, or at least not as much. Now that's all digital, so I'd say digital gaming is the thing I wouldn't have believed when I was a kid. Just the thought of video games and being able to share them or play them without a disc is crazy still.
Probably VR, if I went back in time and put my N64 kid brain into a VR headset. How absolutely mind-blowing. Like, Super Mario 64 blew my mind. Like, oh my gosh, it's in 3D. To put on a pair of VR goggles would just, like, I don't even know. That'd be crazy.
The light bulb.
Hey there, and welcome back to TingleCon 2023. I am Nathan ASMR, and I'm joined here by the super talented ASMR Destiny. Today, we're going to be talking about an incredibly interesting subject. Probably, I mean, as a pet project, certainly it's probably one of the most interesting topics in the news today, and that is AI. And I think specifically we'll be talking more about generative AI. I think there's obviously so many different branches of it. And so with that said, why don't we go ahead and just dive into it. I'm sure everyone is just dying to know more. Why don't we just start with the beginning? What is AI? What is generative AI?
Yeah, so generative AI, I'm going to give you pretty much like a dictionary kind of explanation of it. Refers to a type of artificial intelligence that is designed to create or generate new content, such as images, video, music, speech, software code. I mean, you name it right now. It can pretty much do a lot. It uses complex algorithms that are trained on really large data sets. So pretty much like for images, it has to look at a ton of images and then figure out, oh, this is what a person looks like, right? Or this is what an object looks like, or even what fingers look like, and what did they actually do, and what's the limits to that. And so it looks at all that to create the new content for you. Some of the most popular examples of generative AI right now is, of course, ChatGPT. There's one called Bard, DALL-E, Midjourney, and Microsoft also has a Bing Copilot, which made a lot of news in the past year as well. So yeah, I was actually going to show off a few examples of some of these generative AIs in different fields, for like video and text, and even what Hollywood is doing right now with it. And basically like how we can also apply these as creators for ASMR.
Okay, so that's great. So why don't we just dive into some of those examples, because I think that'll be visually and just audio and everything, that'll be the most interesting. So with that, why don't we go and dive into those examples?
Cool. So yeah, I'll start with ChatGPT. While there have been AI chatbots in the past that have like sprung up and made some news or whatever, none of them really kind of like took the world by storm until ChatGPT came around. And it seems like it's been here for a long time, but it only launched November of last year. So like it's like crazy how much this like stuff has like developed. And it seems like with that it's really like launched all of this like generative AI or just AI stuff in general just to the forefront, right? It's like we're seeing every single day what AI is doing. So but yeah, with ChatGPT, if you haven't used it before, basically it's a web interface and you can type in text and like ask it to do something for you, right? So just some things you can make with it, right, is like writing a song, writing song lyrics, writing a movie script in like a movie script format, or like writing a cover letter. It's been already banned in a lot of schools because people are using it for essays, and there's some really funny examples of how people actually leave in the text part from the AI saying what it's doing in the essay and being graded. Yeah, it's really
amazing.
Amusing. It's very amusing.
It's tough to be a teacher in this world.
Yeah, and with that, it's actually brought up and a new industry for startups to invest in, which is identifying AI works, which is going to be very important. A very important thing, already in education, there needs to be something like that, but also for like video and like images and everything, because these things are becoming so real so quickly, right? There needs to be a way to identify what's fake and what's real, because the normal person is just going to look at an image and say, oh, that's true, right? And without any check on that. So,
and I do think one thing to add there, along with the ChatGPT, of course, it's great for scripts of ASMR videos too, or things like ASMR video ideas. If you're thinking you have a writer's block, you're running out of ideas, you just type in there, give me 15 ASMR ideas of, it could be triggers or whatever it is. It's very useful for those things. I probably shouldn't say, but I use it for not for my channel, but somebody the other channel I work for. But sometimes it can really help just give you like some ideas to work with and kind of hone in. And that really can be helpful. So that, that's one of the big things there.
Exactly. So I actually got an example of that.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, we'll take a look here. So this is going to be some ASMR ideas for a video. So all I'm saying here is give me some ideas for an ASMR video.
That's amazing.
So if you don't limit it, like if you don't limit it and say like just give me 10 ideas, it's going to give you like a big old batch. And you can also say that. You can say just give me 5 great ideas, or you can just say just give me some ideas. But yeah, here's a nice list, and it's saying like here's some whispered storytelling, or like a virtual spa experience, nature landscapes, right? Artistic painting, right? And then even beyond this, right, you could just say, okay, I want to do number 5, Japanese Zen garden, right? Write me a script on how to like make the video, and then it would give you that whole thing and just lay it out for you, right? So it's all you got to do is just go film it, and there's your idea, right?
That is one of those things where I think you do see a lot of creators having that problem where it's like, I don't know what to film. Like I'm having some difficulty. Like at least here, like, all right, filming in itself is tough. It's tough to get on camera, but you got the ideas right here, and you can hone in on maybe your own specific like Zen garden with like, but dressed as a 15th century knight or whatever it is. You can always just mix in a little like spice there, or like cyberpunk Japanese Zen garden. You just kind of twist it a little bit, but you can see that's probably out like an hour of work right there, just in an instant, like a like a dust, magical dust.
And especially when you've been doing ASMR for a while and you feel like you've been that you've done everything 10 times already over, right? Right. It's like, give me some new ideas, or if you're just having a block there on what's what you can do, right? I mean, it's a great tool to be able to just get new ideas, and then you can totally play off of that and just make it yours, right? So
You know what? An interesting technique I've done, and I think this is related to this, is just getting specific. But you can, if you are a big enough creator, it does it has crawled the web to some degree. So if you are large enough, you can ask it to write it in the style of, like, let's say it's your favorite creator, make me a Japanese Zen garden video of that's similar to gentle whispering. It does have the ability to tailor it. Obviously it's not perfect, but you can see it does kind of tailor it a little bit. So there's that use where it can give a specific voice to it. I always found that to be super useful. In case you're trying to, like, maybe I want to be gentle whispering but funnier and this, so like, you could like specify it, and like that might help you find that niche or that voice that you've always been looking for, where like you weren't quite sure how to proceed with it, but now you sort of have that baseline, a creative foundation. So I always found that to be super fascinating too.
Oh yeah. Like this is just the jumping off point, right? To be able to do all sorts of things. This is a really simple, basic prompt, right? It's like, give me some ideas. Well, it can do so much more than that, right? Right. We're just really scratching the surface here.
Yeah.
And then I have another example here is, let's instead write an ASMR script for a movie.
Oh, wow. That's a good idea.
So write me a movie script. The prompt is here, for an ASMR video. Really, it's a movie. So it's going to write out the main scenes here. Now I can tell it, write me a TV script, and it would be a different format, or a movie script. I can also tell it how long the movie or TV would be, the actual program, and then it would actually write out everything for that. But basically we have something called The Whispers of Tranquility, a gentle ASMR journey.
I might watch that. That sounds good.
So it's like, there's this is more like a TV program. So it has like a host, right? Welcome, dear viewers, to Whispers of Tranquility. I'm here to guide you on a gentle journey of relaxation and inner peace. In today's ASMR experience, we'll explore the art of soothing whispers, delicate sounds, and visual delights. So find a cozy
feel
spot.
Like this needs to be a TV show, like ASMR TV, right?
Let's begin. Yeah,
that's a great. I feel like Bob Ross should have done that. Like, just today we're going to be doing the gentle whispers of tapping.
The tapping, the rustling of leaves.
Yeah, the rustling of leaves. That's incredible. Wow. So where do we send this to get our Netflix show, right? This is it.
Right.
Forget the YouTube. Let's go in. Let's go all in.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah. So, and then just for everyone's information, the cost is free to use ChatGPT. All you have to do is just make a login on the website, and then you can use it through the web. So, and also it's pretty much a similar technology to currently used in Bing AI as well. And Bing AI is free. You just go to bing.com. And on Bing, the interesting part is that you can actually change the AI to be more creative or kind of like precise. So you can kind of get different answers based on what you need, right? If you need something more creative, like in this case, right, you set it to creative mode, and then the Bing AI will give you something back more creatively. So,
and there's also Bard, I believe. Well, I haven't used the Bing or Bard. I don't know. Isn't that the same? Is it similar, Bard? I think it is, right? Or
that's the Google.
The Google one, yeah, the Google
one, I believe. Yeah.
One of them provides sources, references. I mean, we can get to that stuff later, but I don't know if you know which one. Is maybe that's
pretty
Bing,
much.
I think.
Yeah, pretty much Bing. Bing is the more advanced of the two, and they do reference sources on like any kind of information that they like post, give you. So
that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. They even give you prompts for like follow-up questions, right? So it's
wow.
So if you gave it this, it would be like, do you want to know who the host would be, or like, do you want to know who the bad guy would be in this story, or do you want to know their backstory, or do you want to know like where they came from, or like what's what's all, what's their like religion even, like what's their
amazing.
lore? Like, I mean, you can dive deep as far as you want. It's kind of like wiki, right? You go down a wiki search and then you can kind of like stay on wiki for a long time, and it's the same thing with
Absolutely.
this.
That's incredible. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's only year one. As a 1 year
Yeah.
in, right? That's like
Yeah. This
imagine
is
5,
only
10
like the
years.
first year.
Yeah.
So with so yeah, they actually do have a Gen 4 AI model right now, but that's a paid version. So this version is 3.5, which is already really, really amazing, but they are already on version 4. I haven't used or anything like that yet, but yeah, they're all pretty much all of these AIs are working on next gen versions all the time. So and they all have like paid models, so you can pay for the latest and greatest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So with that, we can move on to photos.
Yeah, I think the way we do this is just let's take a look at all these different photo, we got audio, we got video. I mean, maybe that's the best way to do this. Let's take a look at some of those photos. What do we have what do we have there?
So next we'll move on to photos, and I got a Midjourney example here. So first I'll show you their progress, because this is pretty amazing, the kind of progress, again, just within a year. So basically what we have here is the beginning in March of last year. This is version 1, and the prompt. So basically all you have to do is write a bit of text to say what you want. And so the prompt for this was like, women laughing with salad. And this is what Midjourney thought that it would look like. So pretty deformed,
Pretty scary.
version.
Yep, pretty scary.
Pretty scary, but they're laughing.
I don't think I'd eat that salad, but that's something else.
If it's even salad.
Yeah, if it's even salad, true.
So
it looks like it's like almost an avocado in there, like big avocado there.
Very big vegetables.
Yeah.
So Midjourney version 1 in March. So in June, same prompt, bit better, a little bit better, less nightmarish.
Yeah.
And we got some like greens here that kind of look like
artichoke
real things.
Yeah, like it's small lettuce or a little artichoke thing.
Yeah, so it's getting there.
Yeah. And it's in a bowl. It is in a bowl. They're not like nom on that. It's sort of
The table here is just like, what's happening? What's happening here? So it's like, okay, they're at a table in a bowl, they're laughing in June. So October of last year, a bit better again, kind of like
specific items, like there's some red fruit, like maybe that's tomatoes over there. I mean,
got like tomatoes. We got like 3 women, looks like.
Their clothing is much more formed as well. Like you can see, like, because on the other one before this, one of the sides of the straps was like on the left side, her strap is kind of almost missing there, like she has a red overlay there. It's sort of like she just has like one strap there, whereas the next one you can see it's like more fully developed, like that blue kind of goes all around. So it's more
it's more 3D too. It's more the characters, like they're more shaded. It's shaded better, right, with along their body and just less flat looking, right? Faces are still pretty messed up, but getting the bodies better, right? More formed.
They could be like the Disney witches, like a Disney witch for sure. Like they've got sort of that long hook nose on the right side there, especially.
Right. So this was from March to October. And then from October to the next version was like the biggest jump ever. So this is now version 4.
Wow.
This was in February of this year, actually.
Wow.
And obviously we're seeing much more photoreal salad here, and just everything looks more photoreal. The skin, right? How like the lighting is affecting it as well, and just Yeah.
I mean, the plate on the table, there's even a mat there, like a nice table mat.
Yeah. So like
Even
kind of
some of
like
the salad spilled out there. Like it even has,
on the
you look
table.
at what is
Yeah.
spilled, like there's a tomato that actually fell there. Like it is sort of, there's definitely some cohesiveness to the physics
Yeah.
of the objects in the photo.
It's like they're having such a laugh, like salad is like spilling all over the place.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And the clothing, like especially the clothing, how it's like wrapping on their body.
Yeah. I mean, the clothing looks real. I mean, it looks
Yeah.
3D real. I mean, it's compared to the last ones, which were like very cartoonish. You know, they didn't really. It's not in the same universe.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not even.
Yeah.
It looks like paintings from the 1500s. Versus
It's a painting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
That's kind of
painting,
the
right?
difference.
Where between this it became from a painting to a photo.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
Right. This was the upgrade. And as far as like the lady in blue, like her face doesn't look too bad.
Yeah.
From like that side
No.
profile angle, but
Yeah,
the other
no.
lady's, faces.
Her nose and eye are sort of merged there a little bit.
Yeah.
But she looks a
And the
little bit
hair.
like a demon.
Yeah. Yeah.
The hair looks
And
good
like
though overall,
and like
I
the
think,
hair,
right?
yeah. It's getting pretty good resolution on the hair there. So
And she has a little flower in the hair too, which is this is a little nice details in there.
yeah.
That's cool.
And then we got the second to last upgrade currently, which is V5. So this was in February. So now we see March.
Wow. Unbelievable. That's hard to even tell that's fake, really. Like, I don't think upon first glance, I'd have to zoom into that to really see if that's.
Enlarge it here.
Ugh, the hands.
Yeah.
The hands.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can tell there. It's just the hands are a little like a choppy. She has a little nub in there, just a little bit.
That's right. That's right.
A little, looks a little bit that went into the garbage
Yep.
disposal, but
Right.
besides that, you can't tell.
Yeah. It's pretty
Maybe
amazing,
the
especially
physics-
like the
Yeah, what?
hair is great. I mean, yeah, look at
You
that
can
hair.
kind of tell in that far right corner there that the hair, the way it is a little like, what's the word? Just like it's a little bit fake, like over sheen, too much sheen there.
Yeah.
Not as much individual fiber. It's like a little blurred. But then again, with bokeh, I guess that's possible in a real photo too, to
Mhm.
some degree.
Yeah. And they got the adaptive field in the background. They got some objects in the foreground that are blurred out, right? And
That's amazing.
and yeah.
I feel like there
it's-
must be ways to really, besides the hands, because obviously they probably will perfect that. I'm guessing there is ways to, maybe comes down to pixel, recognition somehow, seeing the natural, because you can see when you zoom in enough onto a pixel, you're like, that looks a little bit artificial right there.
Yeah.
But that is incredible.
I think once you look at a lot of these generated images, you kind of see the similar. You kind of get the similar look.
Yeah.
There's been I've seen posts where someone would post like 4 images and it's like, okay, pick out the fake one, right? And I mean it's kind of a trick. I mean it is a trick kind of post because if you post other images that look similar, right, to it, it's going to be very hard. But
Yeah.
but if you don't, then you can obviously kind of like see the differences or like the telltale signs it's AI generated.
It almost
but-
has this look of like stock images, like Getty images.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it looks like
Totally.
it just looks a little too wholesome and not.
It's
Yeah.
it's not it's definitely like it would be like something in a commercial or
Commercial.
like produced, right?
Yeah.
For for something. Olive Garden.
Yeah. That is interesting
Yeah.
that it's almost like that is something that it does say something about art, that those rough edges are something that makes it kind of human in a way. It adds to it rather than detracts. Like too much perfection in some way is almost, you know what I'm saying? It creates an artificial sheen that takes the humanity out in some way, that you kind of do get this vibe, like something inhuman about it in a way,
Yeah. The really cool thing about the latest versions of like Midjourney and like Stable Diffusion is that you can specifically indicate cameras and camera styles and like lenses
I didn't
in
know
there
that.
too. It's like,
amazing.
Shoot this scene with
With an
like
ARRI lens.
an all old fashioned camera,
Oh, wow.
or like with an ARRI 50 mil lens at
Please.
f4 or something, right? Like you can totally outline that in your prompt. You can write
Wow.
all those specifics.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So
I'm guessing if you were a photographer and you were, you think you're a photographer with one lens, a lot of people are, they can't afford like 10 different lenses and cameras. All of a sudden you could take your image and change it maybe in some way to be like, maybe look more like an ARRI, like that sheen, like, because those things make a big difference, like maybe you could adjust. That could be really, really useful down the road. Once they perfect it.
They've actually made there's you can even say like you can prompt it to like shoot with an IMAX 70 mil shoot on IMAX 70 mil film and give me that look.
I wonder if the fidelity of the image, like if you filmed it in 8K, does it work better with it than say if you just upload an 1080 video? I wonder like what maybe it has more pixels to work with, so therefore maybe it's not to that detail yet.
Yeah, it's probably not quite there yet, but I'm sure it's gonna get there.
Yeah, it's gonna get there.
Yeah.
This is so sorry. This is AI here.
Yeah, this is basically like a random kind of like current image with Midjourney right now.
Wow.
And yeah, just making. There's a lot of like sci-fi generated images, right? Because like it's really generating sci-fi in like a way that like we haven't. It's like a way to tap into like imaginary sci-fi environments and situations, right, that we haven't even thought up, right? And it's really cool and also kind of like funny to see what it makes up in terms of what future technology is. So this is like this could be totally out of like some sci-fi movie or like TV show. It looks pretty like accurate, like the buildings and everything, and there's a robot in the background and her outfit that she's wearing. But then I myself generated like a scene of like of a teenager like in their room in the future, like what would that look like, right? And all of their like technology was all made up stuff.
Wow.
So it's not like a TV, but it's like this weird display device that it made up, and then it has like these posters of like bands that like don't exist, but then they look weird, right? So it's really an interesting kind of like insight to like what the AI thinks the future is, or like what it will become. It almost looks retro on some of these other renders.
It does feel like in some ways you could ask like, where does technology come from? Is it like you think of the Star Trek effect where it's like we think of these ideas and then build towards them in some ways, and that is something where this is scraping from a lot of these ideas from what is out there, so in some way it could be accurate. You do read history and you see like a lot of the great inventors kind of had ideas that like the computer and some of these things that actually, were thought of already, like flying machines and these things. So maybe in a way it could be more accurate than we want to believe is all I'm trying to say there.
Right. Maybe we'll just go to that kind of stuff.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh my gosh, look at this guy.
Yeah. So it can not only create futuristic renders, but it can also create characters and in different art styles, obviously here. And there's people that are utilizing traditional kind of like 3D programs like 3ds Max or like Blender, and integrating that into these image generative AI programs to create characters or like skins for the characters and like textures and stuff. So so this is just one little example of a little cute character that's generated by an artist.
Yeah. That could be like in Harry Potter. This guy, like a little, he's in
Mm,
the library, helping out the wizard. Like I could see
totally.
that. He's back
Harry.
there. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he's a little like jittery.
Yeah, 100%.
Harry.
Yeah.
What are you here for?
That's so accurate. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Blown away.
This and then this is an example of an image that I generated myself. So I was basically looking for like a sci-fi theme, and I wanted to have like two characters together, and obviously being synthetic, but I wanted one being more human. That's why like one on the left has like a human face, and the one on the right's more robotic, but then like it has like a human ear and some pieces in the neck that are like flesh. But and then basically like writing a little like story about the scene, about like two lovers, at the end of time, and they were trying to like save their race, but then the last star in the galaxy is dying out, and it's gonna kill everything in the end. So that was some things I was playing around with. I think I generated about like 12 different images, and if you generate the same thing over and over, it's going to give you different characters. So I got like 12 different characters in 12 different positions and like angles, and like it's kind of like finding the right one. And then there's ways you can actually, if you like the character's look, you can actually specifically call out that character's look so that is persistent across future renders. So I could have this robot and this girl in a completely different scene, maybe just like walking down the street in New York, right? Like modern day, but have that same look.
Wow. I will say though, it does seem like, it does seem like two female robots. I could be wrong here, but that is something that I always think is an important aspect of the AI here, is just that, diversity and inclusion of those things. Because I do know that there was some, I want to say a little controversy just over, sometimes you give these prompts and what it will give you is like, to like a white man, like a heterosexual white man doing this, so there's definitely some issues there as well that to kind of work out, just in terms of making sure that the ideas transcend beyond just like those that kind of situation. So
yeah, and you can totally call that out in your prompts too, like if you want to make them a different like
gender or like whatever you want. Like if you want to make them look green, have green skin, you can do that, right? So you can totally customize it as you want. And then lastly, here's an example of me utilizing it for ASMR. So I actually made a ASMR audio podcast on my YouTube channel, and I needed a podcast image for it. So I just basically used Midjourney, and I had to generate this image of this like relaxing robot person in a chair looking out into like the sunset. Perfect. And just a relaxing scene, so it really fits your aesthetic as well. Like I feel
it's really well done. It had to be a little bit futuristic, a little bit cyberpunk. Yeah. So that's a good way to utilize it for ASMR. Another great way to utilize it is for backgrounds, right? Forget about the characters, just generate backgrounds, right? A lot of people utilize green screens. This is like the perfect way to.
Well, you don't like to get random copyright strikes? Come on.
Yeah. Tell me about it. So
take that, Getty Images.
Right.
Take that.
Right.
They try to charge you an arm and a leg. But that's amazing. That's really amazing. So for green screens and stuff, you just can replace that. Say what you want. Like I need to be in a spaceship, put me back there and
just
do the image
totally.
replacement. That's it.
So it's a really great tool, especially if you use a lot of different backgrounds and stuff for your ASMR videos.
Can you say like lighting? I want lighting that comes from the top left, like is that possible?
There's definitely options for lighting, all of the different generative AI image programs, they all have different ways that you can manipulate the light or the
Yeah.
time of day. They're basically, I don't think it's anything as specific as like have a light right in front of me up here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
more
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's more like the style of lighting.
Yeah.
So it's like I want red neon lights right around me or in front of me, right, and then like going from there.
Yeah.
It might be even more advanced now though.
Yeah, I was gonna say it probably is gonna get there.
Because it seems like it. Yeah, they're just advancing it so quick. It's so hard to keep up.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome.
Yeah. So now I think we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to something that's really mind-blowing, and it is generative video.
Yeah.
And generative video is developing rapidly. It's still not perfect by any means, but it is getting super close. So here is an example on this here is the Mid-Journey image generated. So we're starting off from an AI generated image, and then using this other program called Runway Gen 2, they're able to take that still image and turn it into motion.
Wow. That's amazing.
So,
now how many seconds can you actually input there for these clips? Like,
so it used to be 4 seconds. I think it's up to 16. I think it's up to 16 seconds now, I think.
wow.
But originally it was 4-second clips. And even with Generation 2, with small movements, right, it's really good.
Yeah.
With these kind of movements that are like turning of the head, it's not quite there yet.
Yeah. That's amazing.
but-
So you could do the same thing
but-
for a background here.
Yeah, totally. Like this girl in the middle, like she's
Yeah.
barely really even moving. She looks great.
Yeah.
But
This one, that
and this
last one
girl-
here, face
and this girl
changes
too.
a little bit.
Yeah.
This one is good though too. I mean, the eyes look a little weird on the turn, but this one is good too.
Yeah. I mean, he's barely even moving.
This
right?
is my
So-
favorite one. I don't know. This one for me, I kind of like, it's maybe the lighting when the hair turns. It's just the wisps of hair. There's a lot of detail there. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, because it has to generate all of that plus the hair, right?
Unbelievable.
Moving like that. Yeah, you're right. The hair looks great in
Wow.
that clip when that's moving. Generally,
I
you
was-
would see it like ghost, right? It'd be like
Yeah.
a ghost effect when things are moving, but
Yeah.
that actually looks like the hair is moving.
You know, that's I was thinking like you just even from a historical perspective, like some of these old videos where you could restore them and then, you know what I'm saying? You could actually have the AI generated into a more people who, you know, they're in black and white, you know, they exist like a picture of Abraham Lincoln. You could all of a sudden pretty much replicate that, make him look like a, you know, how he might have actually looked. So you could see that it has there's definitely an academic side here where, you know, and also of course with loved ones, you have a photo, you might, you know, there's
Yes.
definitely that
Yeah.
ethical thing there as well. You know, because all of a sudden you can take that still image, you know, and then replicate that and turn it into
Yeah.
a moving image. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
So here's an example from an anime perspective. So again, the rendered image here on Midjourney 5.2, and then just having it turned into a moving clip here on
Wow.
the right.
That's amazing. Wow, you can imagine you get a couple minutes video, all of a sudden you don't need a team of animators to create
know.
these, you know, that's
You can create your own anime. Right?
you know, as anime. You really, and I was thinking just in general down the road, you theoretically can create your own creator. Like if you're a no-face content creator, all of a
Yeah.
sudden you can maybe create fully visual videos and change your face in the video somehow to be more what you want to show, you know. If you want to be a 80-year-old man, you could have that be it, you know. So there's like no
Right.
limit to creatively who you can be is that's definitely one of these things where all of a sudden the creation isn't limited by, oh, I mean, that's unbelievable, the explosion there.
Yeah.
That's like better than Dragon Ball Z animation right there.
Yeah.
Easily. That's about as that. It's on that level.
Yeah. So there's a couple, a couple clips in here that make it look like one of those like, like cell phone anime game ads,
Yeah. Yeah.
But like overall though, like, yeah, it's pretty crazy what it can do with just a still image.
That's amazing.
And again, this is just Gen 2, which just came out earlier on this year. So.
Oh, really? So we're probably not far off from the next gen, in the next another year or so.
Like Gen 3 is probably going to be coming out really soon, I would think.
So how many generations was it again in the photo? It was 5 to get to the photo.
Oh, so for the photo for the Midjourney one is 5. Yeah.
To get to where it was like actually looked
to
like
get
a
to
photo.
where it was. Yeah.
So we're not that far off probably from that.
Yeah.
Pretty
So
amazing.
I would say Gen 3 is really going to be pretty crazy for this for these guys.
Yeah.
And this is my last example here. So this was someone who made a 1970s looking fake like Japanese like TV show, like samurai show. And it's doing a really great job here of animating each one of these scenes.
Oh my god.
And yeah, they got some pretty
Like, I wanna
crazy
watch
looking
this.
characters.
Yeah, I
they
kinda
got
wanna
like
see
this
what
creature. They got like these creatures in there.
What is going on? This looks like actually a movie I want to watch. Like bad kind of like just kung fu but like 80s, 70s. Look at that guy. Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's like, "Are you in a costume, bro? What's going
He
on
look-
here?"
Yeah, I know. He looks like a really big Gorn.
That looks pretty.
From like that one looks really good.
That looked good. That thing, yeah, it definitely has that 60s, 70s monster look for some of those. But maybe that's perfect, right? Like that fits the look. Because this seems like it is kind of that 60s kind of samurai style.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh my
and in this case, they specifically called that out in the prompt. They wanted to make it look like an early 70s, like Japanese samurai
Oh my gosh.
TV show in a certain style, probably with a certain kind of camera and maybe just and even certain film stock.
Yeah.
Even. So yeah, they really did a really great job. There's a lot of examples online of people making these like fake TV shows like this.
Yeah.
Some
of the, I think there's a fake Seinfeld, I want to say. There's a fake Seinfeld and a fake I'm forgetting there's another big one like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So one thing I actually forgot as a bonus, I guess now it's going to be a bonus for the Midjourney, was that I actually had some examples of some movie recreations. So yeah, speaking of movies, so this one is obviously from Titanic. Got Leonardo and Kate here on the Titanic. This is the reference photo, and this is the AI version.
Oh, that's amazing. That's truly amazing. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I think one thing that stands out is that they kind of make Leonardo
Yeah,
a little bit more I don't know, sophisticated. I think he was a little bit more, he looks a little bit more higher class than I think he was in
He
in
looks
the movie.
more
Yeah.
2020s
A little bit-
like elite
a little bit
Brit
older.
versus a little bit more modern time. Like the other one is
Yeah.
more like 90s. Like that's like 90s right there. But both of us
Yeah,
are old enough to
yeah.
remember that.
Yeah,
He just
yeah.
looks like he's in like a 1995 like music video or something over in this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Here it's like he's got the more like a little more modern look.
Yeah. A little more sophisticated.
He's got the
Yeah.
scarf.
Yes. Yeah. And then, Yeah,
One of my
I
favorite
just
photos. That's a good one.
show the image here of Pulp Fiction, obviously, and then we got the AI version here.
Oh my. That one's not as good. Is that like who is that over there? I feel like that's Mark Ham? John Hamm? Is that him on the left? Kind of gives him that look a little bit.
It looks more like that. Yeah. Yeah.
That's amazing. And Samuel L. He looks. I feel like that's it's just like a modern. That's kind of the vibe. It's like they did adjust them with a little bit. Like he has that sort of fro, and that's kind of maybe a more modern look. I don't know. It just seems that way.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. And they have the skinny tie. They have the skinny tie too, which is was kind of mid to like 2000. Oh, maybe he's got this. Does he have a skinny tie there? I don't know. That's amazing.
Yeah. Pretty close.
Wow.
So that was pretty funny.
Get this script to the director immediately.
I know, right?
New actors.
Then I got one more. Obviously, this is from Die Hard. And then the AI version. This is gonna be funny.
He kind of looks like what's that guy? Ernest Goes to Camp or whatever. He's like a little bit of a, just a little bit of a like. He came out of the bush a little bit there. This is what he looks like with the blood. He looks a little. I think
he's
I
worse
prefer
for
the original
wear
on
for
this one.
sure. Yeah, definitely worse for wear there.
Teeth, it's just his teeth look a little worn. What
looks
does he
a little-
have there on?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a lighter, so it's what the AI thinks the lighter looks like, or like, okay, well, it's something with the flame, so I'll just have him hold something.
Yeah, square shape with the flame. Looks like a mini
box.
like oven. Looks like a mini oven when you really zoom in. Like it's sort of
Right.
That's really funny.
And it's
Oh my
almost like,
gosh.
and it seems like this is from a comedy.
Yeah.
like he looks a little bit
Exactly.
too comical. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he looks like a goober a little bit, like just kind of
Yeah.
silly.
Yeah.
Silly Billy.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's amazing. Well, that was fantastic. So that's all of our examples today, yeah?
No, I actually got more.
Oh, let's go. Let's keep going. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's see
Yeah.
it.
So
That's amazing. I mean, I could just look at that stuff all day. I'm like, my
Yeah.
brain explodes just thinking about it.
So continuing on with the Hollywood kind of like theme here with all this stuff, now we get into a couple quick examples of how Hollywood is currently utilizing AI technology. So I'm going to show you this clip first, and then we will talk about it.
Now we're stuck on this stupid tower in the middle of nowhere. And I don't blame you, and now we're stuck on this stupid freaking tower in the middle of
Wow.
freaking nowhere. And it's all my fault.
That's amazing.
Y es todo por mi culpa.
Yeah, this is sort of what we were talking about in the beginning.
Yeah, so there's a company called Flawless AI, and they're working specifically with movie distributors to what they call visually translate foreign movies into English. And so this is one of their examples of taking a movie. This one was called Fall, and this was like originally like an English speaking, released movie, rated R because it had over like 30 F bombs in it. So, and it shows first off the original, right, and then taking basically being able to track her face to capture that facial performance when she's talking, and then basically making like a 3D model of her face, and then being able to composite that back onto her face. And this is just showing that they could even remove her from talking fully without even moving her mouth, and then showing the PG-13 version where she actually recorded new dialogue instead of saying the F-bomb, she says something else, right? So and actually having the mouth match the word itself. And so that's what happens here. and then just utilizing all those techniques, then they could have a Japanese dub come on in, like a Japanese, voice actor come in and redo all the lines in Japanese, and they could match what she's saying here, and same thing with other languages. So
wow,
it's pretty crazy technology, and it's the main thing is that these guys are fully going like the legit route, working with the studios, working with actors and actresses and the creative people to like get the approval for all this stuff.
Yes.
Right? Because
Yeah.
like the big thing is like doing this without permission, and or like not having it be in contracts and all that stuff with Hollywood. So
yeah, there's definitely huge ethical concerns there in terms of just ownership of the of your likeness and those things. I mean, I think that this really does bring up those concerns, and obviously that's related to kind of what's happening in the news with the strike and everything. But you can just immediately see, I mean, you could see, especially if you're a big celebrity of some sort, all of a sudden maybe you could just do this to Robert Downey Jr. and you don't need him to come back in for any dubs, and you don't really need him to come in for anything. You just throw it on there. Maybe you can change the face. You could theoretically get another actor to do the same thing for cheap. You could see how there's such huge issues there fundamentally. That it's definitely so important to kind of have that conversation.
Yeah. That's why it's that's why like these companies like this kind of tech is in like their hands right now, but like eventually this stuff is doable by just anyone at home, pretty much, if you apply these like techniques and apply AI right now, right? So it's getting easier and easier to kind of like do this kind of stuff like unofficially, right? And there's been instances where like there's been some artists that have actually embraced it, where someone made something without the permission, but then brought it up, but then they actually liked it and say, hey, yeah, go ahead and do it, go ahead and synthesize my voice, or just do anything you want, make new music with my voice, like go ahead and do it, just let me know, right? And don't make money off of it. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, do it for free, and let me know, but go ahead. And then there's artists or like anyone that create things that are totally against it, and it's like, we're gonna sue you if you do this, right? And it's the same thing with same thing that happened with music, with MP3s.
Yes.
Right, with digital, with MP3s, when those came out, because everything was on CD first, and then MP3s were becoming a thing, and there were music groups that were totally against MP3s and
Metallica.
like, digital downloads. Metallica, right?
Darn you,
Exactly.
Lars.
I know. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same thing with any kind of technology. This is what happens, and it's really up to like people to use these tools in a responsible kind of way, and also have systems in place where they could actually say this is digitally altered or like fake, when you post on Twitter or like YouTube, right? There's YouTube is eventually going to have something that says, yeah, this is AI generated. Like they'll be able to recognize it because they have to. They have to do this. So
well, I definitely know they have a lot of algorithms to already recognize certain things like blood and things like that in the videos. So for sure, that technology will get, and they'll be probably the first one. They have the money certainly to implement it. But obviously, I think you can go down the rabbit hole in terms of clearly politically, this could obviously be like, we're not trying to get political here, TingleCon, but clearly you could get pretty dark pretty quickly in terms of how this could be used, especially if it's a state, funded government or something doing it, to make it so like very, very hard to tell. And that can be dangerous too. So even beyond acting, it's just going to be such a fundamental society. It's beyond our pay grade here today, but certainly it'll be a societal issues that certainly arise here because of this. And that's just a perfect example where you can see it so clearly.
then also with games, there's this game called The Ascent, which is a really awesome, like, isometric game. You know, think of Diablo, but if Diablo was in cyberpunk future. And it's a beautiful, beautiful game, but it's made by a small developer.
Small team, that's right.
And they really, and it's like, how, I mean, first off, it just looks amazing, let alone everything else. But then, like, they also wanted to have full voice acting, and they just didn't have the budget to hire all these voice actors. And so what did they do? They turned to generative AI speech. And all of the NPC characters are all AI generated, have all AI generated speech. And so, which is really cool, because it's like, it's like, you know, adding that extra layer of polish to a product that really, like, I mean, everyone thought this was like, wow, this was a game that should have been, that's like made by some like AAA developer, big humongous developer, but no, it's not. And that's how they're able to get around one aspect of like the cost, is use generative AI for the voices. Now for the main characters, they still use real voice actors, but for everything else, you know, like using the AI voices were perfectly fine, and it totally fit with what they were doing, and it worked really well for them. So yeah,
and that is one of those things you can see how it is a great equalizer there, where, I mean, just from an ASMR artist perspective, maybe you're stuck with certain equipment. You don't have the best, like, the green screen setup in the back there. You need a background, you need something, maybe you're in a Blue Yeti, or a terrible Blue Yeti, and it sounds terrible and you want it to sound better. You can like create these worlds where you're all of a sudden making a content that looks amazing, cinematic. And I mean, gaming again would be just a huge one, from, there's so many things there, but you can just see as a creator itself that really does allow you to explore your imagination a lot more once these technologies get a little more advanced, of course.
Yeah. Another example of using AI for just content creators, one that I've used, is there is this website. I'll give you the link to it later, but yeah, there's this website where it will create basically a synopsis of your video that's already posted on YouTube, and it'll do it with timestamps.
Wow.
So I've taken an entire live stream where I talked the entire time, and it would go down, minute by minute, and basically give a transcript of what I said.
Wow.
And what the amazing thing about it is that for like a 2-hour video, it takes literally seconds.
Wow.
For it to do this. So it's not listening to the video in real time. It's doing something crazy. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
but it's obviously not some real time thing. They're doing it. It's just accelerated, and it's really amazing.
It's amazing.
And I've used that in some of my YouTube descriptions to, like, say what this video is about, right?
Yeah.
Because I can just basically say, look at the whole video, give me a nice little quick one paragraph to put on YouTube. Boom.
That's amazing. And you can take that and put it in a chat GPT, of course. So all of a sudden you can tighten things up a little bit, find the one sentence message that describes this video from this text.
Yeah. And sometimes, like, I don't know what I said, in a live stream last week,
Of course.
So it saves me time to having to rewatch the entire thing if I, wanted to, like, get a transcript or something like that. Right. So it's huge time saver.
Well, you have to think also, so it is the case that maybe you forgot what you said that, but even more than that, it's you having more time to create. Like, let's be real, as a creator, like, some of those things take a lot of time, that like an outsized amount of time, like descriptions and things like that, timestamps, all that stuff. It can take up a lot hours of your time, and that's time you're not making videos for your people who are watching your channel.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing, is the creating of the content, not, those kind of writing the transcripts and then the subtitles and those kind of things are just extra details, you know, so it does allow you to get more pure with the creation process and not have to worry about maybe some of that, you know, annoying work that's not quite as useful. I actually was an intern. This must have been 2007. And my first like NPR job, I was transcribing text, typing it out. Like, no, years wasted. If they had this, they wouldn't need me. But, you know, I guess I got my chance because of that. So that's super interesting. Now that we've talked about all these different things, is there something like, could you just maybe talk about where you see the future of ASMR going? Like, let's just start from the beginning. Like, how could you see AI taking us through the process of creating a video, maybe enhancing the creator's life somehow? Just what would the future look like for you with this technology?
Yeah. Well, I think the main thing is that it gives people so much more options to present themselves. And because not everyone shows their face, right? Not everyone even has live video. Maybe they want to use an avatar or something like that. Or maybe they just want to do audio only and they want something to display on the screen, you know? And if anything, this is going to give creators even wider range of options and like creative, creative options to be able to like express their persona or how they want to be presented, right? And we're already seeing this across the board with different creators that are like utilizing AI for like avatars right now. You know, VTubers, you know, especially is a really big area, and they're using some. It's just mind blowing to see like what different really talented creators are doing with these tools that are quite frankly just starting out, right? Like all of this stuff is really new, and integrating it into like our, not just our pre-recorded videos, but also with our live streams as well. There's live streams out there that have integrated chat, you know, GPT into chat, so you can actually redeem something and then like ask like ChatGPT to like you know, spew out something or like even say something on stream. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of this stuff integrated with our live streams, with our pre-recorded content, and I think everyone is just going to want to see like, how can I make this better with these tools? How can I make my life easier by saving time, especially, right? Because just like time is the biggest thing, right? How can I save from having to write a full description, or save from making thumbnails, or this and that, right? And just focus on filming. So eventually, we're not gonna have to worry about even filming if you don't want to, right? We're having generative AI, so it's like, if I want a field of grain and gentle wind blowing on the grain and just waving back and forth, I can just you know, I'll eventually be able to tell the AI to create me a 30-minute video in 4K and just like make it look really awesome, and just you're your own filmmaker inside of your own home. And so that's definitely where we're going, and we're going there really quick. So definitely watch the AI space, because all the stuff is going to be even better. Just over the next 1 year, it's going to be just generations better. So yeah.
My last question for you, because I think this is really at the crux of it though, which is that, and maybe we've sort of articulated it, but maybe it could be a good time to re-articulate this, but does AI take away from the human element of the creation? Can something be original, you know, and have AI involved? Does that somehow remove from the art? I mean, what's your feeling on that?
It's definitely going to be mixed feelings about it. Obviously, there's mixed feelings about it right now. Just in the current space of is even using AI, you know, something moral, you know, that someone can actually use, right? And that's like a whole different thing. But I think it's going to be, I mean, it's it's more like where there's this technology. I mean, it's not going to stop, right? There's no holding it back, right? It's seeping into our everyday lives, rather, even if if we like it or not. And it's going to be it's going to be built into Windows, right? It's going to be it's going to be built into games. It's going to be built into all of our
On your
entertainment.
mobile.
Yeah, it's on our phones, right? We got you have AI assistants, or even like companions you can put on your phone now, right? If that's like something that you want, if you've ever seen episodes of Black Mirror, they have already had episodes where they showed futures of the people that where they could bring back someone that died, and you could talk to them on your phone. Or what's the implication of using this in a social sense, like being socially connected and all of the social media and like all that stuff. So it's I mean, it's not gonna stop, but they're again, all of these like big companies, they're trying to do it right. They're trying to like roll it out in responsible ways. And if anyone saw what happened with Bing AI when they first came out, that was basically it just ran away. They had no they had no like a limit on what you could do with Bing AI, and it kind of like ran away from Microsoft there for a little bit until they kind of started putting limits on how people could interact with it, and that's what these big companies have to learn, and how to do it responsibly, and how all these other companies also need to like figure out how to also identify what's real and what's fake, in our growing future of generative, content, right? So yeah, it's just a huge landscape that we're all still figuring out, and we're going to be figuring out for a while, I feel like, but at least we can utilize these tools for our own like creation right now in different ways, and it's just going to grow from there. So if you want to use it, right, it's great, it's there. If you don't want to use it, there's always going to be the traditional ways of making things, right? So I mean they're still making movies on film right now in this year.
Music is another one like that. They went back to film for tape for a period of time with music and stuff. But it is amazing how this topic really, it's so revolutionary. It touches every aspect of creation, and that's what's creation as in content creation. But that's something that's really, really interesting, and just how expansive it is. And really, I think you could almost talk about it within every sphere. Every subject matter has like a deep thing with regards to AI and how it can be utilized, and the ethical concerns and all these things. So that's just really, really amazing. And with that, I think that we've sort of run out of time here. I mean, I again probably could have this conversation for hours just because it's so fascinating. But that all said, I think it was just super interesting, and I hope creators out there will take chances and try to incorporate new technology with their videos and their content wherever it is. And with that all said, we want to thank ASMR Destiny for sharing his wisdom with us. And if you want to find more of him, of course, go on YouTube, ASMR Destiny. Twitch, are you also ASMR Destiny on Twitch as well?
Yep.
It's all right. So twitch.tv, ASMR Destiny.
Yep.
And so please go subscribe and check him out. And with that said, have yourselves a good one, guys. Take care.
I'm very proud of my Crawline videos, and they had good views, but I feel like they deserve even more. I do enjoy them very much.
I had to look this one up. The only one I could think of was the garden center video that I made, because it took 4 days of reshooting. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cozy at the end.
It was a monster clinic, like a doctor clinic. And it was one of those fast role plays where it's a whole bunch of smaller role plays in one. And I did my makeup as like a Frankenstein's monster. So it was like green with the lines and the stitches and like 2 different colored eyes and everything. And then each of the different role plays was like a werewolf who got grazed by a silver bullet, or a mummy whose wrappings were coming undone, or a vampire with a sunburn, like burn. So that one was a lot of work and a lot of fun.
Strictly from a numbers perspective, probably my World War II or Western roleplay videos, but that's not for everybody. Obviously, if it was, then they'd have more views. So, but I'd probably say those videos.
I'd have to say my video on Narrowboat Adventure about the Kennet Navon Canal. It had a little problem when I uploaded it, and I think it affected how many people watched it. But I really enjoyed making it as well.
I would say my disappointed father role plays. The viewer plays my kid who got in trouble in school for a multitude of reasons, and I'd read them all back with texts from the teacher, the principal, whatever. And most of those are based on actual things that I've seen other kids do when I was in school. It's nuts.
The reassuring you about your face video, or the AI self-esteem video. Go watch that.
Oh, for sure, my ASMR collaboration, the ASMR, the animated movie, it deserves all the love in the world. Everyone was so brilliant at it, but it was sort of a risky attempt at something visually different. Maybe it scares most people away, I don't know, but I think it certainly deserves a bit more of love.
That would have to be my Blade Runner 2049 video. It was one of the first and only videos on my channel where I use green screen. And I have a special guest that everyone actually should know as well.
Either my tiger one or my panda one.
Generally, anytime I upload music-related ASMR, less views, way more engagement. So my subscribers love when I play the guitar, but it just overall gets a third of the views of anything else. Creating that stuff, I don't care if it gets views, it's fun.
I can't.
It's hot out there, isn't it, guys? It's hot. It's hot.
Yes,
It's a scorcher out there.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about the weather. I'm talking about here in TingleCon.
Damn
Look at this
right.
panel of good-looking people and lovely folks in the chat. That is what I like to see. So we are now at our what? This is the end, right? This is it.
This is the end. My
This is
only
the end of the fun.
friend, the end.
We did it. Like, we actually did it, guys.
We did it.
I'm feeling pretty good. We've got some folks in the chat. Wraithwin, I do random stuff. Multiple Strong Minds, Shiver Me Tingles, Gracie B, multiple. I think I said multiple Strong Minds already.
Well, there's multiple.
Yeah. So yeah, he's True. He is multiple, so it kind of counts as more than one. But that said, welcome to the chat. We're so glad to have you, and welcome to the panel of the ASMR TingleCon staff. Today we're going to be talking about what do we think about the, TingleCon. If Keith doesn't know.
I didn't update the name frames. Let me fix that. Thanks, Shiver. Tinglesmith.
I'm okay with that. You can leave me as Shiver. I'll try my best on the accent, but I don't think I can quite do it, mate. Yeah,
that's
terrible.
Australian.
I apologize in advance.
Yeah. Well, I can't even do one good enough to fail.
I don't know
you
if
know what
I
I'm saying?
can
So
quite
at the
do it,
least
mate.
you have that's better than me.
I don't think I could quite do it, mate. It's more like that.
All right. Yeah. I mean, if I was
I
Shiver,
tried.
I'd be slightly offended, but it's okay. It's all right, guys. Yeah, I look stunning as a man. True, that is. Yeah, you do.
It's very kind of you.
Very masculine look. But
At
today
least,
we're gonna be.
my name was right.
At least yours was right. The most important, the president, the El Jefe, the brains behind the man behind the man, behind the
Unfortunately.
woman.
I'm just kidding.
But so why don't we just kind of think a little bit about TingleCon here? We had a pretty interesting event. We've got some videos coming up right after this, correct? Of sort of to close things down tonight. Am I right about that?
Yeah. So
What do we have there? What do we have planned so that people
yeah.
know we're gonna leave them in good hands?
So after this, we have one more ASMR video showcase. It's about an hour long with Ricky Rex ASMR, Ivory ASMR, Bay ASMR, ASMR Busy Bunny, James Bond 235, Birch in the Woods, Rev ASMR, Simplicity ASMR, Zona ASMR, Lisa ASMR, and Spantopia Rose ASMR. It's going to be a fantastic showcase. I think y'all are going to love all these creators. I highly recommend you check out every creator that's been featured in this con. In fact, why don't I take the time to just shout out everybody that we featured at this con all throughout. We got ASMR Weekly, Dido ASMR, Jellybean Green, Carol ASMR, Lori ASMR, Kat Bailey, Amy K, ASMR Destiny, The ASMR Nerd, James Bond 235. Apparently had the ASMR Nerd twice in the featured artist
That counts.
website.
That
so
counts. He was there twice. That counts.
He was there twice.
He's a
He
multiple
deserves to be
strong
on there
man.
twice.
I agree.
His spirit deserves at least 2, maybe
Yeah.
3 mentions.
I concur.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Shiver Me Tingles, Riley Rosie, Musing Mira, Bixie ASMR, J-Rod the Human, myself, Sleeping Artist, Tingle Smith, That's Awkward ASMR, Jadi17, Lunar Blossom ASMR, Jeannie B ASMR, Nathan ASMR, Whisperwind ASMR, Lori ASMR, Ray Moon, Bearded Audio, Gracie B, Burning Question, Boxer ASMR, Moon Gem, Ricky Rax ASMR, Jovi Bloom ASMR, Oasis ASMR, Freak to Full Whispers, Yoloma ASMR, ASMR Dr. Dawson, Blue Whisper, ASMR by Ali Nicole Josephina, Evoke ASMR, Atlas ASMR, Phoenician Sailor, Igilia ASMR, Secret Scholar, Ruby True, Lisa ASMR, Dreamscape ASMR, ASMR Busy Bunny, Yoloma ASMR, World Bry ASMR, Joey Bloom is there in a second time. This is what you get when you overwork yourself.
Yeah, there's a few on there that's been said twice.
Simplicity
Yeah.
ASMR.
It's all right.
Bay ASMR, Birch in the Woods, Ivory, Old School ASMR Sounds, Rev ASMR, Spantopia Rose ASMR, Zone ASMR, and Cap Bailey was in there. I think somebody said don't forget Cap Bailey. Or am I
Don't forget the ASMR Nerd.
No, Cat Bailey's dog. Cat Bailey's dog.
Cat Bailey's dog.
Cat Bailey's dog.
what was his dog's name again?
I
Was it Arthur or
forgot. I
something?
should know. Yeah. I forget.
Corporal Bailey. Maybe not.
But yeah, Cat Bailey's dog. Y'all were amazing. I can't thank y'all enough for helping us put on such an amazing con.
Quite a lineup.
Quite a lineup.
Amazing.
I have no words.
How do you beat that next time? Almost impossible.
Yeah.
Never say impossible, Paul. Never say impossible. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yes,
I think the
there
community
is.
a community will always, outdo itself. Every year, it seems like
I think so.
It's gotten bigger and bigger, and more ASMR artists included, different styles of ASMR, different niches. I mean, it's definitely, I think, gotten bigger. This might be the biggest one yet, actually.
Yeah, I
It's
think
really
so.
cool. That's the one. That's what I like to,
Especially
we wanna-
considering this is the first TingleCon on YouTube. We've done it on Twitch previously all these years, and we made the switch over to YouTube last December for JingleCon when we started the interim events, and then went over to SpringleCon and now TingleCon. And speaking of JingleCon will come this December. Dates are to be decided, but be sure to be on the lookout for that because it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone has, I mean, some people probably saw it, but we do have seasonal events, which happen during the winter time, springtime, as of now.
Yeah,
people
well,
are
if you're-
always
the caveat is that's based on the northern hemisphere, and we have some viewers and featured artists that are in the southern hemisphere. A notable example is our friend Shiver Me Tingles, who is in New Zealand. So for her, it's
Yes,
winter.
sir.
For her, it's winter right now, and it's autumn when we do SpringleCon. So it is a bit backwards for her, and I apologize.
Yeah.
But those are the catchiest names we can think of for those cons.
Absolutely. And we definitely always get, after every panel here and every TingleCon, we have so many people asking us to do more. Even when they're always like, oh my God, this was amazing. Why don't we do this more? So, that's always something to add in there. It's like, we try to do as many of these things as we can. And so with all your help, it definitely makes it a lot better. So we really are appreciative of that. So that's super important. So that said, I kind of wanted to just see if we could talk for a few moments about, do we feel like maybe what were some of the key maybe takeaways or things that really stuck out to you now that it's all said and done, it's behind you. Maybe FamCam, you want to start us off with something that maybe just
Yeah, big shout out to my neurodivergent co-panelists, Shiver, JBG, and Lunar. That was one of the most amazing panels I've ever done. It was so enlightening. It was so it really it opened my heart to be honest. It made me feel seen. I noticed that a lot of people in the chat felt seen, and it was just a great chance to be vulnerable without any judgment on a live stream. That is so freaking rare. It's a joke, but the fact that we were able to do that just was really moving to me. I can't thank y'all enough.
Paul, what about you?
How do you beat that? I mean, there you go.
Yeah, why'd you ask me
watched
first?
and it was very good. It was very interesting to see. It's a cop out, but I do like them all. I've learned a little something from every single one of them.
Yeah.
What was Destiny doing with making videos out of images? That I found that gobsmacking. I've been
amazing.
playing around with that while I was watching them. Actually, that was a fascinating panel. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
but they've all been good. They've all been good. If you take anything away from it, I take away the sense of community away from it. I think everybody's been very nice and supportive.
Perfect. The most important thing. Amy K, what about you?
I think I'm going to have to share the cop out and say that I think every panel that I watched, there was something that I just was either very interesting to hear or, that I learned or just an insight. I did really enjoy the neurodivergent panel. While I don't experience everything that you all do, there were moments that I agree. It was like you feel seen because like there are moments where you feel overwhelmed or stressed out about organization or whatever you're dealing with. And it's just like other people deal with that too. I'm not alone and I don't have to feel ashamed and stuff like that. And so it was just a really good conversation. So yeah, that was wonderful. I didn't get a chance to watch the AI panel yet, but I will. And the women in ASMR panel, again, fantastic. Eye opened.
100%.
Eyes open.
And by the way, for those of you who missed some panels that you wanted to see, please know that these VODs will remain up, and at the end of each broadcast, I go back into the description and change the times based on the schedule to timestamps, so you can easily find each panel you want. What stood out to you, Nathan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think for me, you know, I guess I have a unique benefit, which is that I get to actually sit and talk to almost, with the exception of, I guess, this year, two or three panels, but there was still 7 of them I did. I get to kind of sit with people and ask questions that I try to keep it obviously focused on what the audience wants, and but I of course get to ask them things that I'm interested in too, and hopefully there's some correlation.
And sometimes that can spark more interest in the audience. Like they may be more interested in stuff that they didn't even think of, and that can trigger their curiosity.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to say is, for me, I would say several of the panels I've spoken with these people multiple times over many years. Similarly with you guys, I feel like it's like talking to old friends. Like I've spoken to like Kat Bailey, for example, outside of here, and it's like kind of like hanging out with an old friend. Nick is another one. It's like, hey, what's up, bro? Like, it's good to catch up with your friend, like a good friends, even if it's once a year. And that's kind of how I felt was the unique like key takeaway, was like there are a lot of relationships and connections being forged here at TingleCon, and that's probably the best part, I think, in my opinion.
Nick is like a brother to me, which is amazing, because Nick is one of the ASMR artists that inspired me to become one myself. I intentionally embarrassed him at one of his streams and said that when I started, I saw him as a hero. Now I see him as a brother.
That's really nice.
He was moved.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's one of the good things about, you know, YouTubers, I think, or content creators, were very isolated in our little studios. So that's just something to like break those barriers is really nice. And that was the biggest part for me. And so I think, you know, hopefully that continues, and as we continue to grow, we continue that. I did want to read a question because I saw something there. I saw from Zona ASMR. What was one of the funniest moments in this year's TingleCon?
And by the way, before we answer, I want to point out that Zona is one of the creators that sent a video to us that's going to be playing in the last showcase after this. It's a voiceover role play. If I remember correctly, it was somebody. It's about somebody from New Zealand who came to America and as a student, and met somebody, and they had a bit of a romance. I watched through every single video submitted because I have to approve them, but it is a lot to go through, so it's hard to remember everything. But I will say all of them were spectacular. That said, funniest moments in TingleCon, I mean, for me, it's
you want to start us off with?
For me, it's kind of obvious. The ghost pepper incident. That was, even though I was in intense pain, it was the fun kind of intense pain, and it was entertaining.
Awesome. Well, Paul, what about you?
I did quite like seeing you get beat, Nathan. I passed the buck. I thought that was enjoyable.
Oh, yeah.
That was
You were
fun.
almost as bad as I was, so that was fun to see.
At least I'm in good company, you know? That's the key.
Getting Harry Potter spells. Oh my god.
That was amazing. We need to do that again. In fact, fellow creators that follow me on Twitch, you're more than welcome to play that game with me on my own streams. Let's get something going there. And same with you three.
That would be cool.
If you ever have any free time when I happen to be live, let's play some Pass the Buck.
There it is. Amy, what about you?
You know, that whole Pass the Buck and the truth and a lie. I think the funniest thing was when Paul kind of convinced us that he did his own dentistry. That was the funniest moment, because I actually believed it for a moment. Yeah.
I thought that was the one that I called out as the lie.
I don't know why I have believed it, although we did call it. Yeah, I mean, and the pepper thing, watching you cry, it was hilarious, of course.
Yeah.
And then in a panel, I'd say the funniest moment for me was when everyone asked Agilia what her accent was, and she said, "It's a secret," and we were
Yeah.
like, "Oh,
That was good.
That was
Yeah.
awesome.
All right, so we're changing the subject. Yeah, the bald cap thing also on the Agilia, the bald cap crew.
the
That
Walter
was kind
White
of
thing,
strange. Yeah, it was just strange.
It was
Yeah,
just like funny, weird. Yeah,
it was.
I have
Walter
more,
White, yeah.
I have much more experience being actually bald than wearing a bald cap. Because last year, for a couple months, I shaved my head. 'cause
You were. Yeah,
it was,
you were.
It was so damn
I
hot,
remember
and
that,
also my hairline is receding, and I wanted to see what I might look like bald, and it
looked cool.
I'm pretty proud of it, but I grew it back out because A, it was not to be a permanent thing at that point, but also B, winter was coming, and I am very weak to cold, so I grew my hair back out to deal with that. But still, but the only experience I had with wearing a bald cap was when I was 5 and I was Charlie Brown for Halloween. I've always been a big Charlie
That's
Brown
funny,
fan.
that's funny.
Charlie Brown is very close to my heart. I live very close to where Charles Schultz drew his comics, and he also ran an ice arena in Santa Rosa, California. It's a very popular place to go ice skating, and they also have hockey there. It's really, really cool. And they have a Charlie Brown museum and a Charlie Brown gift shop. And in that gift shop, they also have a bunch of hockey equipment because Charles Schultz was also a hockey player, apparently.
My answer to the funniest thing probably has to be, like the bald cap thing. And I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I mean, my boss also suffers from the spicy addict thing, and in a way, I do the same thing. I'm like, I think you should eat this, bro.
Wait, what?
I kind of think. No, I was saying with my boss, I do the same thing. I'm like, I think you need to eat that Trinidad scorpion pepper on camera. Like, I'm sorry. It just is what it is. You gotta
I'm
do
not
it.
making any promises, but if I ever get my tolerance
so I
that
enjoyed
high,
watching
that'd
you
be
do
awesome.
it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love how while it was happening, he's dying, and you were just like, "So next year you're gonna like one up it," and I was like, "Stop it, Nathan, no!"
But the views.
Yeah, I'm not even doing it for the views. I'm doing it because it's fun and I want to be an entertainer. But also, I genuinely enjoy spicy food. Generally,
No,
not
that's
to-
the thing, is
Generally,
you
not
enjoy
to
the
that
pain.
level, though. Like, even though my favorite snack of all time is Pocky Ghost Pepper chips, those chips pale in comparison in heat to an actual full ghost pepper. It's a night and day difference.
absolutely.
Hell,
Yeah.
the night before the day I had the ghost pepper, I ate half of one of those ghost peppers and was perfectly fine. But then suddenly a full one, it's a night and day difference. Like, you
It's
know,
a lot more. It's a lot more mass.
it really is.
A lot more
that was a
heat mass
that was a
there.
difference of like nothing to everything with just the amount of the same kind of pepper. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's like when you know that the pepper heads actually are enjoying it, then you feel good about it. You're like, actually, I think he likes this. It's a
Yeah.
masochistic thing.
It is.
We have another
David
question.
on one of those.
Yeah, I will have next year. We have another comment from Wraithwin, who says, would y'all four ever do a collab video together to celebrate how awesome a team you are and how great a job you did?
I would love to do that. I would
Yeah.
absolutely love to do that.
Yeah. It's just a time thing. It's like whenever we do talk about it, it's like, all right, who's gonna plan this?
Maybe we could
Yeah, I
maybe
can't
we
even.
could-
I can't.
maybe
I
we
can't even
could
tell you
do-
how many times I've like started a collab with someone and then it just falls through because
Oh, me
we
too.
just-
100%.
Yeah.
But maybe we could do a collab of a role play of us running what in-person TingleCon might be like.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be
yeah.
funny. That would be really
Yeah.
funny.
And use it to promote TingleCon.
Yeah.
Actually,
I'm
that's
all
not
for
a
it.
bad idea. Yeah,
it's not a
like
bad
a
idea.
check-in or something like that. That could be a good one.
Someone was saying they'd
That'd be
love
cool.
to see maybe an ASMR Pass the Bucket collab, like Pass the Bucket.
I've done
collab.
stuff like that before.
Like
I do
ASMR Pass the
I
Bucket.
do a lot of ASMR gaming on Twitch. So like I've played Dark Souls, Doom, GoldenEye, and ASMR. I play GoldenEye and ASMR a lot. So there's no reason why Pass the Buck shouldn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiver Me Tingles is saying, imagine an ASMR improv game live stream.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a thing, right? Am I wrong here? Now Twitch, I feel like maybe
Whether
Did you
it
not
is
plan
or
it?
not.
I think you planned something like that last time, didn't you?
Yeah.
But it
So
didn't quite
yeah,
come
we
together.
we did plan an ASMR improv segment for, was it JingleCon or SpringleCon? One of the two.
Yeah.
But the other person I will not name had to back out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was. Oh, well, you're not naming for a reason.
I'm not naming for a reason.
Okay, just check.
It is one of those things that
I'm not
it's hard to schedule.
I'm not a
things,
big
you know.
name.
That's
I'm
It
not-
is. It
I'm
just
not-
happens,
I'm
doesn't
not
it?
a name and shame
It
kind of
does.
guy.
Well, there's
Yeah,
no shame
no.
about it. The person just couldn't make it at the last minute. If we had a
Yeah.
few more people on board, we probably could have went with it, but it was too small at the time. So
Yeah,
it would have been
maybe
good.
the
It was
next
like a
time.
sort of whose line is it anyway type thing.
That's
which I thought
exactly
would
what
be
we were
really
going
cool.
for.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we were going
Yeah.
for.
I could see it happening though. It definitely, we just have to get the right amount of people to be interested, and I think it could happen.
Yeah, a lot of people get really nervous doing live improv. It takes grit. It really does.
Shiver Me Tingle says she'll do it with you. I've had improv classes.
Let's do it. Hell yeah, I'm down.
All right, well, let's see. Let's have that. Put that in the book. She's committed. That means
Yeah.
she's committed a year
It's in
from
writing.
now. That's it. It's in writing. Screenshotted.
Sleeping Artist says, Keith, maybe you should try blowing fire.
Yeah. I mean, you could do like an emoji thingy animation of you blowing fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would
Just
love to do that actually.
Put a fire over on this side of your screen.
I could
Thumbnail style, like
totally
thumbnail
I
style.
could totally make one of those. Absolutely.
The Tingles game, a game show with categories like Guess the Tingles, the Whispers Challenge, and Pass the Buck. Is it bucket or buck?
It's buck.
It's Pass the Buck. Yeah, it's Pass the Buck. All right, just to make sure, because I think some people here were. Yeah, but that sounds great. We have had a Jeopardy. That was what was that for? Was that for spring?
That was SpringleCon.
SpringleCon. Yeah, we did have that. We thought about bringing it back, but we sort of leave usually just one period of time segment for our game stuff, since we have so many panels and stuff.
And Pass the Buck was a much better idea, honestly, because it requires very little preparation. You don't have to have all this knowledge in advance. Like, I'll be perfectly honest. If I wasn't the one who made the props and played along with you, I probably would have sucked even worse. Like I just picked out all the.
You did really good. Yeah,
I do
think
have.
you were second. I mean, obviously you were no Amy K, but you were holding your own. You were certainly not like me and Nathan, right in the gutter.
The thing is,
stumbling.
All of us
trying to get.
All of us have a vast knowledge of the ASMR world. We just answered all the questions based on my own knowledge. You could have created some prompts and kicked my ass and Nathan's ass and Amy's ass easily. Because
the problem is though, it's what you got. You're just like, if when you're playing that game, you're like name of cars, and you're like Ford, and then the person before you goes Ford, then you go. Oh,
Yeah, that's exactly what it does.
Now what do
happens?
I say?
And then
Yeah.
you're like, okay, I have to get like two in my head to make sure if one is said. But then like if one is said or if it's not said, then I forget the second one. And then it's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
like,
You forget it. It's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
You gotta
Sometimes
remember what
one
other people
isn't
have said.
said, and you're like, I forgot.
and you
what
have to remember what other people have said. Yeah, it's like a whole. I think the majority of the outs were doubles instead
repetitions.
of
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I am seeing another comment here, which I think, I mean, that's actually my question. So maybe just ask this, but Rev ASMR is talking about in-person TingleCon. So maybe I will just ask this: what plans do we have for the future? We're building upon this. Like, are we thinking about maybe other things? TingleCon, SpringleCon, JingleCon, live in person.
Well, for now, it's largely to do with what kind of segments that we have. We always are happy to bring in new ideas and take new ideas from all of y'all if you have any suggestions. That's why when you sign up to be a featured artist, we have a suggestion box, because we are always open to great ideas, and we're happy to shout you out if we use them. But yeah, obviously, since the beginning, the long-term dream has been to make this an in-person thing one day. The short answer of the issue that is money. Like, it's ridiculously expensive to create a new con, let alone make it competitive. Because
also for people to attend it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden the content is less accessible. You know, it's behind a paywall in a way at that point. And so I think
Not
that would be
necessarily.
something.
So what?
True, not necessarily.
What I've been envisioning is like we would still broadcast it, like a live sports event kind of thing, but we would broadcast the panels, while people also have the option to travel and see it in person. People travel to see like sporting events in person when they could easily just watch it on TV in the comfort of their own home, because it's a whole new level of experience. You get a chance to meet your friends in the community, meet new creators, make connections. You can only do so much of that online. You can do that online. We all do that all the time online, but it's not quite the same as doing it in person.
Yeah, there are a few other little things that make it difficult for in-person things, because you'd have to, I mean, just like the nature of ASMR, and like sometimes there's parasocial stuff, and so if you wanted like some female creators to feel safe enough to attend, you'd have to like promise it beefy security.
There's
and so-
that and so many other reasons for that matter. Like there's, especially in the U.S., there's like a lot of crime. I won't get into detail of that, but security is really, really important for sure. And that is another beefy part of the budget to be when it comes to organizing an in-person con. But yeah, also we will need to think of effective strategies to make sure that there is that harassment doesn't happen, and other things of that nature. And it's tough, but there is a way, because they already do that to a degree at places like VidCon and TwitchCon and Comic-Con, because people have parasocial relationships with people and then end up meeting them at those cons. The question is, how do they circumvent bad behavior? That's something we're going to have to figure out.
I think also geographically, there's a problem where, you know, if it was like in the UK, it'd be, you know, pretty much easier to kind of set that up. But in the United States, it's such big distances, especially like to get an in-person thing, especially with flight costs and all that, it would add up quite a bit. I think you have to determine like, where are you going to do it? Florida, New York, California, you know, all of a sudden, like whoever is not in that location is going to have to like start putting down a lot of money. And that sort of, that cost is always, you know, one of those things that I think is super important.
And for that reason,
attendees.
I personally would like TingleCon to not just be in like the same city every year, but like be in different locations and in different years, so that it's easier to reach easier to reach people around the world. Because TingleCon, even though it's still pretty small now, it is growing, and it's already reaching people all around the world, and we want to make sure it is as accessible as possible.
Gracie B says here, regional mini cons. Well, so the only thing about that would be then you'd be kind of splitting people up a little bit, you know, and that'd be sort of, if there was a way to connect them, the greater con together, that could be cool. I guess it would be like, how do you connect it, I guess.
I personally think that JingleCon and SpringleCon would probably remain an all online thing, because they're by design more low key. TingleCon is the main event, and it is designed to be much bigger. So we would save a lot of the much bigger stuff for TingleCon, and that includes being in person.
Yeah.
But
Paul,
maybe I'll change my answer then.
It would be fun one day for sure. I think it's really good the way it is now, though. Nobody's using airplanes. Nobody's booking out hotels. You know, there's much to be said about online conventions, and there's some big good ones. You know, what Amy was saying is it will be cost prohibitive in terms of the danger that is required in terms of having lots of people who are public figures in one place. That would be, you would need some beefy security there. And that's expensive. And I feel like we spend that money somewhere else instead. But, you know, I think it's so cool. I'm very happy with it, for sure. I mean, you know, one of the things you could potentially do is be a satellite of another convention. So, you know, if you had like San Diego, I don't know, Comic-Con, is there something we can speak to these guys and say, you know what, ASMR is a big thing. It's sort of the same sort of genre as you guys. Could we carve a section out and be part of that with you guys? I don't know. I mean, that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. A good, cheaper option and arguably safer option could be just to have the in-person gathering involve creators that have been vetted and built a good trust amongst each other and get together to do a broadcast together in person. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to VidCon, and I don't know what that's like. But I don't know if that would be cool if there could be an extension of ASMR at VidCon. You know, like TingleCon at VidCon kind of thing.
Yeah, that could be a big possibility. And yeah, the thing is, VidCon, TwitchCon, they have the advantage because they're backed by the most dominant websites on the planet. We're just for artists with a passion and a dream.
I mean, I just thought it off the top of my head, but the more I think about it, the more I would like to explore it, actually, because imagine the exposure you would get if you went to Con or Tingle or TwitchCon or something like that. You would become something quick. So, you know what, guys? You've just sparked some behind-the-scenes conversations for us. That's for sure.
That's part of the staff Q&A is that. So, yeah. We welcome that.
Absolutely. Well, we're here to listen to what you all thought about everything and what you have to say, because that's super important. Well, besides this, do you guys feel like there was anything what was something that really, like some of the presentations or discussions like that, did any of them lead to any shifts in your perspective on things? I mean, just some fresh ideas, or,
you know,
like, Amy, what are you? Oh, Fam, you want to go first?
Amy first.
I mean, I feel like I may have already said this, but yeah. So the cinematic panel definitely inspired me to do some, more story-driven ASMR videos. But I think in terms of perspective, the women in ASMR panel. So for whatever reason, I always felt like I love watching older women in ASMR. I find that it's like more calming and just like more gentle. I don't know. And like they mentioned this, but like sometimes you see it's like, oh, it reminds me of my grandmother or my aunt or my mother or something. That kind of adds to it just being extra calming. But then one of the questions was like, do you feel like people look at you differently, or like do you feel like the audiences aren't quite drawn to you as much because you're an older woman and it's so dominated by younger women and younger people in general? And they said, no, I don't feel that. If anything, I feel like it's helpful because most of my viewers say that they actually prefer that. They find that they found them and they said, wow, I actually love that you are older. And I, for some reason, thought it was probably the opposite. I thought I was like an outlier or something, but yeah.
Awesome. Keith, what do you think?
So mine may be a tad bit controversial, but the AI segment, I've been one of those people who's been really stressing out about losing my job to AI, but actually seeing what AI could do has opened my eyes a bit as to think, are there any ways that I can use this to adapt and actually build a career out of it? Because I work in marketing and it would actually be a good idea to use it to build my career in that and make my life easier. I work for a company, I'm not going to name it obviously, but I work for a company who does absolutely everything it can possible to avoid laying people off, and it's very flexible with accommodating people to still be able to have jobs, which is fantastic. And so I've actually hinted at talks about using some AI tools we have, not to like do our work for us, but to make it a part of our work to utilize it as a tool. I mean, like it's not like we can't be artists anymore because Photoshop is a thing. We can still use Photoshop and we can still paint. The only downside is the only downside I see with AI still with all that is it's commonly used to steal the work of artists and use it to build these AI generated images. That I have a big issue with because stealing content is not a good thing. Obviously, there's fair use, but fair use, like, don't quote me on this. I'm not a lawyer, but fair use applies to like commentary, criticism, education, and stuff like that. AI generative images don't necessarily do all that, but if they credited the artist that it was building it off of, that would be fantastic. I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but still, seeing what Destiny showed in that AI segment, I thought was really fascinating and gave me some perspective of what we can all do in the future with it. Like, I think it's a good idea to be open to adapt to what we have in the future, and not get caught up in the idea of it screwing us over. Because if we do, then it will. If that makes sense. Yeah, that's just me, but yeah.
Paul, what do you think? What was something that you learned or really stuck out to you?
Yeah, the AI is an interesting topic, isn't it? I would get off track with it, but I know people started worry about the automation of AI and taking your jobs. But I saw a meme recently which said AI will never take my job, and it was like, why? So because I'm unemployed. But AI takes away jobs for sure, but not all jobs are desirable. That's what I think. One thing you have to remember is, if society did it right, and we eliminated the right number of jobs, and there were things like minimum incomes, or we were paid properly for the more creative things, it's going to be a good place.
Yeah.
That will take some doing. But yeah, AI, interesting. But because Keith's talking, I forgot what your question is.
Just that something that led to a shift in your perspective or fresh ideas for you
You know what? I took a little bit from everything. What Keith was saying about the AI, I thought I knew quite a lot about it, but then the little video bit, I was like, oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm going to nick some of that. What Amy was saying about the older creators, that's inspiring, right? Because you don't want to think that you've got a life expectancy on you as a creator. And
I will say that's actually one of the main reasons why I absolutely love that panel, because it made me, because I want to create for as long as I can. And I think that just the internet in general, society in general, makes you think as a woman, once you get to a certain age, you're done. That's it. You're no longer on the internet. No one wants to watch you anymore. But watching them talk about their passion and then creating and stuff like that, I was like, you know what? I could do this as long as I want. And it made me feel so much better.
Absolutely. And I think having panels like that really help in bringing awareness and bring a new perspective against societal norms that
exactly
only harm
I don't have a
people.
time limit on creation. I no longer have that anxiety.
Yeah. It is nice to look that for sure. It's almost like a weird thing to say, but because of the fact that that's reassuring. But you do get that feeling sometimes, don't you? That you just do get that feeling when Hollywood's casting 24-year-old women as grandmothers and things, and you just think, and I don't. It's a lot easier for men, for sure. But then you also think that do you have a life? Do you have a shelf life? And then no, of course you don't.
Yeah, but even recognizing that consciously, it's still natural to have that anxiety deep down, just because of how much social conditioning there really is on that. Like, reassurance is fantastic and important, but it can only get you so far at a time. So
yeah.
So like
this actually makes me think of a tangent. I'm going to make it very small, I swear. But just like you mentioned, in general, like anyone, but I'm thinking in particular as a woman, society and like the skincare agencies and like all that stuff, they make you think that once you start aging, once you start wrinkling, that your value as a woman goes down. But one thing that you should keep in mind as you start to age is to stop following younger people and surround your subscriptions on like Instagram, TikTok, whatever, with people your age or older. And then you will no longer feel that way because you see them thriving and you see them having an amazing time, being older and wise, and having the time of their lives, and you no longer have those issues, and that is something that I've been doing, so it works.
Extremely interesting, and I think that is
Yeah.
one of the ways to be inspired. I mean, the two little interesting conversations we had there came from some panels that we had, and you know what, Nathan, I'm very curious. Yeah, do you have any more questions after this, by the way?
I have as many as you want.
If you do,
I have as many as you
should
need.
answer
Well, I
it
mean-
first, because yours ended up going
sorry.
last. And then,
Well, I'm
like,
listening to what you guys are saying. I can answer first sometimes. I mean, I would say that for me, for me, that the thing that probably was a shift in perspective is just the AI stuff, simply because it is such a paradigm shift for society. I mean, the other things are cool, but that's like literally, universe shaping. I think it's like the computer being invented. And for me, I view it as it's, from what Destiny showed. I had a different feeling, I guess, maybe from you from you guys, in the sense that I think it is not good or bad. I see somebody saying we can use it for good of society. Well, it'll definitely be used for bad too. But that said,
absolutely, without a
I think
doubt.
the way you think about the computer, and you either can be a person who it's probably out of your choice. You're not going to be able to will it away. So the best thing is to adapt to it and try to use it to your advantage. Because I just read a study today that people who are using AI, that AI will replace jobs with people who use AI. So it's this thing that like the people who will be using AI actually are about 30 to 40% more productive in a lot of different tasks. So, but for me, the thing that was big was the creator part of it, because if you're not limited, I mean, think about when you all started to make videos, like you have a crappy webcam or camera and a bad mic, and you don't know how to necessarily use them. But imagine if you could level that playing field where all of a sudden you can just type in the camera you want and you could write out a sci-fi background, and all of a sudden you don't need to be a wizard because your imagination can more clearly be put onto the page. And that for me is like almost, it's more of a great democratizer of creativity that I sort of see. You can see like that image, where Paul, you were mentioning that the Japanese samurai flick that was just from a couple sets of images. So I feel as though you can imagine new creators who have AI, and it's all of a sudden they're not limited with their imagination, and that actually will make better content in the end, in my opinion. Because like audio, music used to be some guy in a humongous room. You'd have to have audio engineers who they only, they had a room-sized audio machine. And to run those machines, you had to be like a NASA scientist, to actually work them effectively. And you've seen that now, like we've said, with Grimes and some of these other, I think it was, who was it? No, I always forget who it is. One of some of the younger artists are just doing it in their bedroom, and it sounds great.
Yeah.
And so that same thing will be true, I think, with AI, where that you won't need a Hollywood studio with 20 green screens and the perfect lighting. Like, actually, some of these things will become much easier to, work. And now imagine you're in a noisy apartment. You have AI that can help remove some of these noises. You don't need to be some production expert, because you do see like that gap, and that's not, and I think that could be fixed in a lot of ways. So I'm hopeful that's what changed for me, was seeing that,
And plus,
basically.
Great equalizer. I
Yeah.
think you're right. Exactly what you said. I would say it over and over again. The great equalizer. Right now, I understand that, it is sort of encroaching on people's spaces, but it's encroaching on the space of the privileged few who can afford all of the things that go behind these things. So we have to do it with balance, for sure, but it's also empowering people who would have no option otherwise in this
100%.
way.
100%. And the things that I use it for, it usually is doing some menial tasks that actually just waste my time. Like, anyway, like I would have wasted an hour here and there doing this.
Yeah.
So in the end of the day, it is, and we're only a year into it. So you just can imagine, like the computer or video games in the 70s when they just started, 60s, 70s with the brown box. I think we're seeing a similar shift. So that was just like, the way Destiny presented it was amazing, because you went through each piece of media, the music, the image, the video, all that stuff, and that was pretty amazing, because you can see it will be pieced together, and probably not that long from now.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the speed will be phenomenal. I mean,
I'm
that's
gonna
one of the things I take from it.
I'm
is
going to drop a bit of a
speed.
truth bomb. TingleCon already uses AI to a degree. Some of the questions we've asked on panels due to time constraints have been generated by ChatGPT. Not all of them, but some of them, and we often tend to tweak them to fit the specific context of the panel and the panelists. But it is a time saver so we sometimes use it.
How dare you? We're sham now.
The way I tend to
you
use
just
it
reveal
is
our
as a lead.
secrets.
I like to use it as a lead-in because it does give at the moment fairly jilted, impersonal type questions, but
yeah,
I like it for the first 2 or 3 questions, and then we just sort of see where the conversation has gone, and then go from there. But that is definitely, it helped a lot to add a nice foundation of questions that we definitely used for this, and I can confirm that's used in many YouTube channels for scripts of all types. So
yeah,
you'd be surprised who's using it.
Darlene did a video where she used Chat GPT to direct what she does in the video, which I thought was interesting.
Casey Neistat, also another one who did a really funny one. You do see it's funny because what the video thinks you should be doing for a viral video is often like not what you'd actually watch.
Yeah.
That's right now. Eventually it'll get there,
Yeah.
but for now it's like, hello, I'm Casey Neistat and I am in New York. Look at this beautiful city. It's like lacks the this is Miami, New York. It could be, that's close enough, honestly. Let's be real. It's like half New Yorkers in here anyway. But at least half.
That is true.
But yeah, that's sort of that is interesting that we did actually use it this year to talk about things. Oh, look at that. It's SG. What's up, SG?
What up?
Wow.
Couldn't be with
Congratulations
you
on the
this
30th
weekend.
birthday, buddy.
And 30 for you. Yeah, happy birthday.
Hello, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Bonjour,
fellow-
Siva.
Happy birthday, fellow Leo.
Yeah, man.
My birthday was the 12th.
Congratulations. That's awesome. Well, that's what I love to see right there. You can see SG again. It must have been a year since I've seen this gentleman right here.
Have we seen SG at some of the interim cons? I could have
maybe briefly. Maybe briefly. Yeah, maybe. Might be. But it's good to see him right here.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And happy belated.
Happy birthday.
So, Paul, sorry, did you say you had some questions? Oh, you wanted me to answer first. That's what it was. I see. Okay, well, I guess I think we have a time for maybe just maybe a handful, maybe 2, 3 more little questions. If anyone has anything in the audience they want to ask before we sort of wind things down here from successful events, any suggestions? Keith, I don't think we did say where can people, if they want to reach out to us, where's our email? How
our
can they reach
email
out to us
address
exactly?
is info@tinglecon.org. You can also sign up for our email list. We promise we'll use it a lot more for incoming events. We've been so damn busy, but sign up for our email list to get updates on the con. And of course, if you want to reach out to us, the best way to do it is info@tinglecon.org. Or if you're already in our DMs, I guess you could do that too. You have options. But yeah, for most people, the best way is email.
We also are pretty available. I hate to say this on X. You can message us there. It just said it is what it is. It sucks, but it is. That's just, we're there. We're on Instagram as well.
The X is in the bird's eyes.
What's our handle at X? It's TingleCon ASMR.
It's
correct?
at TingleCon ASMR. Same thing on Instagram.
On Instagram,
Maybe
also
one
we're
day we'll
available
have
there.
a Threads, even though it was like a week-long thing.
Yeah, not looking like it, but
Not looking
maybe one
like
day.
it.
Maybe one day. But sorry, Zuck. Sorry, bud. But hey, give us some money. That said,
Yes.
we're not really friends. So yeah, and I did have a big question here. I just want to see if anyone had anything they wanted to, last thoughts or anything. From the audience. We've already heard enough from our big mouths, but if any of you have any thoughts or any suggestions, please let us know. Message us, email us, subscribe to our YouTube, hit us up there. We do read comments. We try to respond to every comment, if we can.
And hit that like button.
Hit that like button, helps with the algorithm. We definitely appreciate it. We do have a comment here. I think TingleCon could definitely benefit from a TikTok. I think it would be awesome for exposure and also promoting to other ASMR artists from Shiver Me Tingles ASMR.
Absolutely.
That is true.
In fact, I do have some thoughts on how we may tackle that. I will keep it under wraps for now to make up for the fact that I talked about ChatGPT. Just kidding. But I will keep it under wraps for now because things like that I do like to be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. No, I don't mind the ChatGPT. I mean, I think that is a good reflection about how people can use it.
And I like to
I think
be
most people
transparent.
use it than you think.
Oh,
or more
yeah.
people use
Of
it than you
course.
think.
100%.
100%. Are you kidding me?
We all secretly use it for something.
Here's the-
Writing emails.
Here's the thing, though.
Replying to our grandmother.
Job
whatever.
recommendations.
Job recommendations.
I
resumes.
only started using ChatGPT in the last week because I struggled to get it to work previously.
Oh,
Well,
so the
welcome
magic
to
world
the-
is coming for you.
Yeah,
But even with
wow.
the art tools, artists are using these tools now as well.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
like, how do you stop it at that point? I mean, when I'm on some of the AI things, I just see a lot of people who are clearly artists who are just building something and then tweaking it, or like logo design and things like that. So
100%.
Do-
Oh yeah, for thumbnails,
do
like
the
perfect
world a
for that.
favor.
Yeah.
Don't use ChatGPT to try to court somebody, please.
Oh.
It's gonna bite you in the ass later.
I am 1,000% sure that's already happening.
Oh, of
Yeah, I was
course
gonna
it
say
is.
that sounds like something
that's
definitely happened.
It is, but I'm not a dating
Wait a
expert,
second.
but
Didn't South Park have an episode about that?
I don't know. I haven't watched.
They
South
had an
Park in
episode
years.
about that. No, they did.
Oh my God.
They
Did they?
100% did.
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Tinder's a thing, so if you get on there and maybe things aren't working out, maybe the AI chatbot can spice it up a little bit, spice up that Tinder profile. I don't know.
It
I
would
do
probably
agree
work
about the
quite well for letters, wouldn't it? Please write me a
That's-
letter in the style of Emily.
I mean,
That's
Dickinson.
how.
yeah,
That's
I was
how
about
I
to
thought
say,
of
in the
it.
1800s, I don't know if that's a thing anymore.
Yeah,
but,
the 1800s would be a.
Dear beloved, I'm writing thee to let you know of my whatever. I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna work. The girls can be like, "What? I'm like, what the hell?"
Yeah, the big joke in the show is that the ChatGPT was like very responsive and listened and actually gave like really good responses. And then when they met in person, they were like, "You are nothing like you were on text." Like,
AI
That's
fishing.
amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Shiver says
I
the
do agree-
ASMR community on TikTok is massive, but also really diverse. I've made friends with creators from all walks of life, so many ethnicities and identities, etc. It would be wonderful for TingleCon. Absolutely. Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, I think TikTok would be really great. I definitely think that is gonna maybe fall into some individual's hands in this panel. Some person who's like does that for a job. But yeah, I mean, I do like it. I do like it. We'd have to figure out what would be the content that would be like. Would it be just like short sound bites of the panels, or maybe some? But I certainly could see it for promotion, like the stories doing like TingleCon is coming. But yeah, the TikTok ASMR community is huge. I have two TikTok ASMR friends who are 1 million plus, and they're very nice. And it just hasn't really worked out because one speaks French. So unless we get a French panel, a French host, we're probably not going to make that happen. But yeah, there's so
Not to
many nice
mention we have to
people
worry
there.
about subtitles.
Subtitle. Well, the other one is German. So it's like, it is very diverse, as you say, and so there's a lot that comes with that. But I totally agree. TikTok would be a really cool place to explore.
I think
as well.
YouTube Shorts as well. That was one of the panels that changed my mind. I'm like, I'm not doing enough shorts. I know there was some discussion with us behind the scenes about that, in terms
glad
of
you
how
enjoyed that,
does it
yeah.
affect your channel. If
That was a
anyone wants to-
non-ChatGPT question. That was a me question. Yeah.
And so, like,
I gotta take
it
some credit,
sounds like that could be a good way of doing it. Yeah, getting some shorts out there. I
Yeah,
certainly
we'll
want to
save
share
the
some
shorts.
shorts.
yeah,
Shorts are
we
always
didn't get to shorts in our Q&A, but I think that we will eventually talk about shorts.
Yeah, eventually. I think a couple months I have a feeling they're going to be around.
Yeah.
So they're going to be around by the
All
time
I
we get
know
back
is that
get to
Bart
the next one.
Simpson. All I know is that Bart Simpson wants you to eat his.
Yeah. That's
Right.
Well, maybe not the viral ones. But yeah, absolutely.
viral ones.
Shorts would be cool too. I think the question is how well would they do? We don't know. We should try it out though. We'll try it out. We do post these videos. Keith, when do you think we'll be posting all the panels and everything for people to check out?
So the panels you could check out by watching the VODs. I put timestamps in the description so you go through it that way. I decided not to repost them as individual videos because that's just going to be like splitting the audience between two different things and just like spreading them out so each gets a lower amount of views instead of like one thing, getting more views that way. Having said that, the 20 questions that will be posted as individual videos, maybe as shorts, and we'll also go on Instagram as reels and maybe on TikTok.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I think there's so many possibilities, or Facebook even is also a big one, surprisingly, that I think no ASM artists are not utilizing it, but a lot of other YouTubers are. It's their biggest moneymaker. But that's a whole other conversation.
I'm curious what people in the audience's favorite bits were as well.
Yeah, I would be as well.
Yeah,
If you get the chance while we're talking, shout it out.
Yeah.
And yeah,
that's a good question, Paul.
Sorry to interrupt. Anyway, Nathan.
Yeah, you
No,
did
I
really
think
well,
this is
SG.
actually
French panel.
Yeah. SG mentions a French panel. I mean, could we briefly talk about maybe some thoughts about different language type panels? I mean, we have had one in the past, Spanish, but we definitely have thought about some others: German, French, Italian. I think someone was Flemish. I think was another one there. Yeah, it's just hard people to commit. It's hard to get them to commit to hosting. You know, I think like a actual panel, and then they have to kind of negotiate, like, or deal with the scheduling, and so it gets kind of hard to actually make that happen. But we certainly would love to long term have like different language type events. I personally would. I don't know about you guys. What do you think?
No, that would be fantastic.
Yeah,
great, wouldn't it? Yeah, I love that idea. Because you have a lot of really good artists out there who, even if they do speak really good English, there's a confidence thing where they're like, I don't speak good English. You speak good English. You can do this. But they're like, no. And then so if you had a French panel, you could have some really talented people who maybe even do their videos in English, but they,
yeah.
Another good example of that is ASMR Beats. I honestly don't remember what his native language is, but he speaks really good English in writing, but he is not at all confident in his ability to speak English verbally. I've asked him to come on my podcast, It's Getting Late, before, but he turned it down because he's not comfortable with speaking English verbally. But if we could get a panel using his native language, we need to have him on, because he is a legend in this community. We've used
He certainly is.
He's provided his music to use in TingleCon in the past.
I actually think
it's good music.
I actually think the language thing could be solved by AI if there was, like, I just saw an ad for the Google Pixel Buds. It can translate 40 languages in your ear, like, so when you're talking, it actually translates it. I just saw this. So there's definitely going to be a push for this kind of stuff. And so the problem with the language is always subtitles. That's what it comes down to. I swear to God. It's
Shiver
like,
just
because the
mentioned-
subtitle is a job. I mean,
Shiver just mentioned there are bilingual creators that can also translate, which is true. What we could do with that is, like, oftentimes, bear with me, I'm going to use the sports metaphor, but oftentimes in baseball, when there's a player that does not speak English, they have a translator that the reporter interviewing them will ask the question to. They'll translate it, they say the answer, and they translate it back. We could easily do that, especially for, I think it would be more reserved for one-on-ones, because having somebody translate back and forth for multiple people will just take forever. And
I think so.
So it would be good to do that with 1v1s.
Yeah, and I still think at the end of the day, it comes down to, like, the extra work that's required to pull that off, and then you have to get 2 people scheduled, so it gets difficult there. But I think that's something long term we would like to explore more, for sure. There's no doubt. I would love to see it some Asian language, Korean, Japanese, like Indian, or I'm sorry, India, Hindi. I think that would be really, really cool. I mean, just because that's like really like more than half the world almost right there.
Yeah.
Just those two couple, like Mandarin right there. That's like how many billion people?
We had a
Mandarin and Hindi would be 2 billion right there.
Yeah.
More than 2 billion.
We had a Filipino creator this year in Jadi17, one of the sweetest dudes I know. Go check
Well,
out
Filipinos,
Jadi17.
they speak English and Spanish there too. So usually that's a more bilingual, trilingual country, but certainly some of these other ones, it's not a very common thing. So certainly in China is a good example of that, where it's not Japan. There's a little more English there, but
isn't ASMR
some of these
banned
other
in
ones,
China?
ASMR banned. I'm not sure. I know
YouTube
Ting
is
is in
banned
China.
I know
so you'd
YouTube
struggle
Oh,
is.
YouTube. TikTok is also not used in China. They use something, I forget the name of it. It's like some other name. Yeah, which just goes to show you it's probably not a good thing that they don't use that for a good reason. But yeah, like it's definitely, there's different apps. I mean, there's also like a million like Weibo and all these other different Chinese apps where there's just tons of people. So, you know, it'd be nice to reach all these new audiences somehow. That's obviously a long-term goal.
Multiple Strong
Uh,
Minds says trouble with using AI for translations. Nothing. Some things can't be easily translated. Happens a lot in Welsh, and I'm sure this is the case for many languages. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but there can be enough exceptions when they code it that I'm sure that stuff can be accounted for.
It could, but we
You know
have
what I
a
mean?
long
Getting
way
so
to
much
go
better
until
if
that's
you
the
tried
case.
this
It'll
with
get there.
ChatGPT.
It'll
It is
get there.
getting
We're in year
really good.
one. We're in year one. Give it
In
5,
fact,
10 years.
I've seen
It's gonna
things
get it.
where it's been translated from English to Korean, and then I've run it through the ChatGPT's version of it, and it was different, and it was maybe better. So, you know, you have to have real top level translators to even rival it. I think it's going to get really good really soon.
Yeah, I
That
agree.
bud thing, I didn't even hear about that.
Until
I'm
then,
gonna
you
have
got to
to
be
get that.
careful though.
Yeah, I just found, my boss just texted me that today. That's a new thing. So yeah, the Google Pixel Buds has that. But you can just imagine we're at the beginning, year one. Imagine the computer in year one. You know, we're definitely gonna get a lot. It's gonna go very quickly, is my guess.
Universal translators, we're getting Star Trek. Oh my God, soon we'll all have minimum incomes and we can just do what we want to do. You know, people ask me sometimes, what's your dream job? And I'm like, why would I dream of labor? That's not something, there's no dream
People are already
job.
saying that.
It's the things
Yeah.
I want to do. Yeah.
Well, you
So
know what
really
they're saying
exciting.
now is they're trying to do AI to translate animal conversations so that AI can actually
Oh, that would
translate
be
animal communication.
amazing.
Yeah, I just read an article on that. They're working on somehow
That's
making that work.
crazy.
Obviously, that's going to start to get like really hard because, you know, they have different ways of thinking and communicating, but
I'll be
there
amazed if
are
that happens
attempts
in
at
our
it.
lifetimes.
I don't know if we even want it. Do you really want your dog?
I was gonna say I don't want it
Give me
because
food.
I was gonna say I already know what
Pet me.
99% of it is going to be
Yeah.
is I want wet food. Give me wet food.
And pet me.
Yeah. Pet me.
And go away when I want you to.
That sounds like a dream.
Yeah. It would be very Mr. Doolittle, but Dr. Doolittle.
Dr.
where,
Doolittle,
Yeah.
You know, hopefully one day we'll get there. You know, communicate with the dolphins and ride on their backs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chivalry Tingles here makes a comment. It can be hard to do some things, and there will always be challenges, but I think you can choose your challenges. And choosing to prioritize challenges around inclusivity would be amazing for TingleCon.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree.
I would say that if that inclusion thing is tough because, I mean, I'm just going to come out and say it, like, there could be more diversity in TingleCon. It's just who we know and who responds to us. And, like, I think we have had big, lofty goals about inclusive and diversity that could be realized further.
That may be true, but it does get better every year with time.
It does, absolutely. More people are involved, but I still think we agreed. I think that's something we try to do it. It comes down to like for example, some of the panels were 4 dudes. Like that was one of the panels. So sometimes it's just the scheduling and who shows up, you know, and that's just the kind of the battle. But we certainly are interested in making it more inclusive, more diverse, more representation from all sides. That would be a goal for sure. I mean, not to mention the language thing. I mean, like forgetting like inclusivity amongst like just more than 3/4 of the world, you know. I mean, we're not even anywhere close to the amount of people that we could be reaching. So that's and now you have to imagine a lot of the world doesn't have internet. That's like, I don't even think I want to say it's like 1/3 of the world doesn't even have internet. So ASMR itself isn't even reaching those people who are like economically and, you know, socioeconomically, it's a very diverse group of people who are not having their voices heard. So that digital divide is certainly something that we always have to be mindful of.
Yeah. And that may get better with time too.
Yeah, I agree. That will get hopefully better with time. Yeah, I mean that involves a lot of other things outside of our control to some degree. But certainly that's something to think about. We have another comment from Rev ASMR. Cats will be judgmental.
Oh, without a
Yes.
doubt. But most humans are too. Let's be honest.
Very true. Also,
Whether
humans
we
are
want
actually
to be
worse.
or not,
We're way worse. The cat's just like, oh, you're a mouse. Well, I might eat you. The human's like way more of a bastard about it. Multiple strong lines. I'd love to see how AI would translate the Welsh word hiraeth, as hiraeth has no direct translation in English.
Interesting.
Well, think about this. If you
What's the
can think and
indirect
conceptualize
translation?
in your own head, then probably it can be explained, is my guess. So, I agree, though, that those are a lot of words like that. Vetterneid in German means food envy. We don't have a word like that in English. But you could explain it a little bit. Be like, when you look over at someone's food and you're like, I want that food. That's what that is. So it's just, that would be cool when they eventually can pull that off. World Bry ASMR says, I'm looking forward to seeing TingleCon grow stronger and more representational over the years. Fully support. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Yeah. And we do too. We were right there with you on that as well. Multiple strong minds. My cat would just say, cuddle me, cuddle me, cuddle me, cuddle me. I love you, cuddle me, please. I love you, XD. I can see her doing that. Yes.
Yeah, some cats will do that for sure.
Now, multiple strong minds. You're mad at my perfect Scottish accent? Come on, Mike. Come on now. Or Welsh accent. Excuse me. Welsh 82 ASMR would
Your
be so
perfect
disappointed with me
Scottish,
right
not
now.
Scottish accent.
I have some Scottish in the genes. I don't want to brag or anything here, but my grandpa used to say I had the best Scottish Welsh accent. I don't know. I'm mixing
I want to hear your Scottish accent. Come on.
No way. No
Just
way.
a wee bit, lad.
That I can't. I can only harness my Alex Ferguson. But I did want to ask one super important. That's Sean Connery. That's Sean Connery.
Yeah.
That's probably what I would have done. Sean
Quintessential
Connery.
Scotsman.
The many accents of Sean Connery.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Okay, so I want to do one last question here. I think the audience, if we have any other things you want to say, this is the time to, forever hold your peace, or, just lay it on the line. As my face blurs from this darned. I know Amy knows what I'm talking
that's
about.
How
I know you
saw
know
the,
this, babe.
That's how I saw the world while I
Darn
was burning on the
GH5.
ghost pepper.
Oh, like that? Like
Yeah.
your face was like that all the time.
Everything was blurry. Like all of my limbs got really tingly. Like no amount of ASMR could induce the amount of tingles that the ghost pepper did.
Give me tingles is saying I would love to see TingleCon be more diverse. I'll definitely reach out later with some ideas because I really believe it can happen. Well,
Please
we
do.
look forward
We
to
would
that
really
email for sure.
appreciate that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, any help would be definitely we want it because we tried this year and failed. To some extent, I wouldn't say we failed. I think we did a good job to some extent, but like what we wanted to be, we didn't quite get there. But I think that we still did well. But
we did make
help.
it more diverse in some ways, but
It
there
is
are more
hard
voices
because
for sure.
It is your own network. We're drawing on
Yeah.
our own networks here. And, you reach out to people new. We reach out to a lot of new people. And
Yeah.
sometimes they just don't even bother replying because,
yeah,
well, who are you?
unfortunately, there was
Why-
a lot
yeah.
of that. There was a lot of non-replies.
Yeah.
But that's fine because it's like, yeah, who are you and what are you talking about? What do you want from me? So
Yeah.
Yeah. As
And of course-
as TingleCon grows, that will become less of an issue. But
Yep.
yeah, for now, as we're still building the con, it's
for now,
it's
help.
going to be a struggle.
Thank you.
Struggle.
Please.
And it's
Yeah.
worth
Yeah.
mentioning that, as of course we're not always dealing with adults, but usually these are people with jobs, and it comes down to like an economic decision. A lot of just like, especially large creators who are full-time, like they're not only saying like, who are you? They're thinking like, I could make money making a video right now, or I could go do this interview. I have to choose one or the other. Not everyone has the luxury to take work off to like do an event. So that's one, it's just the economics of everything makes it kind of hard to reach certain people. So I think that's something we definitely want to improve and everything like that. So, but I want to ask one last question because I think this is an important way to just kind of tie this all together because I think we got 4 minutes left here. So we just have time to have 1, 2, 3 little quick answers from each of us here. But is there one last message that any of you would like to just convey to everyone here, to the attendees, the speakers, the possible sponsors, Blue Yeti, please, we're begging you. Sources of the supporters who contributed to the success.
Zuckerberg.
And Zuck, please,
And
we
Zuck.
love Threads. I meant we love Threads. We'll totally go on there. Just hook us up. But just is there any last message you want to leave people with? Just anything at all? Maybe FamCam, you want to start us off?
Well, I just want to say I'm grateful to everybody who participated and everybody who worked with me to make this a thing. It's been an unimaginably magical 5-year journey, and it's just going to keep getting better from here. I always enjoy meeting new creators and making connections with them, and also helping other people make meaningful connections, because in the end, that's what TingleCon's all about. Making sure that people are not isolated within the community, because we want this kind of connection not only to help us grow, but also make being a part of ASMR much more enjoyable. And that's what TingleCon is here for.
I think I want to jump in here to be second, since I've been putting you guys ahead of me. I just want to say that for me, I also want to just say thank you, Atlas. We really appreciate you.
Yeah.
You've been a part of TingleCon many years, so we are ridiculously appreciative of that, and you always have some really interesting things to say. I only wish we had more time to chat. But it's so hard, obviously getting schedules worked out with everyone.
If one person likes, we'll have 69 likes. Just saying.
Yeah, please. If one more like for 69 likes, that's an important number. And if you have not liked and subscribed, please, this is the last moment here for you to do so. Or after the con, you could do it.
Please do it now.
I think but
So
please do it
forget.
now. Not to pressure you. But
All the
that all
pressure.
said, all the pressure.
All of it.
But I definitely want to say, we have shy of about 10,000 people who do show up to these events over the year, like per year, a little somewhere around there. So it's actually a lot of people that are showing up to these. And I imagine that's a good percentage of ASMR artists, people who love ASMR.
yeah.
And so my message is, we want to keep growing and expand that so people, know more. And hopefully,
we got to 70.
Yes.
We
Thank
missed
you all. Thank you all.
69. Oh well.
Missed 69. Oh. Well, so
Thank you.
I guess I'm just trying to say that just seeing it grow is an amazing thing. And my message to people is, I probably these days am looking at it from my job perspective is like in the creation field. And so I speak into those people. I would say that I think, hearing what everyone has to say is so much hope to achieve a dream of making it in content creation through ASMR, in YouTube, TikTok, wherever it is. There's so many different pathways to success. And it just seems like to me, the two messages are that you should do something you love, talk about a subject you love. Don't try to trend chase. Think you have to be Mr. Beast. You don't have to do that to get success and to make a living doing this. And that's
Only
clear.
Mr. Beast had to be Mr. Beast.
Well, he's got a lot of clones who are succeeding. I'm not gonna Ryan
I'm saying
Trey is
that
one that comes to
because
mind, but
it's because he is Mr. Beast. He has to be himself.
no, of course, of course. But the point being, even amongst ASMR artists, you don't have to be necessarily groundbreaking in every video. You can do your own thing and the stuff you love, and that passion will shine through. So that's my message: is to stay authentic with yourself and with others, and hopefully, that was the message that I think permeated this, is that it's very much possible if you stay true to yourself. So
And
that is
stay
my
chill.
message. And of course, stay chill. Paul, what about you? Wait. Amy, what about you? Paul, I want to leave the eloquence tie.
Yeah, I feel like he
references.
would be a perfect ending to it all. Yeah, he's
agree.
gonna perfectly tie it together.
I need at least
just know
one
it.
Shakespeare reference, though. One Shakespeare reference.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Please. I mean, you guys really said it all, but I thank you to everyone who showed up to watch. Thank you to everyone who agreed to be on the panels and sent in videos and all that, because I know, we're not paying you to do it. You're doing it off your own free time, and it's just, I really enjoy watching it, and I enjoy TingleCon, so it just, thank you so much for being a part of it. And that's all. I mean, it's about togetherness, and I think that we completed that this year within the
100%.
community. So
We did.
Yeah.
We did. All right, that takes us to our final contestant. and that is Tingle Smith, the true Smith of Tingles.
You know,
what are you
it's
thinking,
been
Paul?
said-
What's a message you'd like to leave us with? There's some wisdom.
It's been said 3 times, but I think some things are deserved to be said 4 times. So, in the words of William Shakespeare from Twelfth Night,
They sound better in your
thanks
accent too.
and thanks and ever thanks, because it's been. Thank you very much to the audience. What would we be without you guys? Thank you very much for these wonderful people who I'm working with as well. They're so nice. Behind they exude this positivity on camera, but it's not false. It's just like maybe more behind the scenes. So it's a wonderful experience for me always, and I would just say thank you to everyone. Thank you for the panelists as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have some last little comments here in chat. Using Mira, huge thanks to all you for putting this together and all the love you pour into it. Thank you so much. Get some sleep, SG. It's good to see you. Multiple Minds, don't worry. We loved your participation. It was great. War gives us a nice peace sign. That's a good one. We love that. And I think a little heart. That's nice. We love it. All right. So all the people out there, and Shiver Me Tingles, it was great to host you and to converse for a little bit and chat. It was a pleasure for sure. And with that, I think we're out of time here. So all good things must come to an end. So that said, Keith, shall we jump into our final 1-hour video compilation of various talented ASM artists as we lull ourselves out of this TingleCon joy?
That we shall. So sit back and relax, enjoy an hour of submitted ASMR content, and be sure to join us at ASMR Destiny's Afterparty after this. Link is down in the description, and I also put the link in the chat toward the end of the showcase reel, so you can hop on over and watch ASMR Destiny continue the fun, because it is not stopping anytime soon. So we're very grateful for you all. This has been an amazing con this year, and it's going to keep getting better and better, and we will see you again this December at JingleCon. Dates TBD, but we'll keep you posted. Stay chill.
Don't do to others what you wouldn't like to be done to yourself.
My motto is that wherever possible, try to leave people and places better than you found them.
My motto as of the last few years is do no harm, but take no Be a kind person, be considerate of the people around you and animals and the world in general. Like, take care of what is around you, but also don't let people walk all over you for the sake of being nice. Like, you need to stick up for your boundaries, and if you don't stand up for your boundaries, nobody else is going to.
Try anything at least once.
This too shall pass.
Stay chill.
I consistently ask myself if I'm present. So, are you present? Are you present? Are you present? You do not exist to be desirable. This won't be forever. This will not be forever. I guess that's the same as this too shall pass, but this won't be forever makes sense more in my head.
Harry Potter. Happiness can be found even in the darkest of times if only one remembers to turn on the lights.
I don't really have a motto, but if I did, it would probably be don't wait until tomorrow for what you can do today. Something like that.
I'd say keep striving, keep pushing, and you never know what happens. You can achieve all kinds of amazing things.
I've sat here and thought about what my favorite motto is, or if I have a motto, for like a while, and I can't think of one, so I don't have one. If you think I should have one, if anyone out there, I call my subscribers beardos. If any of you beardos out there think I should have a motto, what is it? Tell me.
Come on in, have a seat. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Famcam. What brings you here today? Oh my. You've touched your eyes excessively after eating a lot of spicy peppers. Am I hearing that correctly? Okay. Well, yeah, that is one of the biggest cardinal sins of eating spicy food. I would know. I myself really love spicy food. You should never touch your eyes after eating spicy food. It makes the problem way worse. Yeah. So what kind of peppers were you eating? And how many? Five ghost peppers. Wow. 9 Carolina Reapers. And 12 Trinidad Moruga scorpions. No wonder you're in such pain. Even I wouldn't go that far. Even smoking that curry wouldn't go that far. And you have been touching your eyes. Why exactly are you touching your eyes? You do realize you shouldn't be doing that, right? You have contacts on. You're eating spicy peppers. Let's back up. You're eating spicy peppers with contacts on and trying to take them out. Wow. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I've done that a couple times before after eating habaneros, and I thought I was going to go blind after that. But after 5 ghost peppers, 9 Carolina Reapers, and 12 Trinidad Moruga scorpions, I want to say you're hopeless, but then I wouldn't be doing my job. I'm here to help, so I'm going to help you. I can see that you're in a lot of discomfort still, so let's not beat around the bush on this anymore and let's get to it. So, first things first. I have here some eye drops in spray form. I'm going to be spraying your eyes as step 1. So hold still, relax. This is going to feel a little weird, but it's going to help get you out of this inferno that is in your eyes, okay? Good. All right. Okay, so there's a lot of eye drop solution washing out the capsaicin slowly but surely. And while it does that, we're going to have to wait for a little bit. So I'm going to make some sounds with these gloves to help you relax. So we want you to be as relaxed as possible while the solution is, well, being the solution. I know that was terrible. But just make sure you relax all your muscles. Just let all that tension go. Okay, just let all that tension go. We want to lower your blood pressure as much as possible. It'll make it easier for your whole body to deal with this.
Welcome to Awkward Game Store. It's a real store.
to Ricky's Barbershop. It's been a while. Thank you for coming, and it looks like you're due for a cut. Do you mind if I get a little closer to take a look at what you might need done? Perfect, perfect. Well, let's see. Okay, well, looks like you've grown a lot of hair since the last time we've had a cut. Alright, so we don't have anybody in the chair, so let's go to get you set down and get started.
I'm not okay. I'm not. You wear me. What the hell happened to you? Oh, Jesus. Look at... Which... You know, I do all this work for you. And you come back looking like this. You were just in here last week. You know, I don't really care if a car hits you. I don't care if 5 cars hit you, okay? All I care about is that all this beautiful work that I did on you last week is... Alright, well... Yeah, sit down. Not like I have anything better to do than work on you again. You got Eddie's? I'm not. No, I can't pull any favors this time. I want at least half. You already got a line of credit open. Don't make me come after you. Don't. I'm serious. I don't want to have to... Look, we're friends, and I don't want to have to come after you, but look, a girl's got to eat, alright? As long as you got Eddie's, we don't have a problem. Sit down, Jesus. Oh, okay, so what happened? You were driving in a car. Well, I mean, at least the cyber psychos didn't get you. Jeez. Man, you heard they got Annie last week? She's gone. Yeah. They think she went out and someone just ripped her. Poor girl. Well, I kept telling her she ought to install that new security system, but she kept saying it was a good part of town, whatever. Anyway, I'm not one to gossip. All I'm saying is that she was just seeing that new guy, and he was kind of weird, so I think maybe it might have been set up a little bit. But anyway, not my business. Not my business, so... Okay. Oh, look at the paneling that I just did. Oh, it was so good. Oh, it was so beautiful. And now look at you. You look like a mashed potato. Jeez. Alright, well, let me just get inside your... Here it is. Alright, well, let me just plug you in. See what I'm working with here. Okay. Error code 264. Okay. Could be worse. You're lucky. You're really lucky. Speaking of lucky, I just got in this new cybernetic lens. Check this out. You have times 16 zoom. I know, right? You want it? You want it in? I know you do. Come on. A little, you're looking around maybe 3,000 eddies. That's reasonable. That's better than Charles down the street. I know you haven't been going down to Charles. Look, all I'm saying is that I drive a pretty hard bargain down here, okay? I make a pretty good deal, okay? And you gotta support small businesses. Just seriously, you really ought to just be more careful. You really ought to be more careful. This looks bad. You might not
from side to side, and let me know when you can see the light and when it exits your field of vision. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, let's switch. Same deal. Mm-hmm. Field of vision. Mm-hmm. Good. Switch. Okay. Any changes? Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, switch. Okay, field of vision from side to side. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. And that's your regular cycle. Okay. I'm going to hold up today's paper and ask you to read the head article here. Okay. Did you get all that? Good. Did you briefly narrate it or explain it back to me in your own words? That was a nice story with a cat. Yeah. So I will find next one there. Same deal. Read it. Okay. What about that one? Okay. Now, this one. Good. And where was the photo taken? Ever been? Oh, me neither. Looks good though. Okay. There we go. Okay. House ads. Okay. So what was the price of the top left home? Okay. The top right. Yeah. Okay, that looks like it was, yeah, fine. Let's go back. Okay, so the next vision test I want to do is a color test. So I've got some pieces of cardboard or paper here. I'm gonna hold it up. You're just gonna identify the color. Yeah, simple. Good.
sock over my mic scratching with sock. So it's a very long sock. Like, it's a very long sock. Yeah. Go to sleep. 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 You go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I actually don't like my hand movements. I don't think I do good hand movements, but go to sleep. You go to sleep. 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 I want you to go to sleep. I want you. I want you to go to sleep. I want you to go to sleep. I want you to go to sleep. You. I want you to go to sleep. 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 My shirt keeps running up. But go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go. Rev wants you to go to sleep. Rev wants you to go to sleep. Rev wants you to go to sleep. Rev wants you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Rev wants you to go to sleep. Rev wants you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Rev wants you go to sleep. Rev wants you to go to sleep. Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. I'm telling you to go to sleep. I'm telling you that you need to go to sleep. Yeah, I'm telling you, you need to go to sleep. You need to go to sleep right now. You need to go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep right now. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. You need to go to sleep right now.
The Journal of Oliver Tilley. September 4th. What a curious girl. It's been a few weeks since I have come to this country, and there's something that I've been noticing. There's a girl I've observed in class. She's different than the other women I've met in this city. Most of the girls tend to be very tech-savvy and use their smartphones or gossip around one another. But this girl reads or looks off into the wall. She doesn't talk to the other classmates a lot. But that isn't all. Sometimes she walks out of class with a test or exam. It opened my curiosity. I'll start talking to her. Hopefully she's a likable person. September 5th. During English class, I took a seat next to her. She appeared to be doodling something. What are you drawing?
Oh, it's the mountains. They are always so peaceful.
Do you enjoy drawing?
Somewhat. I personally prefer to be there with a camera. If I could, I would go to the Grand Canyon or New Zealand. Oh no. Have I said something wrong? I'm sorry.
No, she'll be right. I was just laughing because that's where I'm from, New Zealand.
Oh. Oh. I was wondering where the accent came from. You must be Oliver then.
And you must be Anne.
I am. It's nice to meet you, Oliver. I have a good feeling about this.
September 15th. We started to get to know one another. For the past couple of days, we had been eating lunch. The way she speaks about her dreams of traveling is captivating. One day, we were eating at the outside pavilion. I was eating hot chips with chicken breasts and a side of biscuits. Anne was eating what seemed to be breaded cheese. What are you eating?
I'm eating mozzarella sticks. Would you like to try?
Of course. Would you like some chips?
Chips? French fries! Yes, please. So, what do you think?
It's actually delicious. I would try it again.
I'm glad. Oliver, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
What's New Zealand like? Is something wrong?
No, it's the first time anyone really asked me that question. People usually ask me if I was single.
Was it awkward?
Yeah, it was. Now let's see. Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings?
Mm-hmm.
It's green. There are a lot of hills and the scenery is lovely. It's quite peaceful in my opinion.
It's beautiful. Oh, time to go to my Senya's A&P class.
We were walking to class when a blaring alarm went off. Anne screamed, covering her ears. She walked to the nearest exit with an uncomfortable look on her face. I followed her, concerned. As soon as we were outside, she sat away from everyone else. Is she sensitive to loud noises? I checked to make sure she was okay. Anne?
What was that?
It's okay. It was a fire drill.
So... no fire?
Not at all.
I bought the kalimba. Best gift for you. Has a lifetime warranty. You have to contact them. And to maintain your kalimba, use the cloth to wipe the kalimba after you use. Avoid producing the rest. Please don't put kalimba under the direct sunlight and wet weather area. It is better to put kalimba in the op bag and then put it in the packaging box. Best to be in 41 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit and only 45 to 55% humidity. Oh, sorry. I haven't opened this yet, so I haven't seen it. Ooh, 10 keys and 17 keys. Most interesting musical instrument for travel. Good, because I don't know how to play this correctly. The box is trying to package me up. Oh, and stickers so you know like what key is what. That's really cool. Isn't this so pretty? As you guys know, blue is my favorite color. So nice, so nice, so nice. Holy cow. This one's much like thicker than the one that my great grandma had. That's cool. It's like the thing inside. So this is Calician? Sorry if I mispronounced that. Literally not even having to touch the keys and I'm making music. Oh, and it's engraved what each one is. Isn't that so cool? Alright. Nostalgia. I miss this. This literally makes me happy. This and the rain stick make me so happy. You also have little thumb things to use, but okay. And it comes with a bag and a tuning hammer. No idea how to tune. I'll have to look into that. But anyways, let's play together, shall we? This makes me so happy. Okay. This one needs tuned. I'm curious. Those are both D2s. Now, 1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Don't you guys love it? This makes me so happy. So it gets louder the closer you are to the hole. That's what he said. That's what she said.